These guys are good with their bottles, so.
Draft beer.
Yep, we can do that.
Yes, I can hear you.
And welcome to
Nova Scotia votes are.
I can. Sharon, speak up just a hair.
They've been really focusing. So this is talking.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up a little bit, Jocelyn, but that's good. Thank you. It's okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, John. Hello. Tom, get in here.
Where's the camera?
Oops, your face is.
Hey, Justin. Hey, Justin.
All right.
Can you hear me
All right.
I can hear you fine. Thanks.
Better? Yeah. I can, Jocelyn.
Tie straight? Relatively so?
Want the glasses off?
Nope.
Okay.
Hang on.
One, two, check, one, two, check, one, two. You can hear me? I can hear me through you. Oh, yeah, hi. I was like, I can't hear program. There's a reason.
So it's this.
Did you guys get makeup?
I did.
I didn't get any. Do I
You
need
don't
it?
need it.
Tom looks beautiful.
Oh, gee.
You need a touch-up?
I don't know.
Well, someone's retweeting old tweets for you.
From who? From Graham. The best of.
I know, I don't know what that's all about.
Sasha, do I need any or am I okay? On the monitor? Okay. Okay.
There's been a floor crossing.
Is it Paul?
It was, wasn't there? Chuck.
Chuck, yeah.
Oh,
Chuck.
And I noticed that Newsworld was doing their Nova Scotia tee-up, and they added another wrinkle that we haven't even talked about,
What's that?
which is technically a dissolution. There was a vacancy because Marion Mancini resigned. We've just ignored that.
Well, I was going to say this.
It's a detail.
An independent, there's a vacancy, but the bottom line is the Liberals need 26 seats.
We're practicing the opening?
We're going to practice the opening
Okay.
time, please.
Oh, okay.
No,
No,
it's
we
good.
can
We're
do
ready
it.
to go. That's right. You don't need the pedal.
We're trapped here for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I'm physically
It's like-
attached
it's
to the
like
chair.
Gilligan.
I know. Amy's really.
proud of our government, and I'm proud to tell you we have delivered on our plan.
It is our great privilege to contend with everything that is in us for a Nova Scotia where everybody's got enough to live.
This is a province with a future. We have confidence in Nova Scotia. We know we can be doing so much better.
Good evening and welcome to Nova Scotia Votes, our CBC Election Night special. A warm welcome tonight to viewers from across the country joining us on CBC News Network, and to political watchers tuning in on our website, Facebook page, and YouTube channel.
The polls have closed and we'll have results for you shortly, and those numbers will tell the tale. Will the Liberal Party be punished for running an austerity government that said no to the province's public sector unions? For the Tories, it's been more than a decade since they last won an election. Can they end that drought tonight? And what about the NDP? Will a return to their left-wing roots be the beginning of a comeback?
We want to draw your attention now to the bottom of the screen there. You'll see that bar, we'll call it the scoreboard for tonight. That will really tell the story. The magic number is 26. A party needs 26 seats to form a majority government in this province, so keep that in mind.
proud of our government, and I'm proud to tell you we have delivered on our plan.
It is our great privilege to contend with everything that is in us for a Nova Scotia where everybody's got enough to live.
This is a province with a future. We have confidence in Nova Scotia. We know we can be doing so much better.
Good evening and welcome to Nova Scotia Votes, our CBC Election Night Special. A warm welcome tonight to viewers from across the country joining us on CBC News Network, and to political watchers tuning in on our website, Facebook page, and YouTube channel.
The polls have closed and we'll have results for you shortly, and those numbers will tell the tale. Will the Liberal Party be punished for running an austerity government that said no to the province's public sector unions? For the Tories, it's been more than a decade since they last won an election. Can they end that drought tonight? And what about the NDP? Will a return to their left-wing roots be the beginning of a comeback?
We shall find out. For now, we draw your attention to the bottom portion of the screen. That will be our scoreboard, as we like to call it. 26 is that magic number to reach a majority government in this province. Keep an eye out for that. Well, over the next 3 hours, we will have the most experienced team in politics to guide you through this night. Amy and I are joined on set by political analyst and former NDP Cabinet Minister Graham Steele. Welcome to you, Graham.
Welcome. Good evening.
And, of course, our senior political reporter, Paul Withers, joins us tonight as well. Great to have you here, Paul.
Good evening.
And we will also have live reporters at the Leaders' headquarters tonight. Angela McIver is with the Borough Camp in downtown Halifax. Elizabeth Chu is in Spring Hill with Jamie Bailey's crew. And John LaRoche is spending the night with McNeil's Liberals at the Bridgetown Curling Club. And we're going to head there right now. So, John, you were with McNeil back in 2013 as well. Tell me a bit about what's different this time around.
Well, physically in this room, very little has changed. In fact, the setup is almost identical to what it was 3.5 years ago. The only thing that's different on the side panels, a different slogan than 2013. Of course, a world of difference politically for the Premier, because he is no longer the contender trying to unseat an unpopular NDP government. He's in government with two contenders gunning for him. I spoke to him today when he went to cast his ballot with his wife Andrea at his side, just down the road here. He said he sees a path to a second majority government. Well, where that path leads us depends on the numbers that you'll be sharing with our viewers tonight.
All right, that's right. Thanks for that, Jean. And welcome to Elizabeth now. The Tories entered the final days of this campaign convinced they're poised for a breakthrough. Are you feeling that kind of energy in the room, Elizabeth?
Amy, I am feeling optimism in the air tonight, but I have to say it's nervous, cautious optimism, but party insiders tell me they are expecting a night of gains. Now, publicly, PC leader Jamie Bailey has been saying that he is in this to win. Party insiders tell me a more realistic best case scenario is the PCs eking out a PC minority government, or the PCs taking their seat count into the upper teens. Party insiders hope that that will demonstrate that the leader has taken this party from the rebuild phase into a party of serious contenders. Of course, success is no mean feat, but insiders are looking at some pretty positive indicators. They say web traffic is up, calls are up, and donations are double what they were in the 2013 election campaign. Now, Jamie Bailey will be walking through those doors later tonight. He's hoping that he'll be doing a victory lap around this room. All of this, of course, is up to voters tonight. They have the final say on what will be happening tonight. Amy?
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks for that, Elizabeth. And back in Halifax, Angela McIver joins us now from the NDP headquarters. So, Angela, not a big room down there at the Harbourfront Marriott, but big hopes, I imagine, for the Borough Camp.
That's right, Amy. A quiet crowd here now, and I'm sensing some calm confidence from the party. Of course, officials say that they would love to form the next government, but they're being more realistic. They say a success would be 12 seats, a good night would be between 8 and 10. That would be up from the current 5. And of course, everything is on the line tonight for party leader Gary Burrell. He needs to win his seat if he wants to continue as party leader. So that has been the focus, the push to get the public to get to know their leader, Gary Burrell. And we know that he will be here at the hotel at the Harbourfront Marriott tonight in a different room, watching as the results come in. And all of the Metro candidates have been asked to come here too. So we'll be watching them as they come through the doors. Amy?
Okay, thanks for that, Angela.
Well, no one on the scoreboard just yet. Maybe a good time to bring in Paul with us to talk about and remind people where we were, how we got to this point tonight.
Well, the Liberals scored a smashing win back in 2013. There you can see the province, so much red there, a breakthrough in Metro. We've seen some damage occur in the intervening years, but the bottom line here is they need 26 seats for a majority. They have got 8 seats to lose. That's going to be telling the tale tonight. This is going to be decided in Metro Halifax. You see the map there. In 2013, the Liberals won 18 of 20 seats in Metro Halifax. 14 of those seats were rookie Liberals who defeated incumbent New Democrats. If the NDP vote does not return tonight, it's going to be a very good night for the Liberals. They have to hold their Metro seats, maintain their rural ridings. That's their path to holding on to a majority government or perhaps a reduced minority government. The PC win scenario requires them to gain rural seats, a breakthrough in Metro, and see the NDP defeat Liberals in those urban ridings. So a lot will ride on how the NDP actually do tonight for how the PCs and the Liberals fare.
Yes, and you would expect to see those PC numbers going up on the board quickly and big numbers if they are to be having a crack at government tonight, Amy.
They need to be out of the gate very quickly. All right, so lots of red last time around. What are you watching for tonight, Graham?
Amy, I'm looking for something a little bit different from each party. The Liberals have 20 MLAs who won their election by 1,100 votes or fewer, a margin that was wiped out in the Dartmouth South by-election. So if the Liberals are losing seats tonight, as seems likely, I'm looking for how far down that list do they go. For the Progressive Conservatives, they were almost an afterthought in the 2013 election. They basically stood still as voters stampeded from the NDP to the Liberals. If they are going to have any hope of forming government tonight, they need to make breakthroughs everywhere, especially in Metro Halifax. And for the NDP, they're just hoping to rise again after the calamity of 2013. I think they'll be happy to emerge from tonight with just 1 or 2 more seats than they had on dissolution. And they'll be especially looking for leader Gary Burrell to return to the legislature, this time in the constituency of Halifax-Chebucto.
All right, we will know the answers in a few hours, won't we?
We will indeed.
Lots of storylines to come for sure. No one on the scoreboard just yet, Paul. I'm curious, you know, you've been watching a lot of the ridings. You have some in particular that you're really keeping a keen eye to, beginning with one that usually tells the tale in this province.
Well, let's start with the Eastern Shore. This is Nova Scotia's bellwether riding. Going back 47 years, that's almost a half a century, voters here have elected a member of the government side. That's 12 straight elections, including 6 government changes. If Liberal Kevin Murphy is re-elected tonight, chances are so will the Liberals. Over across the harbour in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, Ben Jessam was one of those 14 rookie MLAs. Liberals elected in Metro. Liberals need to hold ridings like this where Jessam is being challenged by HRM councillor Matt Whitman for the Tories and Paul McGuinness for the New Democrats. Halifax Citadel Sable Island is another key riding the Liberals want to hold. Cabinet Minister Labby Kasoulis was another rookie elected in that Liberal tide. He's trying to hold his seat against high-profile Tory Rob Batherson. That would be a good sign for them. He's also facing a challenge from the New Democrats. Let's see if their vote actually comes back in the urban core of Halifax. Down further on the South Shore, Queen Shelburne is one of 4 ridings without an incumbent. John Davis is trying to hold the seat for the New Democrats, who used to have it under Sterling Bellevaux. If the Progressive Conservatives have any chance of actually overtaking the Liberals, they've got to pick up seats tonight, and it's going to have to be in seats like Queen Shelburne. This is a must-win for the Conservatives.
You think they're anxious on that riding and all 50 other ridings in this province tonight?
They certainly are.
They continue to count the ballots, and no one on the scoreboard just yet, but there's plenty of other ridings to watch as well.
Yes, that's right. So you've heard Paul's picks. Graham, what are you keeping an eye on?
I'm watching 5 constituencies with Liberal incumbents who didn't win by an awful lot in the last election. On the South Shore, I'm watching Lunenburg, which has been held by all 3 parties in the recent past. Suzanne Lonis-Croft is trying to keep it for the Liberals. In the Annapolis Valley, King South has elected a member to the government side for almost 20 years, and Liberal Keith Irving would love to keep that string going. On Cape Breton Island, I've heard some talk of Liberal softness. If it's true, we'd expect to see it in Cape Breton Centre, won by Dave Wilton in a 2015 by-election after the retirement of NDP stalwart Frank Corbett. In Metro Halifax, both of the Cole Harbour seats promised to be close 3-way races. In Eastern Passage, Liberal Joyce Treen won by a slender margin over the NDP in 2013. And in Cole Harbour, Portland Valley, Tony Ince knocked off NDP leader Darrell Dexter by only 21 votes and was rewarded with a position in Stephen McNeil's cabinet. Each of these constituencies promises to be close, Amy. If they all tip one way or the other, that'll give us a good indication of the color and shape of the government at the end of the night.
Watching those and all the rest of them, because who knows what's going to happen tonight.
So many good storylines to come tonight. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. As soon as we get some riding results, we'll have them for you. You've come to the right place. CBC has you well covered tonight. Let's bring in Brett Ruskin. He is in the newsroom with some other ways you can follow along aside from or maybe with our television coverage. Brett.
That's right. Good evening, Tom. I really want you to follow along with us along this election as the results do come in. And so we've devised this map here. This is an interactive map, so you can access this on any device, whether it be your desktop computer, your tablet, your laptop, or your phone as well, while you watch or listen at home. So it has all of the ridings all across the province, and these are going to light up as the results come in based on who wins each one of the ridings. You can actually click to highlight, to zoom in, and to find out exactly who the candidates are in those ridings. Below this map, there's also a full list of all of the different ridings. You can even select and customize this list based on your interests. So say you were looking to follow Annapolis, Bedford, and Clare Digby. You select them, click following. It reduces the list down to your specific interests. So it is a nice way to follow alongside specific ridings to tailor this coverage to what you are interested in. And overall, it coincides well with watching at home and watching on your screen as well. Tom.
All right, Brett, thanks for showing us how easy it really is. Brett Ruskin is our live reporter in our newsroom tonight. We'll be talking to him a little later in the program. We want to take you now to the NDP headquarters, and our Angela McIver is standing by with a guest there in downtown Halifax. Angela.
Hi, Tom. I'm here with Dan O'Connor. This is your 9th provincial election, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And he was a chief of staff for Darrell Dexter. He was with him in the beginning and at the end. So take me back to 2013. How were you feeling that night, and how far have we come?
Well, on that night, by the time the night came, we knew what was going to be happening, generally speaking, so we just sort of lived through it. Since then, the party's been through quite a bit. In particular, choosing a new leader, making a fresh start, and doing, I think, a great job. About 5-6 months ago, really bearing down how to pull together a campaign that would work, which I think has worked in terms of introducing him to Nova Scotians, having a voice that's clear and distinct and heard, which is what he wanted to do, what the party wanted to do.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Trouble.
Okay. Dan O'Connor here at the NDP headquarters.
All right, thanks very much, Angela. And I think the NDP and Dan O'Connor would be happy with our first result. Now 2 results on the board. Let's go to that first one. That's an NDP leading or elected in Chester St. Margaret's, Paul.
Not much more to say than that, other than there's not much to report there.
That's the slimmest lead we had.
So Denise Peterson-Rafey survived 2013, which is a mark in her favor. Let's go to our next riding there.
Well, there you see 3 on the board right now. The Liberals leading and elected with 1. The PCs, that's the one there, a popular politician in Northside Westmount in Sydney area, Paul.
The physiotherapist is expected to hold this seat. Let's see what the rest of the election holds.
Let's go to Metro Halifax now. Paul, you talked about how important Metro was for the parties. There you go, the Liberal incumbent in the lead there, slight lead early on.
Very early on. This happens to be my riding, and I saw canvassers polling just within the last hour, actually, so there is a real get out the vote campaign going on. We'll be watching this riding until it's decided.
Yeah, no kidding there. All right. Let's see how they are doing with the PCE camp. Elizabeth Chu is standing by in Spring Hill with the latest from the folks there in that part of the province. Elizabeth.
Hi there, Tom. I'm here with Maybelle Nelson, and she is a Spring Hill resident and a very long-term supporter of the PCs, a lifelong supporter of the PCs. And I want to wish you a happy belated 90th birthday. You've got a citation that you received from Jamie Bailey on your 90th birthday, and you have some advice for him tonight, right?
I don't know what the advice was.
Well, what would you tell him tonight if you could talk to him?
Yeah, if I could talk to him, I said, well, I hope he wins, first of all, and whatever he's promised to do, I hope he keeps his word.
Yes, it's important for politicians to do that.
It's very important, and I know that he's for the people, and which is what I'm looking for, somebody that's not just for themselves.
Okay. Now, I know that you received a lawnmower for your Christmas present. You are not afraid of hard work. What about Jamie Bailey? Is he putting in the effort? Do you like him?
I think he does. I don't know him. I just met him once, but yes, I believe he's honest. I believe he's for the people.
Yeah, and he's got...
I believe he'll work for them.
Right. I know he's got your vote, but tell me, what does your gut tell you? You've seen a few elections in your day. What does your gut feeling tell you about how the PCs are going to do tonight?
I feel they're going to do very well. I don't know if they'll get in. I pray they do, but I believe they'll do very well.
All right.
I'm definitely for the PCs, and for the way they handle the government when they're in. I do go for the PCs. I'm afraid.
You are.
Yeah,
You are a supporter.
I'm a little biased. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, Maybelle. It's good to talk to you.
Oh, I thank you very much.
All right. It's back to you now, Tom.
Her true blue colors are showing through there tonight for sure. All right,
is.
Elizabeth, thank you very much in Spring Hill tonight. More results are coming in. We want to get you right to them right now. And this is Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie. And the PCs would be happy with that lead there, Paul. Slim, but it is going their way so far.
Well, first poll. This is Hines, a cabinet minister elected in 2013. Progressive Conservatives do have hopes in northern Nova Scotia. This is one of those ridings, although they tell me it's difficult to figure out what's going on there because it's so large that they can't get a good polling sample.
Yeah, there you go. 1 of 43 polls, as you say, is showing there. So that one could flip around a few times before we get to deciding what happens there. So you got to think that on this night, politicians who are out there campaigning all this time pretty anxious about what might happen.
Graham, of course, you've been a candidate, 4 times. What does it feel like waiting for these results to come in? In your stomach, it must be in knots.
Well, look, it's a cool night in May, and there's butterflies flying all over Nova Scotia. Because what's happening is you've worked and worked and worked and worked, and then the polls close. And then you just have to wait. Now, if you have a large, well-organized campaign, you've got scrutineers out at every poll, and they're under instructions to call in as soon as the votes are counted. So about now, those phone calls are starting to come in. And if you understand your constituency, you know from the first calls the way things are falling out. But it's that period, this 10, 15 minutes after the polls close, even if you're in what's supposed to be a safe seat, you just don't know. You just don't know the way the ballots are going to come out. You're just very nervous.
And it's not just the candidates, it's their families, too.
Look, we saw Maybelle there in Spring Hill. Like every party has their committed campaign workers. They put their heart and their soul into it. The families have had to say goodbye to some of these candidates, for a while. A lot of people have a lot invested in tonight. And right now they're at their stage of they're just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Torture.
And it's too early to say too much about the way things are going just now. 47 seats still to report in. If you are following us at home, we hope you're enjoying the television broadcast, but maybe have the iPad with you as well. The CBC Nova Scotia Facebook page is a great way to follow us, and cbc.ca/NS, of course, as well. Let's get you to some more results now. We're going to go to another one of those metro ridings, Paul Withers, and this is Dartmouth East.
Right, with nothing to show between the two of them except for one vote. Tim Holman, it would be quite a win for the Progressive Conservatives to take Dartmouth East. They haven't won in this riding since 1981. It's gone NDP or Liberal ever since. The challenger there appears to be Edgar Burns, the 28-year-old articling clerk who's trying to take it for them. Just right next door, Dartmouth North, Cabinet Minister Joanne Bernard, early lead over the New Democrat, who have hopes for this seat as well. This is the kind of seat the NDP have to take back. It's the kind of seat the Liberals want to hold because this is the kind of seat you hold if you get a majority government.
All right, let's go to Cape Breton now, and this is what you would consider to be a pretty safe Liberal seat in this province, Cape Breton Richmond.
So this is one of McNeil's chief lieutenants in the legislature, his House leader, a long-time member of the legislature, been there since 1998. So this is about as veteran as the Liberals get.
All right, there you go. Look at that scoreboard. It is pretty tight right across the board there, 3-3 and 2. Horse race so far, early on though.
That's right, and we have a couple of candidates who are in an interesting situation. They're on the ballot for a particular party, but their parties dropped them.
This is a really unusual situation. It must have happened before, but I don't remember. So we have Bill McEwen for the NDP in Dartmouth East and Jad Cernogoritz for the PCs in Dartmouth South. They dropped out after the deadline, Amy, which means that as far as elections Nova Scotia is concerned, they're still on the ballot, still for the party. The votes still count. And the thing is, even though their parties have disowned them, if they win tonight, they take their seat in the legislature just like anybody else.
It's going to be an interesting situation if it happens.
And McEwen is actually, what, he's got 7 votes in that riding. Imagine if one of them loses by 7 votes and it goes to McEwen. Of course, those votes are also worth dollars for the political parties. If it's $1.67, isn't it, or something for each vote, that's what the public will pay them.
That's right, and the Progressive Conservatives have been very clear. They're not going to take that money. They're going to donate it to charity. The NDP has been a little bit more wishy-washy on that about what they will do with that money that they'll get because of votes going to Bill McEwen, the candidate that they have disowned.
That's a pickle they didn't think they'd be in at the beginning of the campaign.
Another interesting thing to watch for tonight. We'll see how they make out. Let's get you down to Bridgetown now. The CBC's Jean Laroche is following the Liberals for us down there at the Leaders' headquarters. Jean, what can you tell us?
Well, Tom, you've been talking about butterflies and people anxious to be seeing those results. One of those is with me. Dr. John Gillis happens to be the president of the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia. John, what do you think of the numbers you're seeing right now?
I think it's too early to tell anything. I think we're optimistic. I mean, we believe the majority is there. We believe we will be the government when this night is over, but certainly it's been a different campaign. 4 years ago, we were beating an NDP government. This time we're running on our record and defending it, and there's been a lot of tough decisions over the last 4 years, so it's a very different campaign. But we've been out there, we've fought hard, our candidates and teams have fought hard, and coming in, we feel the numbers look good, but it's still not over. It's up, everyone fought hard today. The Democrats, the Progressive Conservatives, our people, all day long. I was in Halifax, Chebucto, and ran into my colleagues from other parties out pulling vote, and it's serious business, and we'll see what happens, but we're confident that we'll carry the day tonight.
You're intimately involved in the healthcare system. Both opposition parties have made it a central issue. Is this a weakness for the Liberals?
Well, I think, and I've said to many people, I sent something out on Facebook last night, I think if you actually read our platform, it's actually the most specific about what we're going to do about solving the doctor problem, how we're going to get them here, how we're going to help them work better and do better. I believe the other parties have been a bit vacant about what they're going to do, but frankly, it has become a big issue, and it's something that must be taken seriously. And regardless of who comes out on top tonight, whether it's a majority, a minority, or otherwise, Nova Scotians have told us this is a paramount issue, and we must fix it.
You're Dr. Bill Gillis, or Bill Gillis's son. Does this bring back good memories or interesting memories of days gone by?
In politics, something I think people out there forget is that these people running, their mothers, their fathers, they're members of our community. The people with their names on the ballot tonight in my party are my friends. I mean, Michelle Sampson and I have been friends since we were 15 years old. And I look tonight for the success of my party, but I also look to the success of my friends and family. And, that's, for me, that's a lot of what it's always been about.
All right, Dr. John Gillis, the president of the Liberal Party, anxious to hear some of the results, which I'm sure you have more of. Tom,
we will have more indeed. All right, Jean, thanks very much. Following the Liberal story for us tonight. Have a look at that scoreboard again. It's flipped. The PCs were in front there a short while ago. Liberals moved ahead, but they've been neck and neck all the way. So this is an interesting start to things tonight for sure. Let's check in with the PCs to see how they are feeling about how all of this is transpiring thus far. Elizabeth Chu is with them tonight. Elizabeth?
That's right. I'm with Troy Henwood right now, and he is the Cumberland South Riding Association Vice President and the local campaign co-chair. Hi there. So we're starting to see some results come in. What do you think so far?
Well, it's an early start, and we're at 7 and 6, and we're within what I expected. But as the night goes on, we'll see what transpires.
So this is where you want to be. You spent a lot of time canvassing at doorsteps with Jamie Bailey. What's different this campaign compared to last time around?
Well, this time here, a lot of people, over the years, got to know Jamie a lot more. The big thing is right now in the area is the local school here in Spring Hill. A lot of parents and the students are displeased about the conditions of the local school. So with that there being said, we felt like over the years, Jamie wanted to get the school replaced, but obviously it was passed on to other ridings. And the other thing is, too, with our local hospital, with it being closed more times than it's open, again, the people feel that the Liberal government wasn't doing much for us for the area here. So we feel that people are starting to see what Jamie can actually do. And with the government change, which we're expecting tonight, we feel that these two items can be repaired in the area.
So those provincial issues, definitely live issues here. you're saying locally.
Yes.
Want to ask you, what is your prediction for tonight?
My prediction is minority conservative government with 23 seats, and I'll give the Liberals 19 to just something to feel good at.
You're feeling really confident.
I'm feeling very confident this time. We're seeing a whole lot different picture from the public approaching us, what we're seeing, what we're reading, and what we're hearing from a lot of people, especially from the locals in the Cumberland South area.
Troy, what is the minimum bottom line measure of success? What do you think Jamie Bailey absolutely has to do tonight?
He actually, we feel that, well, we want him to win a minority government at least. Majority, that's probably reaching out a little bit right now just from what we're seeing, but it will take the majority government if it's there, of course, but we'll settle with the minority government.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Troy
you.
Henwood, the local campaign co-chair. Over to you, Tom.
All right, thanks so much, Elizabeth. And this is really getting interesting here. Mr. Henwood may have some very good reason to be optimistic here. Take a look at that leaderboard there. 8, 8, and 3. There's a breath between the Liberals and the PCs, and that's about it.
Flipping back and forth. Let's have a look at the big picture and the share of the vote now. There we have the PCs ahead tonight.
Wow.
You can see that big number, 39.2. No one has ever formed a majority government with anything lower than that. That was 1999 with John Hamm. PCs out ahead. They're both ahead of that line, Graham.
This is really interesting. That is, the Conservatives are showing real strength there, and the thing about the early going is that riding by riding, you know, you could get a poll in the wrong area. It doesn't tell you much on the riding level, but it's these numbers that I'm keeping my eye on in the early going, because these numbers give you an early indication of where the night is heading. These numbers firm up fairly quickly, but look at those numbers. I mean, either one of them could cross that line tonight. It's still very close.
Oh, okay, let's have a look at the change in the seats. As Paul mentioned earlier, the Liberals could lose 8 and maintain the majority. The PC's up 3, the Liberals down 3. So that's painting a bit of a picture for the night.
Yeah, and as Graham points out, it is early going, but boy, it makes it interesting at this point for sure. Let's get quickly to some of those riding results, and these are early results in from beginning with the riding of Inverness up in Cape Breton, Paul, and that would be considered a safe Conservative seat, progressive Conservative seat.
It was. Premier Stephen McNeil was in that riding yesterday telling voters to decide whether they were going to get on the government side or not. So far, they're opting to stay with their incumbent, a progressive Conservative, Alan McMaster, who was married earlier in this campaign. Queen's Shelburne, a fairly close riding. Gerald Keddy, the Conservative MP's former constituency assistant, Kim Maslin, going for the progressive Conservatives there. They have real hopes of taking that seat tonight. And in the, well, not much to say about Pictou Centre other than it's the 3 ridings in Pictou County are expected to return progressive Conservatives. The voters will decide that, of course.
Yeah, back up to Cape Breton for a moment and Victoria the Lakes.
Well, this is one where it's been felt that the Liberal Pam Eiking, who took the seat from Keith Bain in 2013, could be vulnerable in the rematch very early on. We're just going to have to watch how that goes. Look at how close it is, though.
Yeah. And this is looking good for the PCs. Again, what would be considered a safe PC seat tonight.
That's right. It looks like the fishing community down there are heading towards sending Chris D'Entremont back. We'll see whether that continues.
A lead of 64 with just 1 of 38 reporting there. Another seat that an incumbent in tonight, there's lots of those, and Zach Churchill with a lead there, Paul.
That's right. He recorded the highest vote percentage of anybody in the last provincial election. 85% of or 82% of voters down there voted Liberal. That government delivered the ferry into Yarmouth, so anything other than a Churchill win would be a big surprise tonight.
You would think. Take a look at that scoreboard as we look one time here at Sackville-Cobequid here, and Dave Wilson of the NDP with the slimmest of leads you can get there, Paul.
He has to hope that this isn't a repeat of 2013 when he squeaked out a win barely with under 100 votes last time. But as I say, one poll reporting, way too early to say there. Just the board not shaping up quite the way the Liberals would have expected when the election was called 30 days ago.
No, certainly not. Look at that scoreboard for a moment there, and the PCs beginning to pull away from the Liberals to double digits now. Quite impressive.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising. What are you thinking of that?
Well, one of the things that we see in our numbers is that we have heard from more Conservative incumbent ridings than the other ridings, so their numbers are strong. It looks like those numbers will probably soften a little bit, but look, this is good news in the very early going if you're a Conservative.
Well, you know they're excited in the PC camps for sure. They're taking what they can from this, indeed. But as you say, that share of the vote for the PC early on up pretty high there, up around 43.5%. Paul, you spent a lot of time on the campaign trail and into some of these ridings. What was your sense of sort of the tone of this campaign and how that was going over with the voters?
Well, it's different whichever riding you're in. If you're in the riding like Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, where Matt Whitman is challenging Ben Jessen, it was chippy. If you were in ridings, for example, like Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, all three candidates were playing quite nice with each other. They're all three fairly strong candidates, so it depends on the riding where you're at. Some of them chippier than others. I guess it's a mark of how close they are. You know, Karen Casey, the education minister, her rival from the Progressive Conservatives opened a debate by saying, "I don't switch sides. I don't cross the floor to improve my chances," which was a chippy opening in that particular debate. We're going to see whether or not Casey hangs on there. That's one of the ridings that we haven't really heard much from yet. And as you can see, the board, there's still a lot of ridings that we haven't heard from, as Graham pointed out.
Lots to come yet. Listen, let's get down to Liberal territory again with Jean Laroche tonight to see how they're feeling about their early second place place here in the race so far. Jean, what is the tone and the mood in that room tonight at this early going stage?
Well, I can tell you that right now, every time we post another PC gain, there's kind of a groan in the crowd. But I want to introduce you to two Liberal fans here, William and Leslie McGill. William, of all the things you could be doing tonight, why do you want to come here?
Because I am a Stephen McNeil fan.
And why is that?
Because every volunteer that I've done, he is willing to do the same.
All right, and tell me about the poster and where you got it.
I got the poster from a bus ride that I did with him on last Sunday, I think.
Okay.
A week or two ago.
Yeah.
And Leslie, has he always been a big politics fan?
I would say he's a big Stephen McNeil fan. Like William said, he's used to going out and volunteering in the community, and we meet Stephen McNeil at every community pit stop that we make, that he makes as well.
And what are you thinking as you watch the numbers come in?
Holding out hope that they'll rebound.
And we'll be here for a while, you think?
At least until bedtime.
And what's your bedtime normally?
8 o'clock.
Uh-oh.
8:30.
You're actually after your bedtime.
Oh.
I'm sure your mom's here, so I think she's cool with it.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping by. Cheers.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, fist bump. There. All right, those are the McGills, and they live in the area, and obviously the big fans of Steve McNeil, hoping that those numbers start to go the Liberal way.
Jean Laroche making friends wherever he goes. All right, Jean, thanks very much from Bridgetown tonight. And that young man would be happy with what's on the scoreboard there now. Graham, you were talking about this before. Some of those Liberal votes are now coming in, and we see the lead change here.
We have 7 seats that we would consider to be safe Liberal seats that we haven't even heard from yet. So you know that the Liberal popular vote is probably going to go up.
Well, there is that graphic, though. The PCs should be very pleased with that, and Liberals should be worried. As we mentioned, they had 8 seats to lose to maintain a majority, 7.5 right now. So it's looking like a good night for the PC so far.
Nobody expected the Liberals to hold the 45% vote that they got in 2013. You know, we all knew, I think, that they were going to be down. They're down a little bit more than they expected. Still early going. But the Conservatives are showing strong. And, of course, we have to say the NDP is showing weakly. And it looks like the Conservatives are taking those votes.
All right, well, let's check in with the NDP. Angela McIver is there for us tonight at the NDP headquarters, and let's hear what they have to say about the results so far for that party. Angela.
Tom, I'm here with Melanie Richer, press secretary for the NDP. Melanie, how is the team feeling right now?
We're feeling pretty good. We put a really good campaign together. We are excited about the possibility of what's going on tonight. We're excited to see what comes into the polls, and we're feeling good. I think our message was really well received throughout the province, here in Halifax and Cape Breton and throughout rural areas. So I think We're going to see that in the polls tonight, or in the results tonight, and we're happy about it. We're happy that our message got through and that people seem to resonate pretty well with it.
And you also spent the day with leader Gary Burrell. How's he doing right now?
For sure, he's really good. He's calm. He knows that he and his team put together a really good campaign. That he put his message out there, and we had quite a few people coming up to him today, who normally wouldn't kind of shake his hand, wish him good luck, and tell him how happy they were that he was putting that message out during this campaign. That it was a needed message, and they were happy to hear it. So I think he's pretty happy, and he deserves to be. He's put a lot of work on this, and so is his team, and he's excited to see what the results are.
Okay, we'll keep watching. Thanks,
Awesome.
Melanie.
Thank you.
Melanie Richer, press secretary for the NDP.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. And the NDP up to 6 seats now, where they were when the last vote was held in this province. So they're maintaining that ground at least. But look at that leaderboard between the Liberals and the PCs. It's flipping back and forth now.
Neck. And of course, the Liberals came in with a majority. We want to see how far they are away from that now. The magic number being 26. Right now, as you can see, we have leading and elected at 16. If we bring in the seats they held last time, but we haven't heard from yet, that brings them to the number. So right on the knife's edge, they're just teetering. So, now, Graham, what do you think of that?
Well, you look at those numbers, you say they're at best, right now they're just on that knife edge majority of 26, and that's if everything falls their way. But with conservative numbers that you see in the bottom right corner there, that's the number that I'm fixated on right now. They are not going to have all of those ridings go their way. So at the moment, it's an incredible horse race, and it looks like the Liberals may fall short of that line.
Break out the Tums. It's going to be a long night.
Right. It could be a long night indeed. All right, let's see where some of those votes are falling, beginning with the riding of Sydney Myra River, Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, that is. And Alfie McLeod, Paul, always a popular PC candidate there and doing quite well tonight.
He's on his way to taking this seat or holding the seat. He's been in and out of office there for the better part of 20 years. It's looking good for Alfie McLeod tonight. Let's go further close to the city. Well, early on, but that's pretty close, isn't it, for the Liberals right there? This is about as stalwart an MLA as you're going to get. He is the longest-serving MLA. I understand 1993 was his first election win, so he's been around for a long, long time. And look at Shelley Fashion challenge him, just 6 votes. That's really close. Patricia Arab, another rookie, Liberal MLA who broke through in 2013 in a horse race as well, with just one of 48 polls reporting. We're just going to have to watch some of those races as they come in.
And down in southwestern Nova Scotia there, Paul?
Gordon Wilson, also part of the class of 2013, with 51% of the vote so far in this race, with 10% of the ballots being counted over progressive conservative Norm Cormier. This is the kind of seat that we would expect the Liberals to hold if they are strong in the Annapolis Valley and Stephen McNeil's backyard, which is certainly what we're expecting.
Yeah, let's see how Stephen McNeil, the leader himself, is doing tonight, Paul.
Well, we expect Stephen McNeil to hold his seat. The question tonight is we look at those incredible numbers. Look at that, 17-17 at this stage of the election. I don't think we were quite expecting that at this particular stage. And here's our leader for the Progressive Conservatives, Jamie Bailey. Always talk, it seems, every time he runs against Kenny John Jackson that somehow he's being threatened. He's got 52% of the vote early on in this race, a comfortable lead at this stage.
And the NDP leader trailing in his riding.
Well, that was the question we had, whether or not the NDP could regain that or would get a rebound for their strength. This is a seat that the Liberals would dearly love to hold, if only to hit Burrell out of office here, to deny him a seat in the legislature. A very slim lead at this point.
Let's stay in Metro Halifax, those all-important Metro seats, Paul. And this is one that you've been watching particularly closely, and this is an interesting result for the NDP so far.
Again, very early on. Look at how close that is, just 7 votes. I mean, we are into a very close election tonight, folks. If we're seeing things like this with Walton of the NDP with 7 over Casoulis, and Batherson also competitive in this race, as we expected. Glace Bay, whoa. This, you would say, is a surprise.
There, yeah.
This is not what you would expect. Jeff McClellan had 80% of the vote in 2013. This is a big surprise developing. This is a story we're going to have to watch. You would think that this would be concern over health care. If it's coming home to roost for something like this, Jeff McClellan got to be feeling a little nervous with 6 of 38 polls coming in.
Helps to explain where that PC support is coming from, though, Paul, taking the Liberal seat there, or at least leading in it right now.
It looks like Tony Ince is in for another nail-biter of an evening. evening. He must be getting used to this, not that he would like it. He beat Dexter, as Graham mentioned, by 21 votes last time, with just 17 votes right now. And look at how close Mont of the Progressive Conservatives is over Andre Kane. This is a really, really close election here, and we're seeing a lot of races that are really tight.
Mr. Ince likes a close race, I guess.
I bet you he doesn't like a close race.
That anyway.
Well,
that is a close race.
We've been watching that share of vote down in the bottom corner. Let's bring it up a bit bigger to have a look at just how close a horse race this is tonight. This is going right down to the finish line. I think a lot of people are going to be on the edge tonight, Graham.
I'm looking at the regional results as well, and the Conservatives are breaking through everywhere that they need to break through. Now, there's still a lot of close races. You know, we have like 30 under, with a difference of under 100 votes. But part of the story here is, look, the NDP is down again, and as I said before, it looks like those votes are going to the PCs, and the PCs are picking up some Liberal votes as well, and the gap just seems to keep widening. That tells us the direction the seats are going.
Right, let's have a look at those seat changes. Oh, and the Liberals have dropped below that cushion that they had of 8 seats, down 9. PC's up 7. They had to be strong out of the gate at the start, as we said, and the NDP up 2. That's shaping up to be very interesting, Graham.
Yeah, because when you see the PC vote total where it is at 42%, that tells you that as the night goes on, they're going to start winning the close races. That's what that means.
That is a super interesting result there so far. I mean, that is a close one in a horse race, and as you say, more Liberal seats being lost or in the fear of losing them at this point than they wanted to see on the board at this point. The PCs have got to be happy with this result so far. Is early going still, as we say, but let's check in with the PCs, and Elizabeth Chu standing by in Spring Hill for us once again. Elizabeth.
Hi there, Tom. I am with Dan McKenzie, and he is a party supporter. He's up here from Fall River here to support Jamie Bailey. And I've got to ask you, first of all, your reaction to the results tonight.
It's going to be a long night, but hopefully they're going to go more our way a bit more. But I know it's going to be a long night. I ain't going to go sleep early.
I've been hearing some clapping in the room tonight.
Yeah.
Now, you're 21 years old. You're the second youngest person on the Central campaign. I got to say, choosing the PC is not the typical choice for young adults.
No. A lot of my friends were questioning me a little bit when I said that I was conservative, but I think that this party is all about jobs, and I want to stay here for my life. I need a job myself, so this was the pick for me.
Okay, now on this campaign, your job, tell me what you were doing for the last 30 days.
Well, you don't normally find this out of a conservative, but I was mostly listening to McNeil and Burrell, following them around all campaign. But
you were tailing them.
Yeah, I was tailing them for quite a bit. I was at all their announcements, trying to listen into what they were saying, so I knew the difference between them and us, and so we could all find out and respond right away on it.
And in one sentence, what did you take away from this campaign?
Long and lots of kilometers.
All right, that is an election campaign for sure. Thank you so much, Dan McKenzie. Appreciate it. It's back to you, Tom.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Chu with the PCs tonight in Spring Hill, and they seem to be enjoying themselves there so far this evening. That Liberal lead is jumping back and forth in terms of size. It's been 4, 5 at times, but it's really too close to call, Paul, and this is the reason why. Take a look at that. Is incredible when you look at those numbers there. The vote, 1 or 2 votes, some cases 3 votes, separating the leaders there in those ridings.
We've got 10 races in Nova Scotia right now where they are separated by single digits, and we've got 20 ridings where they are separated by under 40 votes. So this is an extremely close election at this particular stage. Look at them, and they are just so close.
That is incredible.
It is, and
do you remember an election where it was that close before? I mean,
I don't think I've seen where they're separated by 3 votes in 2, 4, 6 ridings. No.
Yeah, that's quite something. All right, we have our first elect for tonight. Let's show you this. This is up in Cape Breton, the riding of Northside Westmount, and this is a popular PC politician who will be going back to the legislature, Paul.
That's right. Eddie Orr was expected to hold this seat. It was considered a safe, progressive, conservative seat. He has the honor of being our first elect tonight. The physiotherapist is going back to Halifax as an MLA. No surprise, but a milestone.
And the PC's taking it to the Liberals tonight. Have a look at this next board, which helps kind of explain the story. These are some of the incumbents, Paul, who are in a tough fight here tonight. Well,
Lloyd Hines, this race has been flipping back and forth all night. He happens to lead by 42 votes over the teacher, Rob Wolf, in Guysborough Eastern Shore Trackety. We were wondering what was going to happen here. I'm not quite sure that we know what is going to happen here just yet at this stage.
Stay tuned, as they say.
And Sackville Beaverbank, obviously too close to call, with Kuchera, a film editor who was drawn into this by concern over the axing of the film tax credit, no doubt, where the incumbent Stephen Goff was one of the class of 2013 rookies, and Brad Johns, well, I guess you could say he's losing by 3 votes, so it's this could go anywhere.
Yeah. Down to the South Shore, Paul.
This is a rematch between 2013, when Suzanne Lonis-Croft prevailed for the Liberals. Brian Pickings, the son of a former Buchanan-era cabinet minister, leading by 13 votes. Another one of those incredibly close ridings that we're seeing unfold right now.
All right, and look at that scoreboard. It keeps flipping around there. The Liberal lead, bigger, smaller over the course of the last few minutes or seconds, really. It's just that volatile tonight. So, Amy, there you go. Shaping up to be a very interesting and close race here tonight.
It sure is, and the PCs are having a very energetic, very good night. We should have a look at the summary of how they're doing so far across the province. Yep, they're doing well right across the region, picking up votes in every single sector. That's despite them in second with the seat count right now.
Amy, look in particular, for example, at the Cape Breton numbers, plus 17%. That's an extraordinary climb for the Progressive Conservatives. There's only one Liberal leading on Cape Breton Island right now. That's Michelle Sampson, Cape Breton Richmond. Nobody expected the Liberals in Cape Breton to be this far behind at this point on election night.
You'd think Jamie Bailey's got a little spring in his step right now.
I should think so. They'll be dancing a jig in Sprig Hill there before you know it. The lead getting even smaller there now, Paul, 21-19.
Yeah, and I guess that explains why Stephen McNeil was spending a lot of time in Cape Breton in the last few days. I mean, he was dealing with a healthcare blowback when the doctors were holding a news conference, 3 days before the vote, saying that people are leaving the island, fueling that sort of concern that people had about healthcare. We heard John Gillis, the ER doctor and the president of the NS Liberal Party, talking about how they have to deal with it. Well, maybe we're seeing some of that come home to roost tonight.
Maybe that healthcare argument was working.
I think it was. A couple of things that I saw on Cape Breton Island. We have to remember that in the teachers' dispute, the union local up there was 90% against the contract, very strongly against. And the healthcare issue seems to have taken special traction up on Cape Breton Island, and we can see that in the vote results and especially the PC vote share, which they're going to knock off some Liberal incumbents with those kind of numbers.
Now, you love to talk about these broken glass voters. They'll crawl over broken glass to vote against the person they feel has done them wrong.
And the thing about the McNeil government, they've done some important things, they've done some tough things, but they've created a lot of people who are adamantly opposed to him, who will do anything to force him out of office. And it looks like those voters are coming home to roost tonight.
It turned out tonight.
In fact, it did.
Graham, talking about some of those Cape Breton ridings, we have some results from Cape Breton here, Paul. Let's check in and see how some of those ridings are going tonight. And we begin in Cape Breton Richmond with a lead of 31. Just 31 votes.
Michelle Sampson isn't a nail biter with Alana Pond. I don't think they were expecting this when they called the election 30 days ago. And look at Jeff McClellan in a real horse race with John White again. A result that tells you that this one is way too close, but not what the Liberals were expecting. Keith Bain walking away with Victoria the Lakes. There's not much doubt about how this one's going to end up. She was thought to be vulnerable. Well, that is turning out to be the case. He's got 53% of the vote. She's got 32% of the vote. That's why he's leading by 360. Looks like Mr. Bain has booked his return ticket to Halifax. Yeah.
So those Liberals in trouble in Cape Breton, some of them prominent Liberals. Let's check in at Liberal headquarters with Jean Laroche now to see how people are feeling about all this unfolding as it is tonight, Jean.
Well, you know, earlier we talked about people who had butterflies in their stomachs. I'm with a guy who probably has weasels gnawing away down there. Chris McGuinness is the chair of the Liberal campaign. Chris, so far, the numbers not quite going the way you would have planned.
Well, it's early still. I think no one thought that this would be easy. It's a difficult election. It's been a difficult campaign, but we're confident.
Now, you were involved in the 2013 campaign. How does this one compare to that one?
The fundamentals are the same. In 2013, of course, we were the opposition trying to form a government, and now, of course, we're the government trying to defend a record. But the fundamentals stay the same. It's build your team, build your field team, develop a platform, in our case, a fully costed and balanced platform, and then get in front of as many Nova Scotians as you can, which I think we've done. The Premier and the team were in all 51 ridings the last 30 days and spent 8,000 kilometers on the bus going from end to end to end in the last 30 days, reaching as many Nova Scotians as we could.
The Premier earlier talked about a path to a majority government. Are we still on that path?
I think so. It's still early. Yes, I think so.
And the path is?
26 seats.
All right. This is Chris McGuinness. He is the chair of the Liberal campaign. We'll go back to you, Tom.
All right. The Liberals will be happy with a razor-thin win tonight, certainly the way things are shaping up right now. Amy, these are some pretty incredible numbers on the board right now.
You can get whiplash going back and forth.
kidding.
They keep changing all over the place. Let's have another look at the share of the vote. Remember that magic number? The Tories are right on the line. Were you saying right on the knife's edge there? It is not looking too good for anybody right now in terms of getting a majority.
Right, so that 39.2 number was John Hamm in 1999, and he benefited from an almost perfect split between the Liberals and the NDP. It's Rodney MacDonald in 2006 had a higher percentage of the vote, but had a minority government. With those kind of numbers and the kind of vote split we see tonight between the Liberals and the NDP, at the moment, it's not looking like anybody's going to get to majority territory.
It's very wobbly, isn't it?
It
All right,
is.
well, let's have a look at the seat change. Yes, and the Liberals had that 8-seat cushion, down 11. PC's up 8. They needed to get 15 to get to a majority territory, and the NDP up 3. But a big drop in the Liberal seats.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that there's still a large and incredibly large number of very close single-digit margins right now. But I'll go back to the point I made before, is that with numbers like that in the PC camp, 39.2%, what it means is at the end of the night, they're going to be winning those close races.
All right, let's get to some of those close races right now, beginning with the Cole Harbour Eastern Passage, Paul. And this is explaining part of the problem that we're showing here tonight, which is why it's so close.
It is 6 votes separating Barbara Adams, the physiotherapist, from Joyce Treen, the incumbent. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's just simply too close to call. Next door is 21 votes over Progressive Conservative Chris Mont, and who you could say came from nowhere for the Progressive Conservatives. Eastern Shore, we call it the bellwether. Well, I guess a lead of 9 at this point is a pretty good bellwether of what's going on in Nova Scotia tonight. He's got a squeaker on his hands with the New Democrats showing very well in that riding.
All right, Liberals remain in the lead with 23, but not quite at that majority level of 26 seats. Let's check in with the PCs now in the headquarters. Elizabeth Chu is standing by there with a guest, I believe. Elizabeth.
That's right, Tom. I am with Tara Miller, and she is the party president for the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservatives. Got to ask you about the results tonight. What do you think?
Pretty exciting, Elizabeth, but you know, I think this is where we thought things would go. This is what we hoped Nova Scotians would respond to with Jamie's clear messaging and his leadership style. You know, on the ground from a party perspective, we've been seeing indications of this for quite some time. We've had, even before the writ was dropped, a number of contested nominations, which is always a great sign when people are vying to represent the party at their constituency level. In Colchester North, we had 4 candidates run for that nomination, with Rebecca Taylor, who is successful and looks like she's giving Karen Casey a run for her money, so good for Rebecca. And then, of course, when the writ was dropped, we see some more concrete indicators of momentum and the positive response with the voters. Well, the first big one is the increase in our donations at a provincial level from the 2013 campaign. Our donations are up 121%.
That's huge.
That's a huge metric for us, and you know, directly correlates with how people are responding positively. We've seen a lot. Our executive director Jim David and I, he shared with me that there's been a lot of increased phone traffic to the office and web traffic, with lots of clear anti-McNeil sentiments. That's sort of the expression that's been coming through. So a lot of this is not a surprise to us. And more anecdotally, I love to hear these stories about the search for signs. We got a call last night for Tim Hallman's campaign in Dartmouth East. They wanted a sign put up on their lawn last night. So, you know, those are all wonderful stories and a direct reflection of the hard work that Jamie has done over the last couple of years to bring this positive message and vision for the future and the positive future of Nova Scotia.
You know, you've been in your job for 2 years now. You took on this position as party president during a period of rebuilding. Not something that everybody would choose to do. Why did you do it?
Well, I think it speaks, Elizabeth, directly to my trust and faith in Jamie Bailey. I mean, his leadership style is one that has always resonated with me. He is a listener, he's collaborative, he's consultative, and he asked me to join his team, and he's done that with a lot of people around the table, gotten people involved to support him in building this party, which he's done a great job. It's his credit.
All right. Finally, really quickly, what's your prediction?
I'm going with the PC majority for sure. Jamie Bailey as Premier Bailey.
All right, there you go. There you
Thanks,
heard it from
Elizabeth.
Tara Miller. Thanks so much. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. People are bold and brave to make a prediction at this point. Take a look at that leaderboard right now. This is really quite something, Paul. It's been inching up. The Liberals up to that 26 seats that they need for a majority government. One seat still. We have not heard from Liberals go back down to 25. It's just like that. That's the kind of night we're having right now. It is simply too close to call. These are some of the ridings, the reason why.
Well, look at this. I mean, at this stage of the evening, you wouldn't expect it to be this close. Usually there is separation an hour after the polls close. We've got 8 ridings in single digits. We've got 20 ridings where the margin is less than 35 votes. This is really incredible stuff that's unfolding here. And so that's why you're going to see that bottom scoreboard flip back and forth depending on how it goes. I mean, 1 vote difference in 2 ridings at this stage of the evening with what do we have? We've got 53,000 votes that are being counted. That's as good a poll as you're going to get.
Talk about butterflies.
Yeah, grab a snack. This one might take a while. Let's get around to some of those ridings. Let's go to Dartmouth in particular, and Dartmouth North, Paul, one of the ridings we've been watching tonight, and the NDP with a pretty nice lead out there in front of an incumbent.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Susan LeBlanc, the theater teacher, is smoking Joanne Bernard, the Liberal cabinet minister, the community services minister. They put a lot of money into that riding in the spend-a-thon before the Liberals called the vote. Didn't seem to pay off right now where the NDP are showing strength. Here's a race I've been watching just personally with Hallman with a 177 vote lead. The Progressive Conservatives told me they expected him to hold here. His story itself is incredible. Last October, his wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. She passed away in March. They discussed it before she died that she should carry on as a lesson of perseverance for his daughters and for his students. He's a school teacher who teaches political science at Prince Andrew over there in Dartmouth with a 177 vote lead over Edgar Burns. Bill McEwen, not even really in the race, has got 175 votes, but Dartmouth East, Progressive Conservatives looking awfully strong there. And as I said earlier, they haven't won since 1981.
And Waverly Fall River Beaverbank.
It's a landslide. So there's 2 votes separating the first and third place candidate. What can we say? Stay tuned in Waverly Fall River Beaverbank.
Only 1 of 39 polls reporting there. You might think they'd have more counted by now, but that's where they are. They're right now. Let's head to our next riding result now. And it is down south in that electa that we talked about earlier, Paul.
Right, at the exact opposite of what we're seeing in some of those metro ridings that are too close to call. Argyll-Barrington, where Chris D'Entremont's been a popular figure for a while. Again, Gordon Wilson on the other side in southwest Nova Scotia with a very comfortable lead and 53% of the vote with 20% of the polls reporting. He's on his way back to Halifax at this stage of the race. And Zach Churchill, an elect down there in Yarmouth, no surprise, this was going to be a safe Liberal seat. Just checking here, his vote is back up to 82%, just what he won in 2013. We'll be glad to know that.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, let's go to Halifax-Chebucto, and a must-win for the NDP and their leader, and he is trailing 9 votes in the difference there, but just 6 of 47 polls reporting.
Yeah, a lot of votes to be counted in that riding yet. With the must-win for Burrell, as Graham said, they've got to have this seat, and that's why the Liberals would love to deny it, let alone hold on to that seat, which is particularly precious on a night like tonight.
I think I'm getting a bit of that whiplash Amy was talking about before with the scoreboard. It's been bouncing around.
It's not just a horse race, it's a Kentucky Derby.
Quite a little bit, yeah, exactly. So let's go and check in with the NDP now. Angela McIver is standing by with the NDP. Angela.
Hey Tom, I'm standing here with Len Deepavane, and you've been a longtime party supporter, but only recently you've been getting involved more. Tell me a bit about that.
Well, I'm an introvert, but we're dealing with some really important issues. So I did spend some time canvassing for Gary, and particularly spending time talking to young people about what concerns them. I'm an educator at Dalhousie University, and my son has left the province, like a lot of other people, and I'm thinking about, well, what can we do to support young people, have them stay, help them prosper.
And so what do you think as you see that Gary is down right now?
That Gary's down right now? Well, it's really early, right? So I'm not particularly worried about that right now.
How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm also a nervous person, so I'm just always nervous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for this.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Yep.
Len Deepavane, he's a party supporter for the NDP.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. And you look at that, there are 8 leading or elected for the NDP. Paul, you were pointing out their percentage of the overall vote there, not very high, but those seem to be pretty hard-working votes at this point.
It is at this particular stage. I mean, we're looking at 23, 24, 19, 8. Right now, this is flipping back and forth. That 25 that you just saw pop up there was Richmond, where Michelle Samson is in a battle. Everywhere else in Cape Breton Island, the Liberals are losing. The New Democrats are picking up the 2 industrial Cape Breton seats, and everything else is blue up there. So that's why we're seeing the flip back and forth.
Let's check in with Cape Breton and see how they are doing in some of those ridings you were talking about there, Paul. And our first one is Victoria of the Lakes, and the popular PC candidate there, Keith Bain, back with a vengeance.
Yeah, that's pretty safe to say that Bain is heading back to Halifax. And there we go. So this was Mumberket who won the seat in a by-election and was thought to have the best chance of the Liberals in the industrial Cape Breton area. And Madonna Doucette, the LGBT education coordinator, with 124 vote lead with 40% of the vote at this particular stage. That's going to be worth watching. 4 votes. 4 votes for Michelle Samson over Alana Pond. That is just an incredible result at this stage.
And they're more than halfway through the counting there right now, but if you look at the number of polls reporting, at least.
The Progressive Conservatives told us this election, like they have told us in many elections with Michelle Samson, that he's in trouble this time, and no one really believes him. He's in trouble tonight.
The Premier was there not so long ago as well, making a pit stop in the dying hours of the campaign as well. Off to Glace Bay, Paul, and the PC is looking good there, although it's slim.
It is slim. This is another one of those races where it's under 50 votes with, what are we looking at, 34% of the polls reporting. We're just going to have to keep our eye on Glace Bay. Jeff McClellan thought to be safe going into this election, certainly.
Well, there you go. The Liberals bouncing in around that magic number of 26 for a majority, but still too close to call here. Let's check in with the Liberals, and Jean Laroche is standing by with the guest. Jean.
Hey, Tom, you know how you and Amy are always making fun of both Paul and I for how long we've been in this business? Well, I found a guy who's got a memory that goes back probably both of ours and then some. Wendell Trimper. How long have you been a Liberal, Wendell?
Well, I've been working for 58 years for the party this year.
58 years. So you go back to whom?
Peter Nicholson. Have you heard of him? He used to be our finance minister in Nova Scotia. And he lived in Annapolis Royal here. And anyway, he got me started. And I was poll captain for 2 years. And I was able to tell him exactly how many Liberals and how many Conservatives and how many used to be CCF back then.
Right.
So I could tell him right to the exact. I mean, it was every time for election.
You want to call this one?
I'm a little afraid of some of it, but no, I think we'll likely take it maybe.
And you know the Premier, Stephen McNeil, the Liberal leader, very well. Would you like to see him have a second term?
I would, yeah, because, I mean, we were in the hole from the previous government so bad that now we're just, starting to be able to do things for the people. And I think he deserves another chance.
All right. Well, we'll see if the people give him another chance.
I hope so, yeah.
But I really appreciate you stopping by.
But we've been doing all the work, as his MLA, and he's doing the Premier work, see? So we've been pretty busy.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by. There you go, Tom. Wendell Trimper, who's clearly a political pedigree, goes back a lot farther than mine, or yours.
It's a compliment, John, that you've been around that long working in Nova Scotia politics, that's for sure. Jean Laroche with the Liberals tonight. Paul Withers, by the way, remembers Peter Nicholson.
He was the finance minister in Gerald Regan's government, and his son actually succeeded him in the legislature before he came to his senses and went to take a big bank job.
You're like our own political encyclopedia.
You knew he would know that, of course.
All right, we want to take a look at the popular vote, how it's changed from the last vote. Let's have a look at this. And the PC's up quite a bit and the Liberals down, but we should point out that that's mostly because the Liberals, or the PCs rather, in the ridings that they're they're winning right now, they're winning big. And the Liberals, they're in the squeakers.
That's right, Amy. The Liberals are competitive everywhere, and that's why we see a mismatch between the popular vote and the board that shows leading and elected. The Liberals are making their votes count. It's what political people call an efficiency of vote, whereas the Conservatives, where they're winning really big, which is why they have such a high popular vote total. So, we could end up with that situation. It's unusual, but it does happen. One party wins more votes. The other party wins more seats. That's the way it's looking right now.
It's shaping up to be interesting.
A minute ago, the Liberals were up to that 26 number for the majority, Paul, but they've slipped back down again, and it's been back and forth for a bit here. Let's go to see where the Liberals are having some success tonight, and that is in the Valley, Paul, in Kings West.
They are cleaning up in the Valley. Leo Glavine expected to hold this riding. He certainly is. He's a veteran for the Liberals. Keith Irving, a bit of a bellwether in Kings South. They voted on the government side in every election since 1988, so they're pretty good. Chuck Porter, interesting story. Big win there for Chuck Porter personally. This is a riding that has voted Progressive Conservative since 1978. He got into a spat with Jamie Bailey, sat as an independent, crossed the floor to join the Liberals, got a hockey rink promised for him, and he is on his way to a win. He has won tonight. That's a big win for Chuck Porter personally.
A hockey rink helps, doesn't it?
Never hurts. Margaret Miller, part of the class of 2013, with a pretty comfortable lead over businessman John McDonald with 33% of the vote in. She's not looking too bad for a win tonight.
All right, that's how things are shaping up in that part of the province. Let's check in with Brett Ruskin now, who's been following this scene happening in social media and watching the news out there. Brett, what are you picking up there?
Well, Tom, just stepping off the digital desk for a moment, we have a number of people watching what is happening online in terms of conversation, and I have to let you folks know you aren't the only ones who are watching these results go back and forth. That is probably the main topic of discussion right now on social media, is just how close this race is and the anxiety depending on who you support as the results go up and down for the party that you support. So I've pulled a couple of tweets here that we've seen. For example, Alison Alder saying that the PC and Liberal supporters definitely must be on the edge of their seats as this race is still very, very close. Obviously, it is still close indeed. Also, Nancy in Halifax saying that she is anxiously watching the results for her riding. Please let there be change. And so that's just a little bit of reaction from social media. Again, we are following a number of different sites, obviously Facebook, social media, Facebook and Twitter on social media. We have a curated live blog as well. So if you go to cbc.ca/ns, you can actually take a look at not only just the fire hose of information that comes at you from social media, but really the best of the best from reporters that we have all across the province, as well as some unique coverage and content that you won't find necessarily on TV or radio, some web stories. So really that's a place to check out while you watch TV and while you listen to the radio. Tom.
And as a journalist, it's a pretty fun experience to watch all of this unfold. I'm not sure the politicians feel the same way about that, Amy.
We're a lot more comfortable in our seats than they are in theirs. Why don't we have a look at the party standings now? This will give us a sense of where leading and elected. So we only have 11 or so leading and elected. That's just now we have 12 up there. Just not enough. There's still too many variables there tonight. 40 seats out there.
That's right. You can see that Progressive Conservatives, where they're winning big, so they have more elected people. The rest of them are simply too close to call, Amy. I see 7 constituencies that are still under 20 votes. 4 Liberals, 2 Conservative, 1 New Democrat. So the numbers on the bottom bar are still going to flip around a little bit, but you can see that the popular vote is firming up in the Conservatives' favor.
It's going to be a long way before this gels in any way that we can make sense of it.
That exactly explains why we're nowhere close to making a call, at least at this point. Right now, let's check out on the South Shore, Paul, see how they are doing down there. And this is the riding of Queen Shelburne, and that's a pretty nice lead for the PCs.
It is. They had great hopes that Kim Maslin would move from the constituency office into Province House. That certainly appears to be where it's heading. Vernon Oikle putting up a good show for the Liberals, the newspaper reporter down there. Next door in Lunenburg, Suzanne Lilness-Croft back in the lead here with, as I see, about 30% of the vote coming in there. This is another one of those squeakers, under 100 votes at this particular stage. It's going to have to watch as you see the Liberals tick up to majority government status again. In Pictou West, Carla McFarlane elected, heading back to the legislature. No surprise there. The Progressive Conservatives were expected to hold seats in Pictou County. They always seem to. That seems to be the case tonight. Chester St. Margaret's this has been flipping orange and red all night. It's a three-way battle with Geomatics consultant Hugh McKay with an 8-vote lead at this stage of the evening over Denise Peterson-Rayfuse, who came in 2009, survived 2013, and has got a real dogfight on her hands tonight. This is another one of those really close races that we've been talking about, that Graham's been talking about.
And the Liberals back up to that 26 number now, but, you know, that could change, as Graham says, so many close ridings, yeah.
I see the Liberal vote is, you know, creeping up. They're now at 37%. Did we expect this when we started the broadcast tonight? This is as exciting as it can be. It's like we don't know. We're, you know, more than an hour into the results. We still have no idea what's going to happen.
Could he win a majority government with 37% of the vote? That would be remarkable.
It seems really unlikely, Paul, because in order to win with such a low percentage of the vote, you need perfect splits, like riding three-way races that they just barely win. And it's just with the NDP numbers where they are, you know, the popular vote down under 21%, it doesn't look like the ridings are going to break that way.
All right, well, let's see how the PCs are feeling about all of this. Elizabeth Chu is back with a guest in Spring Hill. Elizabeth.
Tom, I'm with Mark Collins, and he is from the nearby town or metropolis of Oxford, here in Cumberland South. And you've got an interesting story. This is your first time at an election night headquarters,
it is, yeah.
right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you are declaring yourself tonight as a PC supporter.
I'm coming out of the closet as a PC conservative, that's right.
You're coming out of the closet. Why are you doing that tonight as a PC supporter?
Well, I like Jamie as a person. You know, I like his whole campaign and his whole personality, being fairly intelligent as well, you know, coming up with plans. I like what he did with the credit union, you know, and Nova Scotia is in some real deep trouble with population shifts and with the economy. And, you know, he's not the kind of guy that slings mud and does a lot of what other politicians do, and I just like him as an individual.
And this is a big deal for you because you're an ordained minister. Normally you don't declare your politics, right?
That's correct, yeah. In most churches, because churches are made up of, you know, a broad spectrum of people, there's liberals and conservatives and NDP, and most pastors need to be neutral, and so I'm...
Maybe not Gary Bro.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. So, but, you know, yes.
Okay, so this is your first time at an election night headquarters. What do you think so far?
I think it's good. I'm kind of waiting for Jamie to come by to see what happens then, and the election's pretty close. I'd like to see a little more blue on the board, but whatever happens, happens, and hopefully they can do some good things.
All right. Well, thanks so much for your time. Reverend Mark Collins.
Reverend, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you.
Okay, back to you, Tom.
Titles are important, Elizabeth. All right, thank you very much for that in Spring Hill tonight. Yeah, too close to call, indeed. Let's get to some of the boards that explain that story for us. We have 12 ridings with less than a 100-vote difference in them. So, and these are some of the tightest races, Paul, right here.
Well, look at that. I mean, one vote separating Goff over his progressive conservative challenger there at this stage of the evening. And, you know, we've got, as you just said, 12 under 100 votes. It's firming up a bit, but this is still a squeaker. We just don't know how this thing is going to end. We don't know Liberal majority, Liberal minority, PC minority is looking tougher, but it's a squeaker.
It's almost as fun as a hockey game. Who needs hockey this time of year in spring in Nova Scotia?
All right, let's take a look at the vote share if we could pull that up. There we go. Nobody's getting to that 39.2. The PCs, Liberals, neck and neck.
What we're seeing is we see those numbers changing by fraction, but what's happening is like by fraction, the Tory number is just sliding down and the Liberal number is going up. They're coming a little bit closer together. It's starting to explain a little bit better the numbers that we see along the bottom. It's conceivable that the Liberals could win tonight with fewer votes than the Conservatives because they have that efficiency of vote. But as we just saw, there's so many close races. And I would note also on that close race board that most of them involve Liberals. The Conservatives are not in those close races, so they've got many more people declared elected already.
Well, let's have a look at the seat changes. It stands now. Oh, there we go. Down 10 for the Liberals, still in government territory, but certainly not in majority clear just yet.
And speaking of efficiency of vote, look at the NDP. I mean, they're down around 21% of the vote, and they're leading and elected in 9. So what they've done is they've shrunk their vote, but it's exactly where they need it to be. So not a bad night at all for the New Democrats, and that's what's holding, I believe, that's what's holding the Liberals down, probably especially in Metro Halifax.
But not enough to the PC's liking.
Well, that's right. They'd like to see those Liberals numbers go down a little bit more. But you see the popular votes solidifying where it is now.
As Graham says, it's all about where the votes fall, and let's check out how some of the Liberals are doing, including Liberal leader Steve McNeil, Paul, in the riding of Annapolis, and tonight he is elected.
Doesn't he wish he had more of those at this particular stage of the night? Let's go to our next leader right now. Oh, we're going to Jean Laroche.
Yeah, let's check out. Jean is standing by Liberal headquarters there tonight. Jean, what can you tell us about the news there about Liberal leader Steve McNeil and how this race is going so far?
Well, you actually brought a little joy to the room just a moment ago when you announced that he had been elected. This has been a very quiet room so far as people watch the flipping and flopping back and forth for the numbers. And so the fact that the hometown hero gets elected, well, clearly he merits some cheers here. I want to tell you a little bit, though, of a recon that I got from a Liberal organizer who has told me that one of the things that has not been counted yet are ballots that would have been cast out of district. So you could, even if you were living in Halifax, Chebucto, and had a right to vote there, you could vote in any other riding. Well, there's a pile of those votes that are only now being counted by Elections Nova Scotia, I'm told, and a lot of those would have been the identified vote that the parties would have identified early and got to vote ahead of time at the advance poll. And I'd be curious to know from Graham Steele whether or not he thinks that that could significantly shift things.
Actually, the one that I'm thinking about are the advance polls, which can have very large numbers in them. The out-of-district polls, I'm not thinking it's going to be an awful lot of people, but the advance polls can be very large. They take a long time to count. They come in and completely change the rate. They can flip it around completely. I just wonder how many of these results we see tonight are minus the advance polls that can have hundreds, sometimes thousands of votes. And as we saw in this election, I think we had a record set for the number of people voting in advance
more
of
Nova
election
Scotians
day.
that turned out than ever in advance polls, so we'll have to see.
Whether it's the out-of-district votes or the advance polls, I do agree there could be some boxes out there that are big that we're still waiting for.
It adds to the excitement, doesn't it?
It sure does.
We'll see how it all comes down. Let's check out how those Metro seats, Paul, you talked about how the Liberals had to hang on to those for success tonight. There's one, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and they have the lead there.
Ben Jessom with 45% of the vote with a third of the votes in. That's a very good sign for Ben Jessom and a very good sign for the Liberals being re-elected tonight, whether it's a minority or a majority. We're just going to have to wait and see. The Progressive Conservatives had hopes for Matt Whitman, that's for sure. And Randy Delory hanging on, but again by a hair tonight over Ray Maddie of the band Pogie fame. Can you tell that he was a guitar player and a singer in a pub band? Halifax Armdale, another seat that we were going to watch because Lena Diab was one of those incumbents where a resurgence of the New Democratic vote could spell trouble for the Liberals. At this point, she's hanging on, but again, at this stage of the evening, with 31% of the vote in, that's not a very comfortable lead.
It is not, but look at that NDP number on the scoreboard there, 9. NDP leading and elected with, as you pointed out earlier, Paul, a pretty small percentage of the share of the vote. So those are some hardworking votes happening there for sure. Let's check in with Angela McIver at NDP headquarters to see how they're feeling about the results thus far. Angela.
Tom, it's feeling more like a party down here in downtown Halifax. I'm not sure if it's the bacon-wrapped scallops that have been making their way around the room. People have been really grabbing those up, and the beer is flowing, of course. But there have been a few times here in this room, cheers have erupted, especially when we saw on the screen that Dartmouth North, Susan LeBlanc is leading in that riding, as well as the numbers crawling up the screen, even though they're hovering around the 8 or 9 mark. Going into this this campaign, the expectations were quite low. The party was expecting the numbers to go south, so they're pleased that they're right in that wheelhouse where they want to be. So people in this room are quite happy right now, still a bit nervous as they're watching and waiting to see how the night goes on, but I'm definitely feeling a buzz in here. It's gone quiet right now that we're up on the screen, but people seem to be having a good time. Tom?
So I guess it's a polite crowd, we could say, Angela. All right, Angela McIver with the NDP tonight. Thanks very much, Angela. The NDP, she says, enjoying themselves there, and why not, sitting with 8 leading or elected. And I guess they're concerned about their leader, obviously, Gary Burrell. They want to make sure he gets a seat, but that's somewhat encouraging for the NDP, I would think, tonight.
Sure, they are, and he's not doing that bad in his riding. Last I checked, he was actually ahead, which is one of the things that they're going to be keeping their eyes on. They want their leader in the legislature.
Want to watch those horse races that we were talking about earlier, Paul, and let's get to some of those too close to call ridings, and they are close, to say the least. The margins in a couple of them haven't really changed at all, Paul.
That's right. It's all Liberals who are ahead. That's the important point for the Liberals right now. But I don't think that they're taking much comfort that Stephen Goff, 1 vote over Dan McNaughton, the retired Mountie.
They say every vote counts, and it certainly
does,
is in this
for
one.
sure. But on the downside for the Liberals, there are 5 Liberals in the 5 closest races, so those could easily flip, and then you'd see the numbers in the board at the bottom changing very quickly if they go the other way.
I just want to correct that, by the way. That is that is Bill Horn, who is the incumbent in Waverley Fall River.
If you want to have a look at the share of the vote there too, 37.9, 37.3. You're getting down to the decimal points that's separating them.
That's quite something. The Liberals still at that 25. They've been there for a little while. They'd like to inch up to the 26 for majority,
Down to
but
24
not
now.
there just yet, and dropping another one, as you can see. So this one's gonna take a while, Paul.
Oh, I mean, Chester St. Margaret's is close. Glace Bay remains to be a nail biter right now. There's hardly anything between Jeff McClellan and White, his rival up there. So. This is why you're not hearing calls right now.
Well, it's shaping up to be one of the most interesting elections we've seen in a while.
Maybe this is where I tell you that I have a bet with somebody up in Glace Bay about whether the Conservatives could knock off Jeff McClellan, who won by a huge margin in the last election.
Which side of the bet were you on?
Let's say I bet dinner that Jeff McClellan would win. And I thought it was a safe bet, and it looks like I might have to pay up. So, you know, nobody expected that. You know, at the top of the show, I talked about going down the Liberal list. Like Jeff McClellan was way, way down the list, won by thousands of votes in the last election. Nobody thought that he would be in a dogfight tonight, and yet he is.
Seen as an heir apparent for many to Stephen McNeil.
Well, now you've raised that subject. You know, if things don't go well for the Liberals tonight, if you ask Liberals who the next leader might be, definitely people are mentioning Jeff McClellan's name, but if people are going to keep mentioning his name, he's going to have to win tonight. Yeah. That's exactly right.
Well, Jamie Bailey is the leader who's on the lips of a lot of people in Spring Hill right now. Let's join Elizabeth Chu again. She is in progressive conservative territory there tonight with a huge Jamie Bailey fan. Elizabeth.
Indeed, you're right, Tom. I am with a really huge Jamie Bailey fan, and she is Carol Carter, and I want to say welcome to you tonight. Thank you.
You very much.
You've got an interesting story about how you grew to become a supporter of Jamie Bailey, right?
Well, when Jamie Bailey first came on the scene to be MLA or to try to get the votes for that, I was kind of a little bit hesitant as to who he was because he was from the big city and so forth, and he was coming down to our area. But it didn't take me long to realize just who Jamie Bailey is. He's a people person. He's not only educated and knows so much about everything, and he's involved in a lot, and I realize that, but he is a very humble person. He's a very honest person. There's nobody that I am more proud to say I'm associated with than Jamie Bailey.
Well, that's huge endorsement. How has he done as your MLA for the past 2 terms? You know, he's been a commuting MLA. How has he done?
He has done fantastic. He has gone and helped more people than I could even count. I couldn't even begin to count how many people that man has helped. How many times he's come down and served meals. How many times he's come down and visit the elderly. How many times he's come down and gone to hospitals and you know, gone to meetings and meet people right in the restaurant and said hello. And you know, he's a people person, but he's a caring person. He's an honest person. And man, if Nova Scotia does not elect him, they're losing. However, they're also winning, because with Jamie Bailey on board as part of the government, no matter what area he's in, we're going to win. We're winners right from the beginning because of Jamie Bailey.
What more can you say?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right. That is Carol Carter here in Spring Hill tonight. Tom?
Elizabeth, you did say a big fan. I don't think I've heard a bigger ringing endorsement for any leader in a party in this province before. That's quite something. Elizabeth Chu, thank you in Spring Hill for us tonight. Well, they love Jamie Bailey in the Pictos because it's really gone their way, as you would expect. Those are safe progressive conservative seats, but by some pretty impressive numbers, Paul.
Yeah, they are walking away with it there. Pat Dunn with a 1,000-vote lead in Pictou Centre Hamswold riding. That's a landslide. Houston is
elected there,
but 72% of the vote. I mean, they are really walking away with the Pictos when you're getting that kind of numbers. McFarland, 61% of the vote there, safely elected in Pictou West.
The PC's picking up some seats tonight as well, Paul. Let's have a look at that. Actually, this is a seat where they're behind, obviously, but this is the Liberal incumbent Karen Casey, who's out there with a 309-vote lead.
And with almost 70% of the polls reporting, she looks to be on her way back to Province House with the Liberals, who, by the way, just ticked up to a majority government status. As we've been watching their vote, they've just surpassed the Progressive Conservatives in their share of the popular vote. These are two interesting signs that we've just seen popped up at the bottom of the screen.
All right, let's go to Metro Halifax now in Dartmouth East, and this is the riding you spent some time in, Paul, and this is an interesting result thus far.
It certainly is. Tim Holman with a very comfortable lead at this stage with 63% of the polls reporting in that riding. He is on his way to Province House. He said he wanted to run he had a choice whether he would return to the classroom or try to fix the classroom. Well, he chose to try to fix the classroom. He's going to get a chance. It looks right now as if he's going to get a chance to do that in the legislature.
And to Sackville we go, the riding of Sackville Beaver Bank and Brad Johns there. That's a pretty good lead. Half the polls reporting there, Paul, just about close to 300 to vote lead there.
Yeah, he's got 44% of the vote over Reverend Goff, the Liberal who came in 2013. Johns was defeated. Voters rejected him there last fall in the municipal election. He was a longtime councillor. He's back. There's something about Mr. Johns that they're liking in the provincial election tonight.
It seems to be. All right, it remains a pretty close one there. A lot of those ridings, the Liberals up to that magic majority number, but they've been bouncing around it well, for the last half an hour or more.
Since we started.
Pretty much since we started tonight, you're right. And this is, so that's, this is not a sure thing by any means, but it's beginning to solidify a little bit here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the big picture graphics once again. There's the vote change. Wow. The PC's doing well, of course, but it is going back to what you said. It's if they have their votes in the right basket, so to speak. If they're all concentrated votes in just a few ridings, and that's why we'll see some of that.
That's right. And we saw the Liberals go just ahead of the Conservatives in the popular vote. Is back down to a tie now, but the edge is going to go to the Liberals because of that efficiency of the vote. They have the votes where they need them, where, as we saw on some of the riding boards, the Conservatives are winning by huge majorities, which is why they have a relatively high vote share, but they're still trailing the Liberals in seats, leading and elected by quite a substantial number.
But nobody's going to be jumping up and down saying they have a majority government right now.
I'm looking here because, of course, I'm kind of riveted on the closest races in the province. The 7 closest all have the Liberals just a little bit ahead, well under 100 votes each. Those numbers could easily just flip around in a few minutes.
Let's get to some of those boards to show the folks, again, just to reiterate that point that Graham makes there about just how close it is. And as Graham says there, those are close ridings, but the Liberals on the right side of things.
Except in Waverley, Fall River, Beaver Bank, where Horn is behind by just 1 vote. You're right, the Liberals are ahead everywhere, still very close, but it's firming up they're starting to separate a little bit more, where we're seeing the Liberals ahead there. If those things hold, if they hold those close races, then that 25, 26 number is what we're going to be watching for the rest of the evening.
The yo-yo that is our scoreboard there has the Liberals back down to 25 now, so a seat short, but as we point out here, lots of ridings still too close to call.
And no back-to-back majorities in this province since 1988, John Buchanan days. What is it about Nova Scotia that voters don't seem to want that?
That is a remarkable record, 30 years without back-to-back majorities. And so, you know, parties come in, and I have to tell you from personal experience, it's a lot easier to bring a government down than to actually run a government. And when you're running the government, you have to make difficult decisions. People get annoyed. And then they look around, and another opposition party saying, no, we can do better. They pull down the government, and we just keep doing that over and over again. Now, we may end up tonight with a Liberal government, but you know they're again 26. They're on that knife edge majority, so it looks like it's 26 and below. It looks like that record may be held.
Oh, you see some provinces, they stay with one party for decades. Nova Scotia, we like to taste all the flavors of the rainbow.
Apparently that's not the Nova Scotia way.
All right, as we point out, they're still too close to call in terms of government at this point, but we're watching it very closely, in particular those ridings, Paul, that are just razor-thin margins at this point, or a little better, but you know, these are races that we need to make sure we know about before we can make that call.
That's right, and you know, so far we're waiting to see just how many of those New Democrats are actually elected. We know that the Conservatives, the Progressive Conservatives, have elected a bunch of them. We know that the Liberals have elected a bunch of them, and we're waiting to see whether they can hang on in the closest races. We're just the NDP aren't as far along tonight in terms of. In terms of the 1988 majority situation, you have to remember that we've elected, what, 3 different governments in the last 3 elections,
yeah,
as Graham was part of.
Let's, you talked about the NDP there. Let's check out the riding of Halifax-Chebucto and see how the NDP leader is doing in that fight there. And he is ahead a couple hundred votes there over Joachim Stroink, the incumbent.
He is on his way to an election there with 44% of the vote compared to Stroink's about 39% of the vote, with about 53% of the polls reporting here. So this is a significant result for a few reasons. One, for the Liberals, it's a loss. In a downtown urban seat to the New Democrats. I guess more importantly for Burrell and for the New Democrats, it puts their leader in Province House if he does indeed prevail this evening.
Well, Graham, of course, you were in a party that the leader was not in the legislature. How difficult was that?
Right, so that was Helen MacDonald when I was first elected in 2001, and it just makes it immensely difficult in terms of attention, in terms of relationship building, in terms of sending your message out to the public. Of course, that situation didn't last very long. The NDP is having a good night tonight, although they still only have one person declared elected. They'll be very happy with those kind of numbers if they stay to the end of the night, and especially with Gary Burrell being back in the House. It just makes his job and the party's job so much easier.
Definitely.
All right, let's get back to battleground Metro Halifax and the riding of Clayton Park West, Paul, which is one that was had previously been held by the Liberal. Diane Whalen was the member there, but tonight it goes to the Liberals again.
Deacon Stenza, the interpreter, holding that very easily. This is a big Liberal win over the Progressive Conservative. Preston, Keith Caldwell heading back to Province House with a comfortable win in Preston, Dartmouth, and Bedford, another seat coming up right here where Kelly Regan easily home this evening. So there are ridings in Metro that they are holding, which is why they're bubbling right at that 26 seat mark where they are, you know, a hair's breadth
yes,
from forming a majority government.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, holding on to some of those high-profile Liberals in Halifax, but in Cape Breton, not the case.
No, right now it's what, one red seat. It's, as I look at it right now, it's McClellan is just barely hanging on against John White up there. Hope you might be buying him a dinner up there at this particular point, Graham. It depends on where it is.
I wonder how much that comes down to McNeil's fight with the unions. You know, obviously Cape Breton, a very proud union for a lot of folks. How much do you think that came into play?
I think it did. When I was talking to people about what was going on up in Cape Breton, you know, we heard there was some Liberal softness in there, and let's face it, Cape Breton, especially industrial Cape Breton, has some strong union roots, and they just felt that the McNeil government was going too hard after the unions. You might even call it an anti-union government, or at least the Cape Breton activists did. And I think we're seeing some of those results tonight. We have one incumbent Liberal ahead. Of course, Michelle Samson, Cape Breton Richmond, is behind, but not by very much, so that could still change. But the Cape Bretoners are sending a message to Stephen McNeil and the Liberals tonight.
Loud and clear.
Let's get back to where the fight is really being had, and begin with the riding of Waverley Fall River, Paul. One of those ridings that was too close to call, and there it is. It's 13 votes, the difference.
Well, we're starting with Chester St. Margaret's, where it's between the Liberal and the New Democrat right here. It was thought that the Progressive Conservatives could challenge their 13-vote lead at this stage with, 20% of the vote in. So it's, with more than that. In this particular race, it's almost over, and it's still too close to call. It's the next riding that they've had a few of those polls in, where Bill Horn leads by just 39 votes over the retired Mountie, Dan McNaughton, and Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank. That's a very close race at this stage of the evening. Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie, Lloyd Hines and another squeaker with Rob Wolf of the Progressive Conservatives challenging him. That is a razor's edge right there with 62% of the votes. Kevin Murphy with a little bit more of a comfortable lead over the Progressive Conservative Orkney. The bellwether riding so far holding true, but a lot closer than any Liberal down in the Eastern Shore would have liked to have seen.
Some of the Liberals may be chewing quite a few tums tonight as they try to figure out how this is going to go.
It's funny when a comfortable lead is 86 votes.
Yeah.
He's walking away with it.
He's walking away with it. Kind of night it's been here in Nova Scotia. All right, let's check in with the NDP. Angela McIver as a guest at the NDP headquarters. Angela.
Hi, Tom. I'm here with Fatima Saeed. She is, as you can see, wearing this beautiful headscarf, and her daughter's here as well. And tell me, what have you been up to during this campaign?
I was campaigning door to door with my 9-year-old Nadia, and it was really amazing. So I got to meet my neighborhoods. The people live next to door, and so it's really amazing, and I loved it. I was campaigning with Joanna Hussey. She's an amazing campaigner. I wish they win tonight. And it was my first time joining Canadian politics. Even though I'm originally from Ethiopia, I have never had this freedoms to be a part of one. So as proud Canadian, I am one of you guys. Now, so, I don't know, I'm wordless tonight.
Yeah.
And so I wish whoever political party wins tonight, the reason that I joined NDP, specific politics, so for educational reasons, they offered free college tuitions, and health care is really important to the newcomers as well, and everyone as a Canadians. So we don't have to struggle for doctors and education. We should fund in education and teachers and everyone. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. Angela McIver with the NDP tonight, and this has been close all night long, but the CBC Decision Desk is ready to make a projection. And it will be a Liberal government going back to Province House. We are still too close to call. We can't say whether it's a minority government or a majority government, but we do know that the Stephen McNeil Liberals will be heading back to Province House, and there we take a look inside the curling rink in Bridgetown. And Paul, they are elated with that result tonight.
A win is a win. The Liberals are returning to power in Province House, maybe a little closer than they thought when they called the election 30 days ago. But they have been returned to Province House. The next question is it a minority or is it a majority government? Still, for them tonight, a win is a win.
A win is a win, but it seems like a very blunt message is being sent to the Liberal Party tonight.
And a big question mark as to whether they're going to have a minority or majority government. We can look at the vote share right now, and as we've said, that magical number, 39.2%. No one has formed a majority with less, and they are short of it right now. They're in a dead heat with the PCs. A lot of races still close, but we've got a lot of votes in now, 200,000, so things are starting to solidify.
The expression that Premier Stephen McNeil used was they had a path to a majority, which tells me that he thought it was possible, but now that we're seeing that it's perhaps not so likely. Now, we're not calling a majority-minority now, we're saying, but it is going to be a Liberal government. It could still happen, but right now they're falling on the minority side of the line.
Do you think that was that spin? Was that spin that they were that was sitting out there?
Well, as we had mentioned earlier, they had a cushion of 8. They've gone below that, 9 seats down, so that's 1 short away from majority territory. So, yeah, it's not confirmed yet whether we're going to have majority or minority, but definitely a McNeil government.
All right, well, let's check in with the Liberals to see how they are doing. Jean LaRoche is standing by, as we know, in Bridgetown there with the crowd that were cheering and clapping just a few moments ago, Jean.
They were, but it's clearly not the kind of night that they had in 2013. The room isn't, as you can tell, there's plenty of empty chairs here. They're happy because, as you said, a win is a win is a win, but they wanted something a little bigger. And, you know, let's face it, there's still a possibility of a flop, and they're hoping that the flop goes their way, obviously. Tom.
All right, Jean, thanks very much. That is the latest describing the mood there with the Liberals in Bridgetown. Let's take you over to the PC headquarters now, Elizabeth Chu, and what are people feeling and saying there?
Well, Tom, they're obviously not pleased about the result, the Liberals coming in with a majority. That's not what the PC camp was hoping for, but they are seeing some signs of some pretty good growth. And one of these people that are watching the results come in is Erin O'Toole, who is fresh from Toronto in the National Conservative Leadership Convention, and you came in 3rd place. I think you call it bronze medal.
I told my kids I got a bronze, and Daddy did his best.
All right. And now here you are in Nova Scotia. What brings you to Spring Hill?
Well, listen, Jamie Bailey's been a friend for 2 decades. He's a wonderful Canadian, a great leader, and I'm here to support him. He supported me in the leadership, and Tara Miller, the president of the party, is an old friend, and so I got my political start really here in Nova Scotia. So I wanted to come after my campaign ended and help as much as I could.
Right. You worked on Dr. John Hamm's campaign.
In 1999, my wife and I did, yeah. So I came here with the military and then went to law school here and was involved as a Nova Scotia Tory. And it's great people, you know, across the province, and they've been working hard. And look, Jamie's increased the seat count, it's basically a popular vote is tied. It's been a real signal they're not happy with the Liberal Premier, so we'll see what the night turns out. It could be a minority where, who knows, the NDP and the Tories could work together.
You know, it's very remarkable in a way to see a federal, prominent Conservative here in the room. It wasn't that long ago that there was a little bit of distance there, right?
Well, you know, historically, when the PC party and the Alliance were separated, the Liberals benefited. The great thing about, you know, Andrew Scheer, our new leader, he called Jamie Bailey last night, wished him best. He knew I was coming down to work on the campaign today and to show my support. We're united federally, and we're very strongly behind Jamie and the Nova Scotia PC team. So the old days of us being fractioned a bit are gone. Certainly, we're very disappointed we don't have any Conservative MPs in Atlantic Canada. And my being here is part of the sign that we're going to be rebuilding here, and we look forward to working with Jamie, hopefully maybe as part of some minority coalition. Let's see.
You know Jamie fairly well. You know, how do you suppose he's feeling right now tonight?
Well, I think he's got to be happy with basically he's winning the popular vote, or has most of the night. It's almost tied. Huge gains in seat count across the province. Big gains in places like Cape Breton, where we'd had some bad results in previous years. I think he's got to be very happy. We're going to have to see how it works out, because clearly with the Liberals losing a lot of seats, losing support, it's a mandate against McNeil's government in many ways. Even if he ekes out a minority, I can't see them being happy with this. It's a clear signal that he failed to live up to his promises.
So it seems like overall, you know, you're smiling, you're in a pretty good mood.
Well, it reminded me of 1999 when Jamie and a lot of us here worked for Dr. Hamm. We would have liked the majority win like we had in 99, but certainly the Tories here worked very hard. Jamie has worked very hard, and I think his type of private sector experience is needed for Nova Scotia right now, but we'll see what voters say as the night unfolds.
Thank you so much, Erin O'Toole. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So Erin O'Toole saying this campaign is kind of reminding him, taking him back to 1999, Tom.
Yeah, quite something. All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much. Memory lane there for sure. let's get to some of those close ridings, Paul, and this is really where the fight is being held tonight. This will decide whether it's a minority or a majority government, it would seem. But there you go. The margin's a little bit bigger, but still, this is really super close.
Stephen McNeil's majority government at this stage rests on the Liberals overturning those PC leads in Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie, and Cape Breton, Richmond, where it's 21 and 26 votes there. Those are both cabinet ministers. Richmond is a surprise. Guysborough, Eastern Shore, somewhat of a surprise, but that's where it lives. If those two seats flip over, McNeil goes from being a weakened premier into a premier in charge of a majority government.
So those are the ones to watch for sure. At this point, too close to call, which explains why we can't say whether it's a minority or a majority government at this point tonight, Amy.
Well, meanwhile, folks in Jamie Bailey's camp are already talking coalition with the NDP. That's big talk for this early in the game, isn't it?
Wow, that's really interesting to hear Erin O'Toole talk about that, because people have right in front of them right now what's going on in British Columbia. You have the NDP and the Greens signing an accord in order to form a government. It's probably a little early to talk about that in Nova Scotia, but look, he raised the idea. People are going to be talking now.
All right, let's go to Liberals winning in Metro, Paul. We talked about early in the night, this was key battleground for the Liberals. They had to hold these seats, and it's looking pretty good there at Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island for the Liberals.
It certainly is. He's got almost 90% of those polls in. Labby Kasulis, we don't have the check mark up, but it's looking pretty good for him right now. There we go. Elected, Ben Jessom. That wasn't what the Progressive Conservatives thought was going to happen, and certainly Matt Whitman didn't think it was going to happen.
He was pretty confident during the campaign, was he not?
He did. He said that the by-election was ready. The
for his HRM seat.
To replace him. Yeah, he said there were lots of candidates ready to come back behind him. Well, it looks like he's going to be staying in downtown City Hall after this night is over. Big win for Jessom. Brendan McGuire, another incumbent who thought might have been vulnerable. No way. 1,200 votes. That's a walk-away win for Brendan McGuire over the New Democrats right there. That's why they're holding government, is because they're winning the 3 seats that we just saw.
And we have one more to report here from the Metro Halifax area, Clayton Park West.
The interpreter Di Costanza winning over Paul Kimball, the Progressive Conservative, not the NDP challenging there, but this has been a Liberal seat for the better part of, 14 years, and she's holding it for them. She is an interpreter who succeeded Diana Whalen and pulled off the trick of actually holding on to the seat.
Well, there you go. So a 914 vote lead there, comfortable for the Liberals, but still not able to say whether it's a minority or majority government as you look across the province here tonight.
Some Liberal bright spots in Metro for sure. To be expected, some of those.
Yeah, look, I think that last one was a compliment to Diana Whalen. She represented the area for a long time.
You've always spoken highly of her.
She left it as a good, safe Liberal seat for Rafa Di Costanzo. The Conservatives have represented it. Marianne McGraw represented it for the Conservatives back in 1999. That's the sort of seat the Conservatives would have to win to go the next step into government.
Some tough ridings for cabinet ministers in this province tonight, Paul. Let's take a look at how some of those folks are really feeling the pinch tonight. Lloyd Hines is one of them.
Well, he could still return, but he still has to get past the teacher, Rob Wolf. In that particular riding, a couple of things hit Hines. There's an expense issue that surrounded his time in the municipal politics there that didn't seem to ever go away. It put Rob Wolf in the lead, but at this particular stage, if he wins it, it's going to be McNeil in charge of a majority government. Susan LeBlanc, as I said earlier, the Liberals poured a lot of money into that riding to try to save Ms. Bernard, a cabinet minister who is on her way down to defeat with LeBlanc with 41% of the vote. And here's the one we've been talking about all night. Glace Bay, McClellan back on top. Like I said, someone's buying you dinner at this particular stage, Jeff. It looks that way that he
staying
might be able to
power there for Jeff McClellan.
I don't know. You better hang on, though, because it could be flipping back and forth.
It's closer than they would have thought.
It's that kind of night. All right, let's get to one more board here, Paul. This is the Cape Breton Richmond riding. And again, one of those super close leads and an incumbent really feeling some pain tonight here.
Be a surprise.
Yeah, if Michel Samson returns to the legislature, you would think he would be able to do almost anything he would want in a McNeil government because he would be the one who would deliver a majority government for him. But he is in a nail biter with 83% of the vote in.
He's not used to that kind of treatment on election night, is he?
No, he's always winning by large margins.
Right, and the other thing here is that Richmond has been Liberal since 1988, the third longest unbroken string for one party, along with Sackville-Cobequid for the NDP and Hants West for the Conservatives. But Chuck Porter has taken Hants West tonight for the Liberals, so that string is broken. But you would not expect Richmond to be such a competitive race. It is very Liberal.
So the Liberal strategy, interesting to see how it's playing out here tonight. Let's go to the Liberal headquarters in Jean Laroche. He is with a Liberal strategist at this point. Jean.
Hey, Tom, I'm back with Chris McGuinness, who keeps looking over his shoulder at the numbers to make sure they haven't changed. Let's start where they left off. Cape Breton and Richmond, a surprise?
It's close, yes, absolutely, but not all the votes are counted yet.
All right, let's get your reaction. What goes through your mind when we declared at least a Liberal government returning?
Well, we were pleased, obviously, but like I said, I think we're going to be here for a while yet tonight.
Pleased and relieved? Pleased
and relieved, sure, but you know, the night's not over.
And is this, when we talked about that path to victory, the path to the second majority, is this roughly the way it was supposed to play out for the Liberals?
Well, I'm sure there were 1,000 different scenarios, and the night's not over yet, so I'll wait to see how it ends.
All right, and in terms of if it were to stay a minority government, have there been any deals, any exploratory talks with the other parties?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You'd like one more in the win column?
Sure, absolutely. I'd like more than one.
All right, thank you very much. That's Chris McGuinness, the chair of the Liberal campaign. Tom, back to you.
More than one would help the Liberals for sure. All right, John, thank you very much for that. Let's get now to Brett Ruskin in our newsroom, who has been watching all of this unfold through social media, and he's come across some people who are not too happy with the results. Is that right, Brett?
Well, that's right, Tom. Well, we've been watching here on the digital desk to see exactly what the social media reaction has been now that we know that there will be, well, we're projecting that there will be a Liberal government. As you said, they are all negative, essentially. It seems as if the Liberal supporters are holding off to see exactly what the results will be, but the Liberal not supporters are definitely speaking out. So we have a number of different tweets here. OMG, why would Nova Scotians vote in the Liberals again? Another tweet saying, well, simply that's unfortunate, and then another saying, RIP to Nova Scotia. So again, Twitter right now has lots of negative comments and results of this projection that it will be a Liberal government. It will likely be the Liberal supporters who are holding off until they learn more information as to how this election really will shape up in the end. Again, you can follow all of this online, all of our digital tools with the interactive map as well as our curated live blog. You can go to cbc.ca/ns or cbc.ca/ns votes to follow those two tools. Tom.
All right, Brett, thanks very much for that. Keeping an eye on things there for us tonight. We do appreciate it. Paul, too close to call in some of these ridings, but look at that number on the scoreboard, and the Liberals have popped back up to that magic number of 26, and the reason would be Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Up by 5 votes now. I mean, that's where we are. That's how incredibly close it is. That's the one-seat majority that McNeil wants is right there. And look at Richmond. That vote is now narrowed to 20 votes right now. So here we go. This thing is not over. This is what, with those ridings in, 88% of the vote in Guysborough Eastern Shore. I mean, it's going to be a poll.
This is
one single poll.
This is why the candidates are out election day trying to get everybody to the polls.
I'll give you a drive to the poll, please.
Because what they do is they tell this story like for decades to come. Remember in Guysborough back in 17, you know, where it's not just one vote per poll, it's like 1/10 of one vote per poll. So that's how you motivate your workers.
It's like if a family goes on vacation, you lose the election. Right?
And look, they're on the knife edge of majority. The whole government, the shape and tone of the government could turn on a handful of votes in Guysborough.
Doesn't get more dramatic than that, I don't think.
It's been about a minute since the 26 has changed. I don't know how much you can read into that, but don't read too much into it because it's been flipping back and forth all night. But, you know, Liberals looking for some stability tonight. Yes, the yo-yo of that the leaderboard there, quite something to watch, Paul. And you know, you have to think that some of these cabinet ministers, prominent cabinet ministers who have been in trouble tonight, that's a message being sent to the Liberal government in one way or another.
It is, but all will be forgiven if at the end of the night we're looking at 27 seats, it's a majority government. If they can manage it, find a speaker, they can continue to govern like they are a majority, and none of this could matter. If they pop back to 25, we get the message, and you'll see a much more contrite Stephen McNeil government, I can guarantee you.
Let's look at some of the PCs that are winning against incumbents in this province tonight, beginning with the riding of Cumberland North.
The Progressive Conservatives were expected to win this seat. Graham talked about running up big victories where they were strong. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan would be one of those, taking out the incumbent Terry Farrell, an Amherst lawyer. Keith Bain, we spoke about him earlier. It wasn't just a win, it was a big win.
And Queen Shelburne, Paul, you spent some time in this riding, and the PCs put a lot of stock in that one.
They had hoped to hold this riding, to take this riding, by the way, which was represented by the New Democrats. The Liberals had thoughts that maybe a win here could offset losses elsewhere. It didn't materialize that way for them tonight. In Sackville, Brad Johns elected to Province House after his defeat in the municipal election, defeating Stephen Goff in Sackville, Beaverbank. That's a metro win for the Progressive Conservatives. They won in Dartmouth East, or they were leading in Dartmouth East. They are winning and have won in Sackville, Beaverbank. So after being shut out of Metro Halifax for the last two elections, the PCs can take comfort in that they are now represented in the province's capital city.
All right, back to PC headquarters, where Elizabeth Chu is standing by, gauging the mood in that room tonight for us. Things bouncing around here, Elizabeth. How are people feeling there at this point?
Well, they are definitely still watching the results. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. I am with Janet Friday-Dory, and she is the provincial campaign co-chair for the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservatives. Hi there, I want to ask you what you think of the results so far.
Look, it's not over, as we still know there's lots of polls to be counted. Our increase of the vote share is just a phenomenal trend tonight. The vast majority of Nova Scotians voted against Stephen McNeil, and that they didn't like his broken promises, and that showed through. We've picked up some great seats all across the province. We've picked up some seats in Metro. It's a real breakthrough for us. So I'm really pleased with the results.
Is this the outcome you were expecting? Have you been expecting?
Look, we knew it was going to be close. There's lots of seats that are going to be won and lost here by a couple of hundred votes. We were, with Jamie's leadership, we recruited some great women and men all across this province. And I'm really proud of the team that we put together, and proud of the effort that everyone did, and really proud of Jamie and the work that he has done across this province.
Was there a moment in the campaign, Janet, that you saw that you thought, okay, this is it, we've got to pivot, we've got to seize on this moment?
Look, our candidates, and we spoke with them every day, and Jamie spoke with them every day, and certainly traveled across. The healthcare issue became so large. People are crying out for doctors, crying out for emergency services, and that really became a rallying cry for our people, and certainly the results in Cape Breton, as you can see. The Liberals have lost some seats in Cape Breton, and that is the battleground for the healthcare reform that we need.
This result, what we're seeing so far tonight, is this satisfactory? How would you rate it if you were to give it a report card?
Well, certainly I would like to see Jamie Bailey the Premier of Nova Scotia, but he has done a really good job. And again, the vote share, we've almost tied the Liberals in popular vote, and with the NDP, I mean, 50% of the people voted against Stephen McNeil and his government.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Janet Friday-Dory, the campaign co-chair provincially for the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservatives. Tom,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much. We want to take you back now to where this fight is really raging tonight, and some of these too close to call ridings in this province, Paul. And this is a nail-biter, to say the least. But there you go, beginning with Chester St. Margaret's.
It is close there. That's where the Liberal leads the New Democrat by just 13 votes. Denise Peterson-Rayfuse just not going away in that riding. I'll take you to Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie again, where Lloyd Hines has just flipped that over to up to 53 votes. That was a case of just one poll came in. Whatever poll that was, he was down the poll before by 3 votes. The Progressive Conservative was up. A poll came in, and Lloyd Hines goes up by 53 votes. Whoever was that poll worker earned his pay tonight if this thing prevails. But that's just how close it is. You know, you saw it flip down to 25, it flipped back up to 26. That explains it. One single poll came in, and it flipped it around to where he's up, what? He picked up almost, 50 votes just changed there, which could really make the difference. And it is, as we're looking at it, the story of this election tonight. What happens in those seats that are just too close to call right now? Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie, and Cape Breton, Richmond, really the story of the night. Chester St. Margaret's, if the NDP should take that away from them, this is close.
It really is quite remarkable, isn't it?
It's unbelievable just to see such narrow margins between the two candidates.
The drama right now is in that Liberal number. There's a huge difference in a Liberal government if that number ends the night at 25 versus 27. Sure. Now, for people who follow politics like me, 26 is the most fascinating number of all, because once you name a speaker, it's 25-25 in the House. The speaker doesn't always vote for the government. The rules are a bit more complicated than that. That's the number that's going to be a good civics lesson for people across the province. But 25, 26, 27 can make a huge difference in the tone and the program that will be followed by the next Liberal government.
Can you appoint a speaker from the other party?
You can, but you know, in a case like this, Tom, I don't think the opposition would let that happen, because that would give the Liberals a clear majority, which Jamie Bailey and I would say Gary Burrell are not about to do.
And the futures of the leaders are also riding on this, depending whether it goes 25, 26, or 27.
Well, I think that's right. I think Jamie Bailey is safe tonight. You know, there was a bit of a whisper campaign. How well did he need to do? What's going to save him, though, I think, is the number in the bottom right corner. He's shown that he can attract the vote, he can run a close race, and especially with a knife-edge election like this is not a time for anybody to be talking about changing leaders. This makes Jamie Bailey safe for the foreseeable future, in my view.
All right, speaking of Jamie Bailey, let's show you this board, and it's an important one if you are he. Elected in his riding by a pretty nice lead there, Paul, a nice margin for sure.
Big win for Jamie Bailey, big win in that riding. That's not what we're watching tonight, though, right now. The night is going to unfold on just what happens in those close ridings. I mean, that is the story of the election. For Bailey, an accomplishment. He is safely home out of Cumberland South. He has beaten back Kenny Jackson now, the Spring Hill police officer, for a 3rd time. Big win for Jamie Bailey.
Do you agree with Graham that he should remain safe for the foreseeable future there in terms of his leadership?
Sure. If the number dips down to 25, he's really safe. It's a majority
the dynamics
government.
Get very interesting.
Change, yeah.
And that could well happen. The Liberals have been at 26 there for the last couple of minutes, but it did bounce, as you say, Graham, down to 25 not too long ago. Let's go to the Liberal headquarters and see how they are feeling about this as we try to decide whether this is a minority or a majority government in this province tonight.
It certainly is resting on the knife's edge, and I'm here with Tim Jackson.
Jackson, yes.
Tim, how far back does your relationship with the McNeils go?
I've known the McNeils since they moved to the neighborhood, to the town. I think Stephen was 8 years old. I went to school with some of his brothers, who are probably brothers and sisters, who are 6, 7, 8 years older than Stephen, but it's a small community, so everybody knows everybody.
So you've been pulling for him all night. What do you think of the numbers you're seeing?
I'm a little surprised, but I'm happy that Stephen gets to continue the work that he's been doing for the province.
And why is that?
Because I think Stephen tells it like it is. He's a lot like his mother. You know, she spoke straight from the hip, and she didn't candy coat anything, and Stephen is the same. I've listened to the other leaders, of the other parties, and all I hear is the same old rhetoric that has been spewed out for the last 30 years since I've been, able to vote. And Stephen was just nice and fresh and honest.
And did that candidness create problems for him?
Well, I'm sure it did. You see results like this all over. People get angry. you know, they focus on one aspect of a campaign or an issue, and I think Stephen looks at the whole picture.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. And I'll let you get back to your cold beverage.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Back to you, Tom.
There might be a few cold beverages consumed after this night, as it continues to be a close one, too close to call, whether it's a minority or majority government. And just in the few moments John was speaking there, the Liberals dropped back down to 25.
This is seesawing back and forth. The drama keeps building. It's pretty unbelievable.
This is the nail biters, our list of nail biters, Paul, and we begin with Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank. A lead of 9 at this point, with 21 of 39 polls reporting. That is close.
So what's scary about that is almost half of the polls still have to report. So anything could happen in Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank tonight. And as anything could happen in Chester St. Margaret's, where Hugh McKay holds a 13-vote lead over Peterson Rayfuse with 90% of the polls reporting there. So 4 polls will make the difference here. Let's go to the one that we're also tapping. Alana Pond, 20-vote lead over Michelle Samson with 88% of the polls reporting. Again, 5 polls to report in that race. Oh, Rob Wolf now back ahead. Holy mackerel, folks.
Buckle up. It's going to be a long night.
This is the most drama we've had on CBC for a while, would you say? It's quite something. 18, just the lead there for the PCs.
Well, but look, there's 4 polls to come. So what happens here? If he holds on to this seat and it holds, there's your majority government just disappear with 4 polls to come.
How are they feeling at this point?
Yeah,
There are these people in these ridings, you know,
they're...
I personally don't remember being part of an election like this, but I think, you know, we were talking earlier when he said there's a path to majority. Now, with the full benefit of hindsight, I listen to that and I think, okay, I think he knew it was going to be close. The parties have better polls than anybody else has. They spend a lot of money out. They know pretty precisely what's going to happen. I think Stephen McNeil foresaw this. He would have written at least 2 speeches tonight, and he doesn't know which one to pull out for when he goes into the hall in Bridgetown to talk to his supporters.
It might be a while yet before he figures that out.
Before he decides which pocket to pull the speech out of.
I don't think we're going to be able to tell him for a little while yet. That's right. So there you go. The share of the vote, though, the Liberals are ahead of the PCs, and they're up on the board there, 25 to 18. But this is just too close to call. This is really quite remarkable, Paul. And the NDP with 8 seats. You know, we've been talking a lot about the Liberals and the PCs here, but the NDP, they are improving their showing from last time around with just the 6 seats at the head.
Yeah, and the most important victory really is Burrell's, but in Dartmouth South they've got new blood in Gender, right? Which was a candidate they had a lot of hopes for because she was young, she was a lawyer. Parties have to renew themselves, so that was an important, that would be an important pickup for them in Dartmouth South. It does signal a rebound.
Tammy Martin up in Cape Breton Centre, fresh blood, union organizer from Cape Breton. Lenore Zan is holding on in Truro Bible Hill. And you look at the result, though. You look at the popular vote number. That's actually a drop of over 5% from the 2013 election, which you think would be a bad night. But those votes are where they need to be, and so it's exactly what we said at the top of the show. They've held what they had. They're gaining some seats, and Gary Burrell looks like he's going to the legislature. So, good night for the NDP, considering where they started.
Best they could have hoped for, you think?
I think that's exactly right, Amy.
Well, and they've held on to, you know, you're right about Lenore Zan, who her win in 2013 certainly was a surprise. So many people would have written her off. And in a progressive conservative tide in northern Nova Scotia that we're seeing here, she has fought off the progressive conservative candidate who was a very serious challenger.
You know, Lenore Zan is a really interesting story. You know, most people think of it as a conservative seat, you know, Bob Stanfield's seat. And Lenore won it, and then she held it when the tide was running fully against the NDP, and she's winning it again tonight. She's a lot tougher than people give her credit for. She's a real fighter, and it looks like she's going back to Province House. So this is turning into a Lenore Zan seat, not a Conservative seat.
25-18-8, and the Liberals pop back down again. So, again, too close to call, and we're waiting to see whether it's a majority or a minority government. But as we look at this, Paul, and we look at some of those prominent cabinet ministers who are in tough fights, you know, I guess you begin to ask yourself, what What is the message of the voters here? I mean, they're certainly not feeling the Liberal love in Cape Breton, for example.
No, I think that's the message that you take in Cape Breton, where there has just been a clear rejection. Now, whether it was because of a perceived bashing of the unions, or whether it was concern over deteriorating healthcare conditions and the fact they couldn't find a doctor and their specialists were leaving, and the doctors were holding news conferences on the Friday before an election, you know, these are things that start to add up and hurt. And so when you hear of the frustration from the, whoa.
Yeah, we're down to 24.
It's dropping down again. And let's take a quick peek here at the riding of Halifax-Chebucto right now. We're talking about the NDP leader, and there you go. Whoa. He is elected tonight, going to the legislature as leader of the NDP. Let's take you live now quickly to the NDP headquarters, where Angela McIver is standing by. Angela.
Can't say much more than that, Tom. This is a reaction in the room. Very pleased here to see that leader Gary Burrell has won his seat and that he will be moving this party forward. There's a lot of excitement in this room, definitely buzzing. Everyone is happy with what they're seeing, how the candidates are performing. There's a lot of high fives going on, so definitely a lot of excitement in this room right now.
Yeah, you can certainly feel it. All right, Angela, thank you very much. We'll get back to you a little later in the program. Again, plenty of ridings in this province still too close to call, Paul, and as we watch the Liberals drop down to 24 now, and let's have a look at what's causing the problems for them tonight.
Well, what's causing the problems for them is that Mr. Wolf in Eastern Shore, Tracadie-Guysborough, has increased his lead to 38. McNaughton is ahead in Waverley Fall River Beaverbank. That is an ominous sign. That's why they're ticking down to 24. The Conservative, Progressive Conservative, again holding the 20-vote lead in Cape Breton, Richmond. Again, what a fascinating election that we are watching unfold, with just those 2 or 3 seats that are the difference between, you know, heartbreak and victory for Mr. McNeil and the Liberal Party. So close.
Yeah, we knew it could be close, but this one is really close, too close to call yet. Let's go to Liberal headquarters, and Jean LaRoche is standing by with a couple of guests there for us. Jean.
Hey, Tom, I'm here with Wilhelmine Broomdale and with Sherry Robinson. Both of them been watching the returns come in. And what do you think, Wilhelmine?
I think it's getting better all the time.
But it's back and forth.
Oh, yeah, it is, but we expected that.
And you're not a lifelong Liberal. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we were always brought up that you voted Conservative. And at that time, you got paid to vote, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are the bad old days.
Well, no, those were the good old days.
All right,
If you didn't get money, you got rum.
All right, so what converted you to the Liberal cause?
I guess it depended on who was running for the party. And it used to all be pretty well the same, you know, one back and forth. But when Stephen McNeil decided to run for the party, we knew he's a good man. We know the family. They're all good people. And he looks out for the people, and we've voted for him ever since.
In fact, he's a neighbor.
You're right.
Now,
it has been ever since they moved to Nova Scotia.
Now, you and I ran into each other at the polling station,
You're
the one
right.
he voted to, and you wouldn't tell me what you were going to vote. I think the cat's out of the bag.
Do you think?
I think.
Oh.
Sherry, you're a lifelong Liberal. What do you think of what you're seeing here tonight?
I think we probably can thank the teachers for this mess that we're in right now. Being a nurse, I really don't know why the teachers think that they're so hard done by this government. I wish they would come follow some nurses around for a few days, and maybe they'd realize that maybe they don't have it so bad. And what Stephen has done is fine with me. I belong to the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, and I'm perfectly happy with not getting a raise. He needs to balance the books. And I just don't, why does everybody think the government has a money tree that they can just hand out to everybody?
You think most nurses, though, are willing to, are thinking the way you are?
Probably not, but I think we have to do something about the deficit, and I think Stephen has kept his promise to keep the deficit under control. And we don't have an endless pot of gold.
And do you think he'll stay on track even if he ends up with a minority government?
I hope so, because I think what he's doing is correct. Absolutely.
All right, Tom, this is Wilhelmine and Sherry, and we'll go back to you.
And we thank them for their analysis from Bridgetown tonight. John, thank you very much. Look at the scoreboard. We've dropped down to 23 now for the Liberals. This is really quite something. Paul, you want to make a quick comment there?
You saw it drop down. It's Chester St. Margaret's where Denise Peterson-Rayfuse is up by 58 votes right now over the Liberal Huma case. So it has flipped there in that riding just with a couple of polls. There we go. Look at that. With 38 of 41 polls to go. Hold on to your seats, folks, in Chester St. Margaret's. This one isn't over yet. Denise Peterson-Rayfuse with 58-vote lead with 3 polls to go, knocking Stephen McNeil's Liberals down if that trend continues.
Yeah.
I think you might want to put a pot of coffee on.
Yeah, this one's going to go for a while, I think. Look, we had the analysis there from the Liberal headquarters. Let's go over to the PC headquarters now, where we have Elizabeth Chu standing by in Spring Hill. Elizabeth.
Sorry? Hi there, Tom. I'm with Cameron McKean, and he is co-director of communications for the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative Party. You've been watching the scoreboard like a hawk. What do you think of the results? Are they what you actually expected?
Well, we're clearly, no party gained more seats than we did by a lot tonight. The popular vote is almost basically tied. This has been a great night for Jamie Bailey and the Progressive Conservatives. We really don't know how close it's going to be at this point, but this is great. I mean, Stephen McNeil's government has dropped considerably in seats, considerably in popular vote. We've gained in both. We're on the move. They're in trouble, and this is a great night for Jamie Bailey and his leadership of the party.
Now, Cam, you've been looking at every riding really closely, and you've been calling the ridings. How close was your prediction to what we're seeing tonight?
I think this is pretty close. I mean, we knew there's still, and I'm not even sure these are the numbers by any stretch, but we knew we were going to do really well. We knew it was going to be really close between us and the Liberals. I mean, frankly, we're doing what I find really encouraging is maybe some ridings that we maybe aren't going to win this time, but how well we're doing in them is really encouraging. And we've established a foothold in Halifax, which we haven't for a generation. We're winning in every part of the province. Just a great night, and I think it shows that Jamie Bailey's message to Nova Scotians has resonated. And every time people get to know Jamie, the more he increases their support. So I think it's only great things for our party under his leadership.
Cam, any surprises for you tonight?
Surprises, a good question. I think that some of the surprises is maybe some of the suburban ridings that we perhaps didn't do as well as we were hoping, but that was offset by some of the peninsula ridings and sort of the Dartmouth ridings where we did better than we expected. I just think it's like there used to be ridings that we used to like write off, and these are ridings now that we're in contention of winning tonight. It's really phenomenal the kind of work both Jamie's done and his campaign team have done this election. So we're feeling it's really great. I mean, we've been here, and this is our second time in Spring Hill, and it just keeps getting better.
What are you most pleased about tonight?
I would say the popular vote, with all honesty. A lot of like CRA polling never had us remotely this close. It had us at 9-10 points, and we knew that wasn't correct. And we've always had this problem. We've been undersold in those polls, and it shows that the popular vote's basically less than 2%. I mean, this is a very, very, very close election, and I think that shows how Jamie's popular vote's up from 8-9% from the last election. The Liberals are down considerably, so I think we've obviously the party with momentum, and we had the message that really resonated. I mean, we were what were the polls saying about 3 or 4 months out that we were like 40 points behind the Liberals? I mean, we've obviously had a great Jamie Bailey's message has resonated, and it shows that polls don't really mean anything, and then it's all about your message, and Jamie's shown that he's got a great message for Nova Scotians.
So you thought you were going to beat the polls. What was that based on? Was it what you were hearing at the doorstep, or
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. What we were hearing on the doorsteps, what we were seeing in our own sort of voter ID and stuff like that, and also just the enthusiasm of people, like the calls, our fundraising. Everything was up, and people are excited. And it's been a hard rebuild from when we lost power from 2 elections ago, and every election's gotten better for us, and this one's been really good, and it's getting closer. And I know the parties have, the networks have all called the election. I don't know. I mean, it's still pretty close. A couple of ridings could swing here, and we could be tied. So it's a great night for Jamie and what he's done, and we're all really excited. This has been a fun night for us.
Yeah, you're pretty stoked.
Yeah, no, this has been a great night, and we're very happy and it's great to have Jamie as our leader, knowing that he'll. Frankly, we're going to have a lot more say in the legislature because we're going to have more seats, and then it's probably going to be minority government for one party or another, and it's going to be a fun time.
Cam McKean, thanks so much for your time. Good to talk to you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you, Tom.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much. He's right about one thing. It is too close to call at this point, whether it's a minority or majority government for the Liberals. And we want to show you why. These are some of the ridings where we are just saying it is too close for the CBC to make the call. And, Paul, the issue here is the advanced polls.
That's right. The top 4 ridings that you're looking at your screen right now, we are still awaiting the results of the advanced polls. Everything could change when these things come in. It could be almost anything. So when you hear Cam McKean saying, I'm not sure it's over, well, the advanced polls could make that happen one way or the other. But look at it again, Guysborough Eastern Shore, 17 votes, Cape Breton Richmond, 20. It's just so close at this stage of the evening with so many thousands of votes in the system. We just don't know how it's going to end.
Is it exciting enough for you?
It is so exciting. And, you know, minority government, such a change from a majority government. It really does change the water on the beans, doesn't it?
It really does. Now, we can see that it's very close. We don't know which side of the line it's going to be. But the reason why it's so important, Amy, is that under a minority government, the whole tone has to change. You can't do anything in the legislature without attracting the support of one of the other parties. And that hasn't been Stephen McNeil's forte. In fact, premiers who have majority governments, they tend not to develop that skill. And you have to wonder if he's able to flip the switch, as it were, and go into that more conciliatory mode, or whether the other parties will say, no, I'm sorry, we just can't work with you.
And it's also curious which party he might try to cozy up to.
Wow. Right. I mean, during my time as an MLA, we saw the Conservatives making a deal with the NDP. Then they decided that was too good for the NDP. They switched to the Liberals. It's not an exact science trying to manage a minority government, and I have to say my experience was our politicians aren't particularly skilled at it.
Making friends in the legislature, not always that easy.
Exactly.
Well, the NDP will have a role no matter what happens in the legislature by the looks of this. Let's have a look or go to the NDP headquarters right now. If this holds, if a minority government holds, the NDP would be in a very important spot, to say the least. Angela McIver has a guest there for us, one of the candidates for the party. Angela.
Hey Tom, I'm here with Lisa Roberts, the declared winner for Halifax Needham. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And so Lisa, how did it feel tonight walking into this room, this election, as opposed to in August for the by-election?
You know, the dynamic in a general election is entirely different from a by-election, and my feeling is just that I'm so excited to have a team. I'm so excited to be a part of a growing team, and I'm really excited at the prospect of what impact we'll be able to have in the House of Assembly.
And to have the momentum of a room like this behind you?
To have the momentum of a room like this, to have the prospect of some of the candidates who are looking like they will be elected. There's many more who, I mean, we had the most incredible slate of candidates, and there are some others who I really wish had made it over the top, but I'm very excited at working with the team.
And how was this campaign different for you? What were you hearing on the doorsteps that you weren't perhaps back in August?
Well, you know what, things didn't change a lot between August and this time, except that teachers had been added to the healthcare workers and the folks with their parents in nursing homes and film workers and other folks who were already really upset and feeling disrespected by the McNeil Liberal government. So I'm not surprised that they're going back with a minority status.
And it looks like you could be seeing some new faces, some friends, some colleagues in the legislature with you. How are you feeling about that right now?
I mean, first of all, I'm super thrilled that Gary Burrell is going to be with us in the House of Assembly as opposed to up in the gallery. And then, you know, as a woman and as a woman with young children, I feel like I'm going to have a little posse because, I mean, Claudia Chender and Sue LeBlanc, things are looking good for them. We're at sort of similar stages, which is not the normal face of a politician. We're outside of the normal demographic, and I know that we will support each other a lot in our work.
So is this better than expected for you, or about what you were anticipating?
I'm an eternal optimist, so when I was adding up the folks who I could see getting in and who I would be really excited to work with in the legislature, I was getting up to 14 or 16. I think 9 is what most people who are more grounded in poll results were hoping for. And so I'm 100% thrilled with this tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Lisa Roberts, the MLA for Halifax-Needham. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Angela. And Lisa Roberts re-elected and excited about the posse she's going to be going to Province House with for the NDP.
It'll be interesting to see how that posse has some influence now when we are kind of tiptoeing in minority territory. We don't know what minority majority yet, but they could have wield a bit of power.
Well, that's right. And this is the ideal result for the NDP in the circumstances where they may get to decide what happens in the legislature. They may be dealing with Jamie Bailey. Let's not forget, you know, like
Aaron O'Toole's suggestion.
Yeah, like the British Columbia scenario. Let's not forget that that's a possibility that's on the table. But the point is that Gary Burrell's in the House and he gets to decide. And I have to say, I do know Gary a little bit. I know all the leaders. I think that he's going to show his strength, his skill when it comes to that kind of thing about finding ways to work with people to make things better for Nova Scotia.
Do you think his background as a United Church minister will help sort of ease some tensions in there?
I really do. He's a real people person. He's able to get along. But just that pastoral sense, you know, doesn't always work in politics, I have to say. But in this environment, maybe that's exactly the skill sets that's needed. So, as we were saying before, it's a remarkable night for the NDP. They're under 22% of the vote, but sitting with 9 elected and leading. That's an unusual result, but one that I think they'll be quite happy with.
So, Paul, what if you're the Liberals and you're trying to make a deal with the NDP? How do you go about doing that?
I don't know what the offer would be that they could accept. I mean, there's a pretty fundamental dispute on how you treat the public sector unions that I just don't see where the NDP can bend on, and where they wouldn't demand a really humiliating retreat of the Liberals, like the legislation that imposes contracts on the teachers, or one that gives them the right to impose contracts on public sector workers. So it's going to be an awkward fit between the Liberals and the New Democrats. And I know that McNeil made his name by being a stubborn character. Let's see if he doesn't have a little suppleness in his soul after an event like this. It very well could be that you could find Stephen McNeil willing to make a deal. And 4 years or 3.5 years of being the Mr. No, he might be a guy who would cut a deal. But what would the NDP ask that he could live with?
Look, I know Stephen McNeil as well. I served in the legislature with him. He's a very skilled politician. I mean that in the positive sense of the word. He became leader of the Liberal Party when they were at a bit of a trough. And he didn't win his first election as leader, but he did lead them to power. They owe him a lot. He's been the face and voice of the government. I think you'll find that he will take the skills that he has developed over his time in the legislature. He has been there since, 2003. He has it in him to do this, but he's going to have to change from what we saw as the leader of a majority government.
But in the lifespan of a minority government, seeing it go 4 years is not the norm.
Right. Now, our politicians tend to think of majority as the default. They keep saying to themselves, how do we get back to a majority? So just to remind folks, we had one 16-month majority under the Liberals in 1998. Then we had about 2 3-year minority governments, first under John Hamm, then Rodney MacDonald. They tend to be a little bit unstable, but that depends on the attitude and the skills of the leaders of the parties.
All right, let's get you to the PC headquarters now, where Elizabeth Chu has been busy working for us tonight there, getting a reaction to what is unfolding here. Elizabeth.
And there is a lot of reaction here in this room tonight, Tom. I am with Brenda Smith right now, and she is a resident of Mapleton, close to Spring Hill, and she worked on Jamie Bailey's campaign.
Yeah.
You are working the phones, right?
Working the phones, yes.
Tell me how to go this campaign.
It was good. Had your ups, you had your downs.
Yeah. But you've worked on other campaigns before. Was it different this time around?
No, not really. No, I can't say it was all that different.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of undecided until the end.
Okay, a lot of undecided.
Yeah.
So you tried to work your powers of persuasion on them?
Oh, yes.
All right. One of the major issues, if not the major issue, was hospitals. And that's something that's a concern to you, right?
Yes, it is, yes.
What's the situation on the ground here?
Well, here we are, our outpatients is down a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We do need more doctors.
Mm-hmm. Was that one of the reasons why you decided to support Jamie Bailey again?
Well, yes, he's a big help, and he's fighting for our health care, and it is. And trouble.
Once, you know, the PCs are in, they're in pretty good shape tonight. They're doing all right. Is this the night that you were expecting?
Well, I'd like to see more blue.
More blue, yeah. I think a lot of people in this room would.
Yes.
But overall?
Yeah, it's good, yes. No, people like Jamie here. He's a sweetheart.
I guess you're one of his fans.
Oh, yes. Big time. Yeah.
Thanks so much for your time, Brenda.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Brenda Smith, one of the campaign workers in Jamie Bailey's office, is working the phones, using her powers of persuasion. Dom?
I would think she'd be pretty convincing. All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much for that. Amy, let's get to a board that we've been wanting to bring up. This is about the women in the race.
Definitely. You know, early in the campaign, the PCs tried to make an issue out of the number of women candidates. Let's see how many were elected. So leading and elected up 5, which is pretty positive for the legislature.
This is fantastic news. This is a new record for the number of women in the legislature. Let's be frank, it's still not close to parity, but it is progress. And I look at some of the people that have been elected tonight for the first time. Elizabeth Smith-McCrossan in Cumberland North, Susan LeBlanc in Dartmouth North, Tammy Martin, Cape Breton Centre, Kim Maslin in Queens Shelburne, Claudia Chender in Dartmouth South. From what I know of them, they're all smart, articulate, capable people. This is one of the good news stories of the night.
All right.
All right, let's get a look at some of those ridings where we are seeing those women win those seats, Paul, or do, at least at the very least, to do well tonight. And we begin with Dartmouth South, and that's the Claudia Chender seat. Right,
and Jamie, Graham referred to it. This is the new blood that the New Democrats wanted to see come into Province House with this election. A comfortable lead right now up in Sydney. There we go, Madonna Doucette with a 192-vote lead with just 3 polls to go, looking very good for the New Democrats to take that away from the Liberals, who took it away from them. And there we go, the indefatigable Lenore Zan. I won't say that again. With a 450-vote win there. They were coming after her one more time, and she beat that back.
Indeed, she did. She's got to be happy with that result tonight. Going back to Province House, the Liberals are hunkered down in Bridgetown tonight. Jean Laroche is with them, and he has a guest. Jean.
Hey, Tom, I want to introduce you to Paul Doucette, who's here from Bedford. Why'd you come all the way down to the Valley?
Well, I mean, the Valley's a great place to be anyway. I grew up in a very small place in New Brunswick, and this is a lot closer to my sort of upbringing than being in the city. So yeah, I was glad to be here tonight. So
it's not exactly the electric mood you were looking for.
Well, this is it. I mean, we sort of a few years ago we had a lot more excitement in the room at this time because we knew that there was a lot of people who were trying to change things here in Nova Scotia. Tonight, I know that there's a lot of people that are sort of a little upset, a little angry about what's happened over the last few years. I know we've got a good government in place. I think that we probably should have another government in place after this that can continue on the work that we've got going.
One of the things that made people very angry, and the 2 opposition parties really tried to capitalize on it, was health care. You're a physician. What do you think this result will mean for that reform?
Well, you see, working as an emergency room doctor, what I see is I see there's a lot of work to be done. I know that we had a lot of battles in the first few years of this mandate to try and fix things up in terms of contract negotiations and trying to reorganize some of the administration that we have to deal with in Nova Scotia. What I really hope is that we get a chance to do a second term where we can sort of do some of the good work and try and repair the things that really need to be done in the emergency room and in primary care and preventive health care in Nova Scotia.
Was the criticism fair, though, from the opposition parties? Is health care in a crisis?
I don't think, I've never liked that word, crisis. I don't think there's a crisis here in Nova Scotia. I think certainly we've got a lot of people who really depend on us and really need us to do a good job. And I think what we need to do really is come up with some good solutions and figure it out, make it better for everybody included. And I think that we can do it in that second term. The problem was in the first term was trying to make sure everything was stable, that we had the right people in place, that we had the right administration, that we had the right contracts in place, and try and make it better for everybody.
So what do you think they should have done instead?
I think actually, I mean, in place of what we should have done, what we should say is that we've done a lot of the things that needed to be done. And it wasn't really palatable for anybody. It wasn't palatable for the doctors. It wasn't really all that good for the patients. It wasn't all that good for the government either. But what we've done is I think we've tried to paint a good foundation, a good place for us to build and make it better for everybody after this.
And you hope that building can continue despite the numbers.
Indeed. I mean, we're very close here. I mean, this is probably what we're talking about here is the difference between a majority government, where we can probably get some things done, and a minority government where it's going to be a lot of delay and negotiation. And I really hope it ends up being a majority government.
All right, Monsieur Doucette, merci beaucoup.
De rien, monsieur.
Back to you, Tom.
All right, Jean, thank you for your work there in Bridgewater. Too close to call, and that scoreboard has not moved, Paul, if you've noticed in the last few minutes. 23 Liberal, 19 PC, 9 for the NDP, and we want to go to the board now that explains why this is happening. It has to do with advance polls we're still waiting for. These are big advance polls. We're expecting a dump of votes here shortly, Paul, which means we can't call it just yet.
It's going to take a while to count those ballots. The only movement that we've seen is actually in Guysborough Eastern Shore, where they are now down to just 2 polls left, and the Progressive Conservative Rob Wolf has that 17-vote lead. Advance polls, a huge dump of those votes, could turn this around. You know, Chris McGuinness could be celebrating by the end of tonight, pulling off his campaign win. We just don't know at this point which way it's going to go. It's going to now depend on the advance polls, because those have to be counted, as you just said, Tom, in the top 4 ridings, where the Liberals are behind in all of them. If it turns it around, it goes from 23 to 27.
Tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Stay tuned. This one's not over for a bit yet.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a stretch waiting for finality for this at all.
Yeah, that's right. And I noticed on those close boards, the Liberals are still in the hunt in all of them. The 3 closest ones are led by the Progressive Conservatives. So, you know, it's going to be a while yet before we know what those final numbers are going to look like. The popular vote is now firming up, is not moving much at all. The fact that Liberals are in a lead suggests they may be able to pull out some of those close races, but you see right now they're sitting at 3 below the number they need for that razor-thin majority.
The difference between 23 and 27 or 28, incredible.
It's like 2 different kinds of government, so that's what we're waiting for now. That's the suspense, is what kind of government are we going to have. We know it's going to be red, but just in terms of tone and what they're able to accomplish and who they're able to accomplish it with, yet to be decided.
Well, if you look at the situation right now, Paul, if it was to stay like this, the tone would have to change, wouldn't you think?
Right. As we've been talking about Stephen McNeil, who made his name by saying no, by turning down the public sector unions, and actually legislating with a heavy hand, it was working for him with the polls. Remember, he's never been behind in a poll since he was elected Premier of Nova Scotia back in 2013. That continued right into the calling of the election. Nova Scotians seem to like that idea, but certainly in places like Cape Breton, they've spoken out against it tonight.
And is the assault on the Liberals in the last 10, 15 days of the campaign on the health care issue, do you think that's bearing fruit here tonight?
Well, the whole campaign changed actually with the debate at the CBC, when Burrell turned to him and said, "Is there a crisis in health care?" And as we say, how do you answer that? You know, for each individual, of course there's a crisis in healthcare if you can't get a doctor, and it turns out there's 100,000 people who can't get a doctor in Nova Scotia, and that's why Bailey pushed it. Every single campaign event for the last 2 weeks involved a push on healthcare.
We'll draw your attention to the corner box, Amy, just for a moment there. That is the NDP headquarters, getting ready for the leader to show up, Gary Burrell, who has won a seat tonight and has made some ground for the NDP here with the 9 leading and elected. And we expect to see and hear from him in just a couple of moments.
Well, I wanted to put that to you. Was that the turning point in the campaign as well for you, whether there's a crisis in health care?
I think it was, because what happened after that is people said, "You don't think there's a crisis?" Well, of course there's a crisis, and here's the proof.
They've got their own personal stories to share.
That doctor's news conference in Cape Breton, I know that would have been devastating to me as a candidate, as a government running for re-election. What they were saying was very powerful, and clearly it was a message that resonated with Nova Scotians. That, I think Paul's right. That could have been the turning point of the campaign.
Well, in Cape Breton it would have been, because those are authority figures delivering a verdict on the McNeil government. That was, I think, a big event. Now, McNeil tried to argue it's the same issue in every election, that it is health care and that we have a credible plan to address it. We'll see whether that gets pushed forward in the next legislature. But he was being hit over the head by all of them. The New Democrats actually never strayed from it. It took Bailey a while to find it, but that's how he started.
Let's look at some of the ridings in Metro Halifax where the NDP did just fine. Thank you very much. And Gary Burrell is one of them, rather elected there tonight by a pretty handsome margin, Paul.
Every seat matters, but that one especially. We're hearing noise, so perhaps before we get to Cape Breton Centre, we will take a look. We are seeing noise there. They have reason to celebrate.
Clearly they know something is about to happen, and you would think that Gary Burrell can't be far away from walking into that room.
Let's take a look at our next riding. Tammy Martin winning the CUPE representative, sending a Caper to Cape Brettoner to Halifax. She'll be joined by another member of the posse from Cape Breton, Sydney Whitney Pier. There we go. She's got a comfortable lead at this point with just 3 polls reporting. So, new blood from Cape Breton for Gary Burrell, new blood in Metro Halifax, and Lenore Zan hanging on. At this point, we'll see whether or not Denise Peterson-Rayfuse can pull it off in Chester St. Margaret's. We're just going to have to wait for advanced polls in that riding. She's up to 46 votes ahead right now.
But as we look at that NDP headquarters, Amy, obviously the NDP in a good mood tonight. They have quite a bit, actually, when you think about it, to celebrate.
They've met the benchmark that they needed to meet. You hear the chants of Gary, Gary, Gary. So it sounds like a bit of solidifying around their leader who they haven't had for a terribly long time.
That's right. And what's going on here, Amy, is that New Democrats are happy again. Under the Dexter government, they felt that the party had drifted away from the core principles. Gary Burrell is very much believes in those core principles. So again, the New Democrats had something to fight for. And the good news for them is not only did they have something to fight for, but it's borne fruit tonight. So I think the room's going to be very happy with Gary Burrell tonight.
And it was a campaign risk, right? I mean, he moved them into the left, hard left. Certainly he did, with open-ended promises, that we haven't heard the likes of for quite some time.
Lots of spending.
Can he grow it now? Can he grow it?
Oh, well, sure he can. He's in there. He's got a base. That's what this was a retreat to the base in many ways, in urban into the city and into Cape Breton. So he does have a place to grow from. Voters could have easily rejected him.
Right, and the best thing for Gary Burrell tonight is he is going to be in the House. He is going to be able to show people what he can do, so that by the time the next election rolls around, people will be much more familiar with him than they were this time.
Well, how many people had actually heard Gary Burrell speak maybe before the debate?
Well, this is one of the things about politicians is other than the Premier and the top cabinet ministers, they're not very well known. Of course, Gary Burrell had served a term in the legislature from Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, but not very well known across the province. He's run a good campaign, and now, especially now that he's holding the balance of power, or at least if it turns out to be a minority government, Nova Scotians are going to be hearing a lot more from and about Gary Burrell.
I can hear the chants now.
Yes, and the NDP candidates were told, Paul, many of them are in that room tonight. We saw and heard from Lisa Roberts earlier this evening. So, and we're told it's not a very big room, but it's a loud room, isn't it? I mean,
that's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it?
They're feeling it. Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, it looks like a busy room indeed, and that's exactly what the NDP want to celebrate. Someone at the microphone there, I'm sure, about to announce his arrival. But Paul, they're in a jovial mood.
It's Susan LeBlanc from Dartmouth North who unseated a McNeil government cabinet minister, and here we go.
There we go. Leader of the NDP party, Gary Burrell, wins his seat tonight. 61 years of age, a United Church minister. He says he learned many of his socialist values while at the church. First elected in 2009 and then defeated in 2013, but he didn't give up. He ran and became the leader of the party as we know, and took the party back to its traditional roots, as we were talking about earlier. And he's meeting some of those folks in the room are pretty happy with the results as they played out.
And what will an NDP position holding the balance of power mean in Nova Scotia? There'll be a lot of Nova Scotians who are kind of afraid of that prospect. When you think of the kind of issues that he was pushing, will feed every Nova Scotian, will reopen all of the collective agreements, will renegotiate them, free tuition. There's a lot of sort of leftish. They're trying to. The reporters are getting questions.
Very, very pleased that our program has been affirmed.
He's not a man of few words, but he is there right now as he's making his way through the crowd to get up to the microphone and to give a speech that I'm sure he's only too happy to give tonight. And this is really quite a night for Gary Burrill as he wins his seat in Halifax, Chebucto, and increases his seat count in the province house.
He loses votes and increases seats. Now,
it's not supposed to work that way.
There's a reason why they're happy. That would be it. Three new seats. Well, potentially 3 new seats. We'll see whether Chester St. Margaret's holds on.
But then there's that other thing, Paul, is that he is about the core values. So the Democrats are happy about what they fought for.
That's right. And he was all about that from start to finish in the campaign. That's for sure. He used that word, or those words, core values, many times throughout the campaign. And there you go, thumbs up to the crowd. And they're giving it right back to him. They're enjoying this tonight for sure.
I think he's going to start to talk now. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Leader Gary Burrill.
My dear friends, the riding that has been served so profoundly well over the years by Alexa McDonough and Howard Epstein has returned to the New Democratic Party. And it is, in fact, a real moment for us this evening of celebration, because it is the case that the cause of social, environmental, and economic justice that we stand for is very significantly being strengthened in the House of Assembly in Nova Scotia this evening. And as you will have taken note, as the results have been coming in, even though they're still not conclusive, we know that the team with which the mission of social, environmental, and economic justice through the NDP is going to be advanced in the legislature in this coming term is a team which is made up so significantly of women. And amongst the things we celebrate this significant improvement, the significant augmentation of the numbers with which we are able to advance our purpose and our mission in the legislature. But we also celebrate the fact that in the course of the 30 days of this election, we have been able to do nothing less than change the nature of the conversation in politics in Nova Scotia. For many years, whenever anyone has wished to talk in a serious way about programs that will improve dramatically the living circumstances of large numbers of our people, the door has been shut from the outset, because this is a matter that would require something other than a balanced budget, so you may not discuss it. It's not something that's on the screen. It's been off the screen for a long, long time, and in 30 days we have put investing in people back on the screen. I want to add, alongside of this word of celebration, a word of acknowledgement of the heaviness that we all feel about the fact that so many of our magnificent slate of candidates have not this evening been successful. we know that we have all stood together, the 50 of us, ready to provide the best government in the history of Nova Scotia, and that there are, and that for many of our number, this is an opportunity that is going to have to wait, but it is an opportunity that is going to come. So, acknowledging, along with our celebration, the places where our hopes have not been met across the province this evening, I can't help but think of the Irish poet Yeats, who wrote about the great 1916 Easter Rising 101 years ago in Ireland, which was itself not successful, but which set in motion a chain of events within which, within a few years, Ireland received its independence. And Yeats wrote about that moment. He said, "It was a defeat, but it was a defeat more glorious than many of a victory." And that's true. We've had many, many of those. I want to add to this word of celebration, this word of acknowledgement, also a word of gratitude. I am moved with gratitude for the job that Michelle Jarash and our provincial campaign team have given to us in supporting our program. And I am moved with gratitude for the enormous, immeasurable effort with which we have moved the earth under the leadership of Brad Field and Halifax Shubakto. I want to say just a deep word of gratitude to all that think of us all, the hundreds and the hundreds and hundreds of people who have contributed to our effort in all the 51 ridings across the province. This deep movement for an environmentally respectful and egalitarianly serious society here in Nova Scotia. So we have had people in every corner of the province give deeply of themselves with diligence and force for a province where everybody has the health care they need and where people can send their kids to public school with confidence and where young people can look into the future and be able to see a future in a province where there isn't anybody that's in a position where they're not actually to be able to buy their food. We have looked and worked and offered this in every corner with hundreds and hundreds of people. And so it is the truth that Nova Scotia owes a deep gratitude to all who have taken part in this great effort. And I want to say a word of gratitude also in my family to Debbie Parrott, my wife, who 4 days ago, Debbie celebrated our 38th anniversary by canvassing with Jim Morton. And to our children, Clayton, Fred, Eva, and Rosanna, and to my brothers and mother and their families who never fail to round up a good, strong crowd of burros to support one another whenever we need it. Yeah. Perhaps I'll just say a short word about the possibility, which seems to be emerging, that there could be a minority situation. We have campaigned so hard on the basis of the idea that Nova Scotia needs major investment in the lives of our people. So a government that is prepared to move forward with such investments will find in us a diligent and strong ally. And the government that fails to move forward with such investments will find that it has to contend in a serious way with our opposition. And lastly, may I say a word simply of commitment. We are dedicated as a party and a social democratic movement to the goal of a Nova Scotia where everybody gets the health care they need, where everybody's job pays them enough to live, where young people can start out without being loaded down from the start with an impossible amount of debt. And in Nova Scotia, we are dedicated to a Nova Scotia where nobody has to go to the food bank to get their groceries. Our commitment to this great purpose has been deepened and strengthened and made more real by this campaign. And together we'll continue now to do this. Thank you, my friend.
Well, there you go. That is NDP leader Gary Burrell with his speech expressing his delight for returning, first of all, his seat to NDP power, but also returning the party back to its social values and principle. He talked about how he advanced their cause, the party's cause, and helped change the conversation in this election, and most people would agree that that was certainly something that did happen. Took a moment to quote Yeats there as well, which was interesting.
Don't hear that every day in a campaign speech.
Indeed, but more importantly, he talked about the possibility of a minority government and how that might look, and he talked about working with a government that was prepared to spend money to invest in people.
Well, he laid it out on the line. You will find a strong ally in the NDP if you're willing to spend more money. So despite his reference to the glorious defeat, he's moving on and he's looking to cash in with spending. That's clearly the explicit statement that he issued out. That was the purpose of that speech, other than to express gratitude. It was to say, we expect you to spend, and if you are willing to spend, the NDP in Nova Scotia is willing to support you in the legislature. That's what I was
It doesn't
hearing.
get much more blunt than that, does it, Graham?
That's exactly right. Gary Burrell is taking advantage of the fact that he's giving the first speech of the night to start laying down his conditions for who he's going to work with and what he's going to work with them about. But of course, it's still too close to know if we're going to end up with a minority or a majority. But he's starting
He's
to
hedging his bets.
he's starting to lay down his terms, and that's exactly what we'd expect him to do with the result that he's got tonight.
And the crowd seemed pretty pleased with it.
You saw that number, by the way, just to quickly explain why it's flipped up to 24. Hines has picked up, 80 votes ahead now.
This is the Gary Hines.
This is Lloyd Hines. I beg your pardon, Lloyd Hines. Different Hines, different riding. Hines up by 80 votes with one poll to go.
This night is not over yet by a long shot. Oh, there's Howard Epstein,
there's an embrace that you would expect to see.
LA from that riding.
Let's stay on that shot. It says a whole lot, doesn't it?
Sure does. And there you go, the NDP back to where Gary Burrell wanted them to be. That's right, more back to the socialist values of the party, highlighting that. He's making his way around now to what we think will be a media scrum as he shakes hands with well-wishers there tonight. And Gary Burrell, he is certainly pleased with his results tonight, Paul.
He certainly is, and as Graham said, laying down his markers for what comes next. Now, whether he actually retains that clout or not, it will still depend on what happens with those advanced polls. Look what it did for Lloyd Hines. It just flipped that seat around. You're looking at red in the Guysborough riding right now. Four now.
We'll wait. Stay tuned for that one as well. Listen, let's get to Brett Ruskin in the newsroom, who I am told has some breaking news for us. Brett.
Breaking news about the out-of-district ballots. That was something that Jean Laroche had mentioned earlier in the evening. We have an update now from Elections Nova Scotia. So they say that there were 22,000 votes cast using that out-of-district method. That is when you cast a ballot not in the riding in which you normally reside. So 22,000 in total have been cast. There are 25 teams currently counting those ballots. And as of 10:45, about 10 minutes ago or so, 29 of 51 of those boxes had been counted. Elections Nova Scotia says that all of those 22,000 ballots will be counted by 11:30. So we were talking about perhaps a slowing down of results coming in. That might account for it. So we do have a good chunk of ballots that will be counted and will be coming and released. That information will be coming out by 11:30. That's the latest according to Elections Nova Scotia.
All right, Brett Ruskin, we said it might be a late night, and I guess that's confirmation right there. Brett, thanks very much for your work on that. Yeah, this is going to take a while, Paul.
Well, with it so close with the knife edge, we're just not going to know. It's just that close right now, and it could go anyway.
Yeah, and you take the numbers that Brett just showed us. You've got a little more than half the boxes that have been counted. Something like 8, 9, 10,000 votes still to come, going to be dumped on us in the next half hour. The wheels could start spinning again, and we don't know where they're going to end up.
I mean, when you think about it, this is a remarkable night. I mean, there's been so much happening.
We've seen so many twists and turns.
You know, and Paul, I know you've covered elections for a long time in this province. Do you remember one like this?
Nope, there's never been one that I've seen that's ended up this close, this late. I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock at night here in Halifax, and we still don't know whether we've got a majority or a minority government, and it could change one way or the other. They could sink further back, they could move way ahead and be delivered of a majority government in a matter of a half an hour.
You can only imagine what Stephen McNeil is going through right now. It's probably a bit of political agony on election night.
Yeah, I think it is. Look, he has put himself out there as the face and voice of the party. There's not a lot of his cabinet ministers who are really prominent, really well known around the province. This is Stephen McNeil and his government. Essentially, it has become a referendum on him and on his style of governing.
Yeah, it's really quite remarkable. That number 24 has stayed frozen there for quite some while, and as we talked about, it is the ballots, the advanced ballots that we're waiting for there, Paul. But you know, we go back to the speech by the NDP leader there, Gary Burrell, and obviously he's thrilled that he wins. He gets that toehold in Metro, and he gets his seat at Province House. But how much of an appetite will there be to have a conversation with Gary Burrell about, and how difficult will those negotiations be, I guess, when it comes to trying to appease him so that you can then proceed with government?
So we've talked a little bit about why Stephen McNeil might be reluctant, because maybe one of Burrell's asks would be to dismantle some of his legislative agenda over the last 3.5 years. But I'm not sure Bailey is in any better shape either. Jamie Bailey did campaign on a kinder sort of version of restraint. Now, he has said he would repeal the legislation. That's obviously a point where the two could discuss sort of a coming together in a minority government situation. But on the basics, Bailey was also saying, I want the same wage pattern that upset the unions, that they're not interested in following at all. And just for viewers outside of Halifax, or Nova Scotia, that's a wage freeze and 3.5% for the 70-odd thousand public sector workers that were affected by it. So Bailey has said he wants to keep that wage pattern. He wants to take away the retirement bonus. So there's points of conflict. It's not going to be an easy relationship with either of them.
So when we hear from Jamie Bailey tonight, we're not expecting any kind of horse trading in his speech just yet.
No, not just yet, but I think Paul has put his finger on exactly what the issue is Stephen McNeil's signature initiative has been what he has done with the public sector unions. But remember, he hasn't yet closed the deal. None of the major unions has agreed to the offer. Both of the opposition parties have said they will not force that offer on the unions. It's hard to see where the agreement could be. It looks like, this is a little unusual, but it looks like there's more common ground between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Typically the right and the left, but Liberals in the center, but it seems like the Liberals have taken up more of that right side.
That's right. Now, some people have said is the Liberals have become more conservative than the Conservatives, and that's going to be a key issue as we move forward. Still waiting to know if it's minority or majority.
We are still waiting to know, but we have to pause right now just for a moment to say goodbye to our viewers on CBC News Network. The National is up next for you. You may want to stick around and follow this story because it is such an interesting night here in Nova Scotia. If you are outside the province, you can continue to watch us on our CBC Nova Scotia Facebook page or on our YouTube channel or on cbc.ca/NS, because this story is not over yet. We still can't say whether this is a minority or a majority government at this point, waiting for those advanced polls to be counted. But of course, if you're in Nova Scotia, we want you to stay on CBC television and continue to watch things as they do unfold here in Nova Scotia. This is one exciting night. Pretty hard to imagine a more exciting night as a journalist to cover this.
Away from this.
I wouldn't want to leave this. I can't believe our audience would want to do this. It's just too close to call. And Paul, we're back to those ridings we've been watching for the last hour or so, and they are too close to call.
Well, Cape Breton, Richmond, we're still stuck at that 19 votes in that particular riding. Not quite sure what the vote percentage that's in there. It has not changed much in Cape Breton, Richmond at all so far. Again, the progressive conservative continues to lead Bill Horn in Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank. The New Democrat, Denise Peterson-Rafuse, is still ahead with 46 votes as the polls start to close there. In that particular riding, we're down to 3 polls. So here we go. Just so close, too close to call, as we keep saying, 1 poll to come. In Guysborough Eastern Shore, as we just mentioned, that big poll came in that gave Hines, thrust him into the lead. There it is, 80 votes. Turn that around with just 1 poll to go in that riding. There's 43 of the 44 polls reporting with just 80 votes to go there. This is looking a lot better for Lloyd Hines than it was the poll before. That's just how close it is.
It's changing poll by poll for pretty much everybody, isn't it?
Well, there's another one.
19.
Hasn't changed. We are still waiting to hear final results from Cape Breton, Richmond, where Alana Pond has been stuck in that 19-vote lead now, it seems, for ages. We've just been watching, tapping that blink. Let's take a look at our next riding, which is where Dan McNaughton holds on to a slim 26-vote lead with 7 polls to go over Liberal Bill Horn. Again, the Liberals are in a position to slip into majority government depending on how these votes go, with just a handful of polls left to go. Here we go. We were talking about Denise Peterson-Rafuse with 3 polls to go, holding up with a 46-vote lead. Whew. This is close all around. With the Liberals presumably this close right now to being in a majority government, or slipping and being stuck as they are right now in a minority government situation, just that close.
As we've been saying all night, just teetering on the knife's edge. So dramatic.
I'm looking at the numbers here, and we still have 14 seats that we think are too close to declare someone elected. 6 Liberal, 4 Conservative, 4 NDP, so we still have a ways to go yet.
Yeah, this is going to take a while, and as Brett told us, 11:30 before we're expecting...
That's going to be a long half hour for some folks.
It is going to be a long half hour, and we won't be hearing from the leaders, the other 2 leaders, until after that. So, yeah, buckle in there. This is going to be an interesting race right to the end, as we can tell you the Liberals 24, the PCs 18, and the NDP at 9, and this one, as we say, too close to call, whether a minority or a majority government. But, Paul, you look at the results tonight, and you look at what Jamie Bailey is contemplating in terms of his speech and what you might expect him to say, to hear him say.
Speech changes entirely.
He's rewriting it, isn't he?
Right, of course. Speech changes entirely. If he's a majority government leader of a strong official opposition, that's one thing. If he's a strong leader of the opposition in a minority government with the ability to make a pitch, I mean, obviously Stephen McNeil would have the ability to make the first pitch to the Lieutenant Governor to try to form a government. That's certainly what we would expect. But Bailey and the Conservatives, if this holds up, have got some questions to ask themselves about just what they would be willing to put up with.
Well, so many questions to ask tonight, and one of the men we want to ask them to is on the line with us now from the NDP headquarters, NDP leader Gary Burrell, with a pretty happy room behind him tonight. Mr. Burrell, congratulations on your win.
Well, thank you so much. It means a lot. We appreciate it.
You bring your seat back to the NDP, and you increase the number of NDP members to the House, certainly a long way from forming government. But still, what do you take from the results here tonight?
Well, we have had a very clear word to the people of the province throughout the 30 days of this campaign that in Nova Scotia we face 4 serious crises in health care, in our education system, in opportunities for young people, and to make sure that everybody in our province can actually have enough income to get enough to eat. We've taken the view that these 4 matters are not going to look after themselves, that they require serious investment, and that this is the moment for a government to boldly and dramatically make those investments. I think it's very significant that plainly this view has resonated with an awful lot of people.
Well, we don't know whether it's a minority or a majority government at this point, but you did talk about the prospect of a minority government in your speech. And to quote you, you said you were quite prepared to work with a government that was prepared to invest in people. What is a non-negotiable for you?
Well, I think it's premature to speak about any of the matters of negotiation that will come up. Our first order of business is to meet together with our new caucus. And of course, one of the first things we'll want to do is to explore this question, see what our mind is collectively before we move forward to have any more detailed negotiations or thoughts about it. But in general, we have said with great clarity throughout this campaign, these are not problems that call for wallpaper over the crack. When you have the fastest rising use of food banks of any jurisdiction in the country, a good government makes a dramatic investment-based move to address the problem. When you have the highest indebtedness on graduation of young people of any province in the country, a good government is one that seriously sees the depth of this problem and makes investments to address it. And so we will be looking to the new government to be addressing these problems with a vigor and a seriousness and a capital I investment.
If it is a minority government, and again, we can't say that at this point whether it will be or not, if it is a minority government on the labor front, are you prepared to work with a party that would or could legislate a contract?
Look, we have over the last 20 years in the NDP been asked by the people of Nova Scotia to take on a wide variety of roles. We have been asked in elections to be the third party. We've been asked in elections to be the opposition. We have been asked in elections to be the government. And we have done these things in minority situations and majority situations. In every one of all of these situations, we have given 100% of all we are, and with maximum focus and energy and commitment. So we will do that in this new situation. We will give maximum focus, energy, and attention to advancing the things that we believe in the new situation of the new legislature.
When you look at the issues in this campaign, healthcare was a big one that both your party and the PCs hammered the Liberals on. How much of an issue do you think that was in the outcome tonight?
Oh, it's an absolutely major issue. When in a province the size of Nova Scotia you have over 100,000 people without a family doctor, how can it but be a major issue? At the same time, candidates from all parties will have had the similar experiences. They've gone door to door and inquired of people what are the major things on their mind. They will all have heard about family members that they're waiting to get in nursing homes, but they couldn't get in nursing homes because the government hasn't invested in any new nursing home beds. They will all have heard stories about family members being treated in corridors and closets and hallways in the hospitals of the province. They all have heard stories about emergency rooms being closed. I think people from any party who have had the thousands of conversations that we have in the course of an intense political campaign will have come to the conclusion that the dominant theme in people's hearts at this moment in Nova Scotia is related to the crisis in our health care.
All right, Mr. Burrell, we will leave it there. We'll let you get back to that crowd of supporters who are so eager to spend some time with you tonight. Once again, congratulations, sir, on winning your seat, and thank you very much for speaking to us tonight.
Well, that's my privilege, and I'm eager to spend some time with them. Thank you.
The NDP leader, Gary Burrell, who wins a seat tonight in Halifax-Chebucto. And as he was speaking, you might have noticed the scoreboard there inched back up to 25 for the Liberal. Paul, tell us exactly what's happening
Well,
there.
that riding is in Richmond, where we just had a huge dump of votes, the advanced polls, the polls we were talking about, where Michelle Sampson right now is up by 5 votes. 780 votes came in. When it was said and done, with just 2 polls to go, he's hanging on by a 5-vote lead. So we told you it was going to be up and down. It is up and down. What a big dump of votes came in, and the result so far has Samson up by 5 votes with just two polls to go. So we are in nail-biter territory tonight.
He's eaten all of the Tums tonight, don't you think? I mean, he must have. Incredible, really.
Yeah, it's amazing. To see these races so close, the drama that's going on in all these ridings has to be unreal.
It is. And going back to what Gary Burrell was talking about, now, you know, we still don't know. Look how close we are to that minority-majority line. But let's assume for now that it's going to fall on the minority side. Back when the Conservatives had minority governments under John Hammond and Rodney MacDonald, the negotiations, the discussions went into the deep back rooms of government, to the point where I in the NDP caucus often didn't know what was going on and had to find out many years later. It would be nice if those conversations came out front.
Well, we're seeing some of it on TV right now.
Right, and in fact, we're seeing the same sort of thing in British Columbia to show people what it is that's being discussed and what agreements are being made. That it would be nice to see it being done differently than it was before.
Deals, not backroom deals.
Exactly.
All right, Paul, we have another board we want to share with the viewers. That one of those too close to call ridings. This is Cape Breton, Richmond.
Look at this. She's now back up to a 13-vote lead. And look at your top right screen, folks. One poll to go.
Left.
115 votes came in. He was up by 5. He's now down by 13, with Progressive Conservative Alana Pon leading right now with 1 poll to go by 13 votes.
I think we call this a cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's a cliffhanger, all right. And if she is able to do that, she's knocking off a giant in the Liberal Party there, certainly in Cape Breton.
Who knows how it's going to end?
Yeah, this is incredible. Let's get to the PC headquarters right now to see how they are feeling about all of this. Elizabeth Chu has a guest. Elizabeth.
Tom, I'm with Angie Zink, and she is the Director of Rapid Response on the PC campaign. And we just saw the numbers for Michelle Sampson. He is trailing Annapon in Cape Breton. Explain that. How did this happen?
Yeah, I think if you look in the case of Cape Breton in particular, they have really been wanting to talk about healthcare for some time, not just during the campaign. Huge rallies held previously. Lots of invites to the health minister and to the MLA to really address those concerns, the mental health concerns. So I think they really have been looking to do that. And I also think the Richmond expense scandal. I think voters are sick of those things, and I think actually he's wearing that, and we'll see what it's really close. We'll see what the outcome is, but very proud of our team there.
Another cabinet minister in Cape Breton, Jeff McClellan, on the ropes a bit. How do you explain that one?
Yeah, I think Mr. McClellan would definitely be wearing some of those healthcare concerns as well. But some things we've heard out of that campaign is important things like the Bayplex, that community just want it fixed, and yet the transportation minister was really running around the province fixing other messes. You know, the Blue Nose, the ferry. I think all of those things. I think he's wearing them today.
And another thing that's notable, I mean, we're talking about cabinet ministers that are on the ropes tonight as opposed to backbenchers. What does that signal to you?
Yeah, I think Nova Scotians were really tonight is a signal to the McNeil Liberals, to their government on decisions that they've made across those major portfolios, and oftentimes backbench MLAs they're a little bit distant from that. They're not the face of the government, and actually I think our team and the PC team and Jamie Bailey's leader have done a really good job, not just in this campaign, but over the course of this government, of really holding that front bench to account and making them explain the decisions that they've been making.
Angie, Gary Burrell has already made his speech as the NDP leader. we should be expecting Jamie Bailey any minute, right?
Well, we're waiting it out. We do. We have really, really close races, as you mentioned, both in Richmond, in Glace Bay, and I think some others across the province as well. So, and we'll really see what that shift is going to be, whether or not it's a minority or majority government. And I think that's important to wait out.
You know, Jamie Bailey worked with Dr. Ham in a minority government situation back in 2003. You're one of the earliest people to join Jamie Bailey's team. What do you think, you know, about his experience and his willingness to work in a minority government situation?
Yeah, I mean, certainly knowing Jamie personally and working for him, I think it does take a lot to be able to reach out and to work with a wide range of people. And I think if you look at the team that we put forward, we had a big tent. We had a wide range of candidates that came from all different backgrounds, different policy backgrounds. So I think that experience, and as to your point, experience working with Dr. Ham is positioning us very well to not only make minority government work, but to also hold a minority government to account. I think the other thing we've seen is that Liberals, when they were a majority government, really used some of the House legislation, some of the House rules. I think they took advantage of that. Many, like sitting through the night, all of these types of things. I think voters were sick of that. They want to see a House that's actually working for them and a government that's being held to account. And if that's where we end up after tonight, I really have a lot of faith in Jamie Bailey and the PC team that we've elected tonight to do that.
And finally tonight, the other thing I've noticed, the number of women that are elected or leading in your party, it's a big gain for the PCs.
Yeah, I'm really proud. I mean, I think you and I've had this conversation before. I don't often like to break candidates up into gender, but I am particularly proud as a woman in politics. Particularly proud to see. First of all, to see Alana holding Mr. Sampson right to the wire tonight, but also welcoming Kim and Elizabeth and Carla and all of those folks, welcoming Carla back, but welcoming those women to the team, and I think it just brings yet another perspective, to fill out that team.
Yeah, pretty big night for the Tories. Thanks so much.
This is a great night. Yeah, this is a great night. I'm very happy.
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Angie Zink, the Director of Rapid Response for the PC campaign. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Elizabeth. Elizabeth in Spring Hill with the PCs tonight, speaking to someone very much involved in the Jamie Bailey campaign. You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if that little boy that Jean LaRoche introduced us to down at the Liberal headquarters tonight is still awake. I wonder what
I think he may be napping in a corner somewhere.
Maybe. Although this is pretty exciting, and we're still waiting for those ridings that are just too close to call.
Well, yeah, and on a night where every vote counts, we want to have a look at how many people actually turned out to vote. Voter turnout not looking very good. Last time around we were at 58%, so now looking closer to 46. Really overall quite low. We've got about 95% of the polls already in. So did the Liberals stay home? Is that the storyline that we're seeing shape up out of this?
Amy, that number is going to go up as more votes going to come in, but it would have to go up by a huge amount to get anywhere close to the next lowest ever voter turnout. That's a real surprise to me, because we have the so-called broken glass voters that you and I talked about earlier, people who are highly motivated to vote against the government. You would expect that to increase the turnout. So the only explanation you're left with is that Liberal voters, people who would normally vote Liberal, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for another party, but they chose to stay home tonight. Those numbers are not looking good for turnout tonight.
That's definitely very low. Not good for voter engagement. Folks not getting interested in the campaign too. Is that part of it, or?
It was a little bit of a flat campaign. I mean, there were some issues, but there was no fire. It's too much to call it a sleepy campaign. It just didn't seem to. It wasn't the thing that got people talking at the bus stops or in the coffee shops, and that's the kind of thing that you need to boost voter turnout.
And you think about it, Elections Nova Scotia had all those multitude of ways for people to vote. Easier than ever to vote. And I guess what the lesson there is that the people who always vote, if they did take part in any of that, they just voted early, and we didn't see an uptake there.
Yeah, well, that's right. We had a record advance turnout, but you know, the explanation that seems to make the most sense is it happened to the NDP last time. People just crossed their arms and stayed home. That seems to be happening to the Liberals tonight.
All right, Paul, what's your take on it?
Well, there could be another explanation that none of the leaders really engaged Nova Scotians, that there wasn't much excitement there. Certainly McNeil was a flashpoint. There was opinions on McNeil. We knew what he stood for, what he was up to, what his offer was, and I've heard this analysis that in fact the other two leaders, no matter what they're saying at their campaign headquarters tonight, just did not excite the imaginations of Nova Scotians as well. Usually, you would think that a low turnout vote would help the incumbent.
But what about the timing of the election, too? Was it time to sort of stem the university student vote? A lot of them are gone away. Did that have any impact, do you think?
I've never been convinced that the timing of it has an impact, really, in terms of universities. No, it's a good time of year. It was decent campaigning weather. We had a nice, sunny, if somewhat cool day here, and we just said it's easier to vote now than ever. Those can't be the explanations. There's something going on. A lot of fodder for discussion for the next weeks and months to come.
We've got a lot to talk about for a long time, I'm pretty sure.
All right, let's go back to the NDP headquarters. Angela McIver is our reporter there tonight, and she's standing by with the president of the NSGEU for his take on how things are unfolding here in this province tonight. Angela.
That's right, Tom. I'm standing here with Jason McLean, president of the NSGEU. So, Jason, what brings you here tonight? I know leading into this election, you were anyone but Liberal.
I've been anyone but Liberal, but I was trying to find a party that was in the city tonight in Halifax, and here we are. This is the only party in town, and I got to tell you, I'm very proud of the NDP. I'm very proud of the PCs for coming out and taking seats for the McNeil Liberals. They've been sitting here for the last 3.5 years, abusing hard workers and not respecting what they have as provisions in our collective agreement. And I'll tell you, it's a great night for workers if the numbers hold up the way they are, and I believe they are going to hold up that way.
What message do you think that this is sending to the Liberal government?
The message that they got, I think loud and clear, is respect workers and respect what they do, because they're only out to do their jobs. But when you want to tinker with provisions they have in the collective agreement, they're going to come out and they're going to lash out. And I believe that the Liberal Party heard loud and clear tonight that this is where workers are on this.
And do you think the success for the NDP in Metro, and we see some ridings in Cape Breton as well, do you think that that was on purpose?
I think it was anybody but Liberal, and it was whoever's successful or could be successful in that riding. I do believe a lot of ridings were historically NDP or historically PC. Or fed up with the Liberals. And that's the issue that you're dealing with tonight, and I believe it was straightforward, not necessarily an overwhelming win for everybody, but definitely loss for the Liberals. And I look forward to tomorrow to dealing with the leaders that are there and saying this is the message that came through, but it wasn't for lack of work on our members and lack of work on people that were not happy with what the Liberals are doing.
And so, Jason, what are your expectations with the new elected officials going forward?
Well, a minority government is the best scenario for everybody in Nova Scotia, because everybody has to put policies forward that believes in Nova Scotians. So anybody that is out there to say, hey, we want to take this here piece of agenda and push it forward, it can't happen without the cooperation of another party. So I believe we're going to get the best work done in the next little bit that we have a minority government, or, dare I say it, a coalition government.
That's brazen. Do you think that it's realistic to expect that the Liberal government, and we know it will be Liberal, they're going to change their tune when it comes to unions specifically?
I think a message has been sent to Steve McNeil. I mean, he seems like a reasonable guy when you talk to him, but his policies haven't been reasonable. So hopefully his policies now will become a little bit more reasonable.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you, Angela. You take care.
And Tom, back to you. This is Jason McLean, president of the NSGEU.
All right, Angela, thanks very much. He seems to like Mr. McNeil on a personal level, but maybe not on a policy level. Thanks very much for that, Angela. Do appreciate that. You have to think that the folks who are counting those last of those ballots in those tight ridings are feeling a little pressure right now, I would think.
Make sure one doesn't stick to the box.
Gotta get this right.
Well, how reasonable Mr. McNeil is towards the NSGU might well depend on what happens in these 4 or 5 ridings where we still are awaiting more advanced polls to come in. And, you know, it's still not over. If you take a riding, for example, like Sydney-Whitney-Pier, where the New Democrat holds a lead, that's a large advanced poll that we are still waiting to hear from. Look at that. They're so good in the control room, aren't they? I didn't even tell them.
Your wish is their command.
Almost a 200-vote lead, but we're still waiting to hear an advanced poll there. So there are still ridings that we still have to hear from that could change the outcome of this election for people like Mr. McLean's members, certainly.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's check in with the Liberals once again. Jean LaRoche has a guest with him down in Bridgetown. Jean.
I do, Tom. I'm with Linda Bailey. Linda, your relationship with the Premier goes back a long way.
Yes, it does. I knew him before he was even old enough to grow a beard.
Did you think you'd be in for as long a night as we have been?
No, I didn't. But I was worried about the outcome, I must say, because of the way that the campaign was run by the other candidates. And I know that Stephen's integrity would not allow him to fight back the way he should have. He maintained his respect and his integrity, and he knew he was doing that because of the type of man he is. He'd rather lose seats than to fight back and throw stones the way it was thrown at him.
In what way were the opposition leaders unfair, Linda?
Well, I don't agree with the way that they went to unions and put the unions up to talking to the union members to vote their way, and they were making them all these promises that we know they can't keep. Stevens has to run the whole province. He can't give everything to one group of people.
If this were to stay a minority government, could Mr. McNeil, the man you've known most of his life, work with another party to govern?
Yes, he will, but knowing Stephen will take this as a personal strike against him, not his party. He will take it personally, and I know that he is hurting and hurting bad, and in turn we hurt for him because we know the real Stephen McNeil.
All right, Linda, thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time.
Okay.
Back to you, Tom.
All right, Jean, thank you very much. People obviously getting probably a little weary there in Bridgetown as they are across the province waiting for this nail-biter to finish. We can say it is a Liberal minority government. We can't say whether it's going to be a Liberal government, rather. We can't say whether it's a minority or a majority at this point. But obviously, we're still waiting for those last remaining ballots to be counted in those 4 or so close ridings across the province. And we were told we would have those results by 11:30. It's getting pretty close to that right now.
I'm sure they're furiously counting them, trying to get everything settled and straighten this night out and figure out what's going to happen, which direction we go in.
Yeah, what I think is probably happening out there right now is the campaigns have zeroed in on where those boxes are that could make the difference. They're sending their best people. They're going to make sure that everything is done exactly right. You talk about the pressure on the poll clerks, the election officials. They will have never felt this much pressure in their life. The nature of the government of Nova Scotia turns on what they do
in
the next
balance.
half hour or hour.
They're earning their pay today, aren't they? I was talking to somebody who earlier was talking about how it's not a bad job for a day or whatever to work in a poll.
It's easy money until it's not.
Until
right?
you go to 11:30 at night and you're left counting the remaining ballots.
And who knows how long we're going to be waiting for those.
And you got to hit the heavyweights from the party coming in, looking at every ballot coming out of the box, looking at it closely. The pressure. Yeah, they're feeling the pressure.
I wonder if we could go back to just a couple of remarks that you heard from Burrell when he was talking to you. I mean, I heard that he didn't say the word deficit, but what's clear is that he's going to expect Nova Scotia to go back into deficit no matter who he plays ball with, in the case that this does turn out to be a minority government. That's going to be one of the interesting finesse points that you might want to be hearing either McNeil or Bailey deal with this evening. He's going to have to send some sort of signal in the next little while, but whether that's a bridge he's willing to cross as we go forward.
Certainly he's in a spending mood by the sounds of his comments there tonight. Let's get to Brett Ruskin in the newsroom. He has a story about a student vote exercise that maybe didn't go quite as maybe the night has unfolded in the outcome. Brett.
Tom, sometimes the student vote mirrors the adult vote or the full-on Elections Nova Scotia vote, but that's not the case here. However, we do have all the votes counted for this part of the election, so let's take a look at them now. First of all, the stats. There was 18,000 students who were polled from 163 schools across Nova Scotia. So here are the results. In last place, we had the Liberals with 11 seats, followed by the NDP with 13 seats, and in this case, if students had the vote that would have counted and mattered, it would have been the Progressive Conservatives who would have formed the minority government with 25 seats, with the NDP being the official opposition. So again, this is just the student vote. This is not the official vote, but it is certainly interesting to take a look at what the students in the province would have elected.
Right. Thanks, Brett. They kind of got it turned upside down there. You're right, but I'm sure it was interesting just the same for them as an exercise. Brett, thanks very much. Do appreciate your work tonight from the newsroom. You know, you look at that number there, 24 Liberals leading an elected, and as we wait to decide whether this is a minority or a majority government, the reality here is that you know, a fair number of Liberals have gone down tonight. And that's got to hurt the party.
Yes, there were winners and losers tonight. So some of the Liberal losers, if you put it gently, I guess not so gently, but you know, what would they be going through? What's going through their minds?
I saw this after the 2013 election. I saw a number of my MLA colleagues fall, and I know that what they were feeling afterwards was they wish they'd pushed back more. They wish they'd spoken out. What happens when you're an MLA in a majority government is you're told, stick with the team, it's going to be all right in the end. And let's face it, there was, you know, escorted by the police out of the legislature several times, you know, fighting with the teachers. This is not easy to do, but they stuck with it. They all stayed on board. And now, you know, good people like Dave Wilton, Cape Breton Centre, Terry Farrell up in Cumberland North, Joachim Stroink, of course, losing to Gary Burrell in Halifax, Chebucto, Stephen Goff, Sackville Beaverbank, Pam Eiking, Victoria Lakes. They have all been sent home by the voters. And so I can't help but thinking that they're wondering whether they should have done something different.
But how easy is it to go rogue in a majority government?
Well, see, it's not easy at all. And so, the experienced people, the Premier and his advisors are saying, no, stick with us, we'll look after you. But then when you see results like this, you see, well, no, some people are going to fall by the wayside. And it's hard not to take this kind of thing personally, but, you know, those names that I mentioned, they were carried in on a Liberal tide, and now that the tide's receding, they're being carried out again. It's really important for them personally not to take it personally, just to understand this is just political business.
And politics is never easy.
It's pretty hard on people sometimes.
And that's the problem with tides. It goes both ways. So there you go. Let's go to the too close to call board, Paul, and because this is where the race is really coming right down to the wire here tonight as we continue to wait.
Right. It is now past 11:30. Elections Nova Scotia did tell us that those out-of-district votes would all be counted by now. Perhaps that has happened. What we can tell you is that on the too close to call ridings, which will determine the fate of the Nova Scotia government going forward, very little change. Only in Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank, where McNaughton has increased his lead slightly to 32 votes now, with 34 of 39 polls reporting. So not much activity out there right now. They could be slowing down because the lawyers are on them or the party officials are on them, being ever so cautious. But we are still waiting. The Liberals are trailing in 3 of those 4 major ridings that we're watching. We're also keeping our eye on Sydney Whitney Pier as well, where the New Democrat lead looks fairly comfortable at this point. The ones at the top, Cape Breton Richmond, obviously, and Waverley Fall River are the ones that we are watching closely.
Of course, your dinner as well, Graham, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm keeping a close eye on that one especially.
Speaking of dinner, I'm glad I had that extra piece of pizza in the newsroom earlier, Paul, because, you know, this is turning out to be a long night.
Yeah. It's a little cold by now.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, there's still some more back there. I may have to grab a bite before this is over. You know, the Liberals, that 24 number, I mean, they are so painfully close to a majority government here. And as Paul says, and we're waiting for these ridings to come in with the results. But you have to think that there's a lot of soul searching happening right now.
What went wrong? What could they have done
wrong?
differently?
I mean, they were, you know, as Graham was saying, they saw the path to a majority, and maybe that was code for it may not be quite there. But at the beginning of the campaign, or a couple of months before the campaign, this was certainly not the result they were looking for.
Wondering, they went early, right? That sometimes is not always the best thing.
Well, timing is completely up to the Premier, and in this case, Stephen McNeil had a long runway. Of course, our system of government, you can go up to 5 years. Usually people don't go that long unless they're sure they're going to lose. He made a strategic decision. Now, Stephen McNeil, as I said earlier, is a very smart politician. He's a strategic politician. He knew that some people were upset with his government, but he felt that he knew who his audience was, and he just needed to reach out to them and send the message, and they would send him back to Province House with a majority. It looks like he's misjudged that audience a little bit. He's received a rebuke tonight. Again, we still don't know if it's majority, minority. They have lost a number of seats. So this is a rebuke. I think people are saying to him, we like generally the direction you're headed, but do you have to be so tough about it? Do you have to be so rough? Couldn't you be a little bit more conciliatory? That's one possible message that he could take out of the results we're seeing so far.
Well, and if we see a minority government, there'll be a lot of conciliatory talk.
Well, as we were talking about earlier, there will be a call on Stephen McNeil essentially to do a 180-degree turn. The skill set required under majority, where you're keeping your caucus in line, is very different from the skill set under a minority, where the important thing is reaching across the aisle to get things done.
Does he have that in his personality, do you think?
Yeah, I think he does. He's, we said it earlier, he's a skilled politician. He can do it if it's needed. But if he has gone further, become more conservative than the Conservatives, we also said earlier that the PCs and the NDP may have more common ground. Now, that's a tough thing to do. The Liberals are leading in the popular vote. They're leading in the number of seats. When we saw this kind of scenario before under the Conservatives, essentially they met the legislature and dared the other parties to defeat them. We may be heading for a scenario like that.
All right, well, I think our reporters who were at our live locations around the province spending the evening in the ridings of the leaders have probably met most of the people in the various halls they were in, because they've been interviewing a lot of them. Elizabeth Chu has been certainly, Angela McIver, rather, has been with the NDP tonight, and she has a special guest with her. Angela.
Yes, Tom, you can't meet too many new faces here in this room tonight. And I have here with me Jagmeet Singh. He's a leadership candidate for the federal NDP race. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
And so what brings you to Halifax tonight?
Well, I was excited by the election. I wanted to come out and support the New Democrats here. And Gary Burrell ran an amazing campaign. I want to enjoy some of the energy and share a little bit with it.
So what are you taking away from Halifax and from Nova Scotia and the candidates that you've met along the way so far?
So I met some incredible people. I think it's phenomenal the amount of women that have been elected for the New Democratic Party. It really speaks to our values. We really believe in making an inclusive party, and a big part of that is ensuring that we have equal representation when it comes to women. We don't see enough of that, but it's such an exciting thing to see. And what Gary's proposing is really working for the people, putting people first and prioritizing the needs of everyday Nova Scotians. And I think that's such a wonderful thing, and I'm proud to be a part of that.
And you mentioned women, and I'm sure diversity is a big part for you, being that you are colorful yourself and you bring, a different perspective to politics. That's been happening here at the local level at NDP too. Have you met some of those candidates who have wanted to bring something different?
Absolutely. I was able to hang out with Trevor Sanipas, who is a Mima. And I think that would have been amazing to have him in. He didn't make it in this time, but definitely built up a base. We ran an amazing slate of candidates from different backgrounds, different professions, which is a part of politics. We need to see that and more of that. It makes a more richer political scene when we have people from all different backgrounds getting involved.
And what do you think are some of the common threads between the federal NDP party and the local provincial here in Nova Scotia?
Yeah, really it's a commitment to fighting inequality. We know that poverty is a massive issue. We know that there's a scenario where more and more people are feeling that it's hard to make ends meet, and we want to make sure that there's less inequality, there's more opportunities for people to realize their dreams. And that's really what New Democrats are all about, making sure that we have public supports for people, that we support our public infrastructure, public services, and we make sure they have a vibrant society where everyone can enjoy an opportunity to thrive.
Is there anything new that you're taking away from this trip in particular that you're going to bring back to the federal race?
Just how important the East Coast is. It's so important to acknowledge that the Maritimes is a vibrant part of our nation, and spending time here, hearing stories, knocking on doors. There's so many similar struggles that people face, but it's been an amazing opportunity to be able to connect with people here.
Have you tried the food here tonight?
I love the food. It's been amazing.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Jagmeet Singh. He is a leadership candidate for the ND federal race. Tom?
And you bet someone's going to suggest a donaire for him to have some time in his stay here in Halifax. Angela, thanks very much. Let's get to the Liberal headquarters now in Bridgetown, where Jean LaRoche is standing by. He has a member of the McNeil family with him to speak to him tonight.
I do indeed. I do indeed, Tom. I want to introduce you to Stephen McNeil's latest grandniece and his niece. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Okay, we talked a lot about strategy. We talked a lot about votes. I just want you to, this is pandering to cute. We need our little bit of cute. Now, how old is she?
3 months.
And what's she doing up?
She's very proud of her great uncle, and she's here to celebrate with him tonight.
And she's wearing the swag, that's good.
She is, all in her red and white.
Now, are you worried that she won't be able to sleep given the excitement?
That's all right with us. It only happens once in a while.
All right. And he thinks she's cute too, right?
He loves her.
Oh, look at the smile. Did you get the smile? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please be careful going down the stairs. Don't actually stay here with me until we say goodbye. Okay. There you go, Tom.
John, you're a great guardian indeed. And my prediction is that before this night is out, he may be interviewing the baby. As well as the crowd begins to thin, and they're a little bit in Bridgetown tonight. John, thanks very much.
There's no question, pal.
That baby
We're running out of people to talk to.
That's right, and the baby may be a teenager by the time we get around to that interview. But John, thank you very much for hanging in there tonight for us.
Now, before you go, Tom, I want to say the good news is they've moved food in, but not the cots yet. So
we'll take that as a good sign. We'll say that's a good sign. Jean LaRoche, thanks very much.
Cheers.
He's in Bridgetown for us this evening, where people are getting maybe a little punchy because this thing is dragging on a little bit.
We might be getting a little punchy, too.
Maybe so.
If they interview every niece of Stephen McNeil, there's 17 brothers and sisters. This could go on for quite some time.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, so there we go. We're still stuck at the 24, and we are waiting for, as Elections Nova Scotia said, we would have the results by 11:30, but the indication is that they may be counting some. Is that right, Paul?
Well, there's only one riding where we've seen any kind of change in the last 5 or 10 minutes, and that's in Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank, where Dan McNaughton's lead has shrunk to just 23 votes with 4 polls to go. So it just changed again, I'm told. He's now up by just 8 votes right now.
And so the night goes.
If you just keep me up here, maybe we'll get to the end. And just stay on me, and maybe we'll get some results here. Just 8 votes now. It's shrinking. It's getting closer. Bill Horn becoming ever more important in Stephen McNeil's universe right now. The backbencher, McNaughton, up by just 8 votes with 3 polls to go. Who knows how that one is going to end?
That's why we're still on the air, and that's why we still have not declared this a minority or a majority government at this point. But we want to take you back to one of the headquarters, this time to the PC headquarters, for what is happening there. Elizabeth Chu, I believe, has a guest with her, and she does. Elizabeth.
I do, Tom. I am with Tara Miller, president of the Nova Scotia PC Party, visiting with her again tonight. The situation has changed since we last spoke a few hours ago.
Yes.
And you're feeling pretty good tonight. But I wonder, do you have any fingernails left?
I do. I've been working hard to keep my fingers out of my mouth. The nerves, which everybody's sharing here tonight. I mean, we see the results. Elizabeth on the board behind us.
Mm-hmm.
We're going back and forth between what looks more and more like a minority government and a few key seats that, candidates like Alana Payon in Richmond are holding by 13 votes until that last poll comes in, and Dan McNaughton 8 votes. So this is really, really tight, and I think everyone in this room is on the edge of our seats with excitement, and I'm sure Nova Scotians are waiting for the final results. Absolutely.
And no doubt Jamie Bailey on the edge of his seat tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jamie definitely on the edge of his seat tonight.
So, based on what you know about him, I mean, he's at a home in Spring Hill of a friend. He's waiting until he knows for sure before he makes that march into this room.
He will have a clear future mapped out when he walks into this room in terms of knowing what the final seats have said. And it's late in the night, but it's also, this is not uncommon in a campaign, and that segues into what I wanted to share with you is this. Tonight's a late night. Lots of folks across the province for the last 30 days have had late nights, and those are volunteers, candidates, their campaign staffs, and nobody's worked harder than Jamie Bailey. I mean, I think I've said this before. He leads, it's top-down leadership, and he works harder than no one else, and we take our lead from his role model. So on behalf of the party, thank Jamie and our deep gratitude to him and the leadership he's evidenced through this campaign, to all of our candidates who effectively put their lives on hold for 30 days along with their campaign staff. These are all volunteers, folks who have, gone to grassroots politics for the democracy of this province, and we owe them all a lot, I think, regardless of party that they're in. I mean, we had Mother's Day through the middle of this, and I know mothers who had their children at the campaign headquarters instead of being home pampered in bed with breakfast. So, these are the sacrifices that campaign grassroots volunteers make, and I think Nova Scotians know that, but it's nice I want to publicly acknowledge all of their efforts and express our deep thanks and gratitude for all their work.
All right, a shout out to the volunteers. Thank you so much, Tara Miller, the president of the Nova Scotia PC Party. Thank you. Back to you, Tom.
Yes, Elizabeth, thank you very much. It certainly does take a lot of people to pull off an election, and you got to think that a lot of them pretty tired tonight, Paul.
Well, they are. And they're going to be tired because we don't know the outcome of the election now. And of course, there's one place that can show us where that is, and that's those too close to call ridings that we are still seeing. They are moving ever so slowly in this election right now. As I said just a moment ago, Waverly Fall River Beaverbank, they had a large tranche of votes come in, but it barely moved the needle in that riding. And so and there are votes outstanding. People are wondering, well, we haven't declared, for example, the New Democrat in Dartmouth North elected. Well, there's 2,000 advance poll votes to come in there, which are more than her lead right now. So we are still waiting for a lot of votes to come in to still be counted.
Out of curiosity there, when is the automatic recount triggered?
It's it's under 10.
Under 10.
There's an automatic, so you would be looking right now at an automatic in Waverly.
I have some personal experience with that. Not personal, but as a lawyer, I represented the NDP on a couple of recounts. Depending on where those numbers end up, I can tell you all about it a little bit later.
Okay.
We may have time.
There's going to be stuff to talk about later as well. All right, so there you go. 24, we're stuck at that number. We're still waiting for those advanced ballots, those remaining ballots to be counted in some of those key ridings that Paul was talking about. We were told we would have them about 15 minutes ago. Clearly, the results have not come to us yet, but please be patient, and we do appreciate you hanging with us tonight. And if you are interested in politics in this province at all, you're probably really enjoying this, because this is a night to remember.
We really don't know how it's going to turn out, right? You could wake up tomorrow and you've got a majority government, you've got a minority government. It's going to be interesting to see how these next little bit unfolds.
We know it's going to be a Liberal government, but as we've talked about before, and I don't think you can repeat this often enough, a minority, majority, completely different styles, completely different program, completely different outlook. That's why it's so suspenseful tonight. We know Stephen McNeil is going to emerge from this election as the Premier designate. He will be able to form a government or attempt to form a government, but what he does with that is going to be completely different if he falls on the lower side of that 26 line.
What is it about a minority, though? Is it that feeling that Nova Scotians can hold all the politicians' feet to the fire? Is that a little bit of it?
I think the reason why people seem to like the John Hamm minority, from 2003 to 2006, is people thought that positive things were being done, but it restrained the worst impulses of majority government. The worst impulse impulses are when you have a majority, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to listen to anybody. You just tell your backbenchers to stay in line, and you just do whatever you want to do. Sometimes that's important and that's necessary, but I think Nova Scotians, broadly speaking, are looking for a little bit more of a conciliatory listening style. And that's what we would get if it turns out tonight that we have a minority government.
But do things get done?
No to the public sector unions in Nova Scotia without a majority government, because it hasn't been tried. McNeil is the only one who actually did it from beginning until end, and he capped it with a battle with the teachers union in the months before he called this election. In a minority government, you're never going to see this. It seems unlikely that you would ever see the wage pattern that he was able to force on them carry through.
I think the difference, Paul, that you would see is imposed versus negotiated. Now, the McNeil government can say with some justification they tried 3 times to negotiate a deal with the teachers, and each time the membership rejected it.
But recommended by the executive.
Right, they felt that they had to impose the deal. What the other 2 parties have said in this campaign is no, they believe in negotiation. So it's not exactly that they're going to give in to the public sector unions, but they're going to be headed back to the bargaining table, which is something that Stephen McNeil would say they've tried and it just didn't work.
And do you think the Nova Scotia Government Employees Union would put up with that wage pattern? Because so far, one of the things that happened to McNeil was no one would sign a deal with him. So they were going to force him to actually bring that hammer down before they actually.
We heard Jason McLean there earlier. I think he sounded slightly empowered tonight. I think he felt like he's in a much better position tonight than he was a few months ago.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, even more than the NSGU, somewhat against their will at the beginning, I think the teachers became the leading edge of the public sector union movement. And in this particular case, the NSGU, the Government Employees Union, followed the teachers. So I think the teachers have a good deal to do with the result we're seeing on the board tonight.
It was interesting during the campaign because I know, during the mandate, there was the change of the film tax credit, the elimination of the film tax credit, and everyone thought the film community would come out en masse and protest during election campaign. We had the contract with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union and the labor difficulties there, and I think people thought maybe we'd see teachers marching in the street, but we did not see that here in this election campaign.
One of the interesting features of this campaign is not so much of the marching in the street, but I can think of 5 film industry workers who put their name forward as candidates either for the Progressive Conservatives or for the NDP. And as usual, there's a lot of teachers running as well. Now, we've always had more teachers in the legislature than any other occupation. I don't think that's going to change after tonight. But that's one way that the McNeil government's policies has affected this election in terms of motivating people to stand for office.
All right. We know that at the NDP headquarters, all of the candidates were summoned to that room tonight, and they were in there tonight celebrating with Gary Burrell, but not all of them were winners tonight, and Angela McIver is standing by with one of those people. Angela.
Hi, Tom. I'm here with Shelley Fashion. She is a candidate, or was a candidate, for Preston Dartmouth, and this was your first time running provincially. How did it go? How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm a little exhausted, but it was a hard-fought campaign. It really was. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of what we accomplished.
And so what were you hearing that was resonating with you as you were on the doorsteps and the conversations that you had with people in your riding?
Well, people are concerned about their health care, particularly the wait list for doctors. I heard that a lot. I heard people, horror stories, really, of people who have stayed in that hospital, that VG hospital, the older hospital. I think it's the VG, or the Halifax for me. Anyway, the older hospital, and just having to bear really horrible conditions, rats in the rooms and things like that. And one lady was in a room. She has private health insurance, but they had no private rooms. They were all gone. And she had to be in a room with 3 other men. 3 men and 1 woman. She was so unhappy. She was there for 5 weeks.
Experience for you as well.
Oh, it really was. I heard people who have cancer and are not getting the professional help they need, or getting called back by the people that are supposed to be helping them. So healthcare was a real issue. I also heard from some teachers that weren't too happy either with the way things happened with Bill C-75. You know, it was a whole gamut of things. Young ladies with students that had debt, like it was phenomenal, the debt that they have incurred, you know, going to school and trying to make a better life for themselves. So they're going to almost owe a mortgage by the time they finish school, you know. So, yeah.
So you're leaving this campaign feeling quite positive.
No.
Thank you, Shelley.
You're welcome.
It's Shelley Fasham. She was running for Preston Dartmouth.
All right, Angela, thanks very much for that. Draw your attention to the leaderboard there, just to the side of that, the share of the vote board, which is up to 39.5%, Paul, for the Liberals, which, as we pointed out earlier, the Ham government was the only one to form government with 39.2%. So we're over that threshold, and as we see, the Liberals have ticked up one here to 25.
They have, and that is, they have taken the lead in Sydney Whitney Pier. We were referring to that earlier, where we were expecting to see a large advance poll come in, and it has flipped it over to the Liberals right now. These are the big poll numbers where we're seeing large numbers of votes come in. That's not the only one where we're waiting. We're going to pop it up. There it is, 142 votes for him. He was behind. Big advance poll came in. We knew it was going to be big up in that particular riding. And look at it, just changed it with one poll to go. So Stephen McNeil, not only is that popular vote inching up, as you point out, but they are also ticking up towards that magic 26 number.
Let's look at the riding of Antigonish now. I think we have this one coming up here, and this is the incumbent, the Finance Minister Randy Delory, elected there.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about what we saw just happen here. We've been waiting to elect him, and that's because we were waiting for the final poll to come in. It did come in. There were 3,400 votes in it. It increased his margin from 307 up to the 738 that you see right there. So these are the kind of impacts that some of these late poll results can have as we come in, and with so few polls to come in, they can really turn it around. Just ask Derek Mumbercat.
Yeah, some big changes in fortune.
Yeah, the Liberals may have their way yet tonight. It's just too early to say.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see how this all breaks down once these last votes get counted.
We had talked about this earlier, that the incumbents tend to have an advantage in the organization that it takes to get votes in the advance polls, and now we're just starting to see those numbers come in. Flip Sydney Whitney Pier, which Madonna Doucette for the NDP had been leading all night. And when I look at the close races, you know, the Liberals could still get to that number. It's still within reach.
Sure it is.
All right, well, hang on there because, you know, with every passing hour, it just gets more interesting, doesn't it? But there you go. I mean, the Liberals up to 25, and that really is the story there. And we're really still waiting on those last remaining key ridings for the votes to be counted.
Just one more seat to get to a majority.
One more to get to the majority. You're right,
and
Amy.
Of course,
there.
that's a bare majority. No cushion to work with there. Even if they do get to 26,
right,
that's skin of their teeth.
That's
territory.
a really interesting point because, you know, things happen, sickness, you know, a member dies unexpectedly. Crossing the floor. They start throwing the weight around, start asking for things or demanding things, say, okay, you know, if I don't vote against this budget, we lose the government, so I want this road paved, I want this school built. That happened to an NDP government in Manitoba in the 1980s, where a backbench member went rogue and the government fell over it. So yeah, 26 is the barest of majorities, but not in the least comfortable.
No, so it's a majority government, but it's a very different. You can have a very different kind of. Yes, an asterisk beside it, exactly. Very different form of government there. Paul, you continue to look at the computer, which has.
I'm sorry, I'm transfixed. it hasn't moved no matter how much I stare at it.
Really, you're refreshing the screen. Are you?
Yeah, try clicking again. Yes.
Have you rebooted? Okay.
Well, what we're seeing though is that the PCs are ahead, and it's the Liberals behind in 3 of the 4 of the remaining top ridings that are too close to call, which again could dramatically change the outcome of this election tonight. As we just wait for these to come in, I guess I'm just waiting.
Well, there you go. That's the too close to call board there that we like to share with our audience, and it's been the one to watch all night. That's
This is why we're almost into tomorrow.
We're almost into tomorrow. Will there be a tomorrow? So here we go with Waverley Fall River Beaverbank, you know, hanging in at 8 votes with what? With 3 polls to go. So again, McNeil could be home and safe, or he could be trapped at 25.
And Graham, you mentioned the point earlier there that the parties have perhaps the most sophisticated polling at their hand. You know, do you think the party knows something that we're waiting to find out here?
No, not when it gets this close. Yeah. I mean, I've seen predictions from the people inside campaigns who have access to those polls that, you know, within a day of the campaign are very, very accurate, within a seat or two of the way it's going to fall. But believe me, when you get on election night, when you get votes this close, they're looking at the numbers at exactly the same time that we are. I would note that when you look at the popular vote in the bottom right corner, you can see that the Liberal numbers are inching up. And when you get to that level above 39, closing in on 40, that's when you start winning the close ones. And that's what looks like will happen tonight, is the majority-minority is going to hinge on, well, what do we see? One constituency, 8 votes. Cape Breton-Richmond, 13 votes, 2 ridings on 21 votes.
So to your point earlier, we could be seeing some recounts, whether they're mandatory recounts, and if it's above 9, how do people go about requesting a recount?
Well, it goes automatically to a judge if it's fewer than 10, but above that, anybody can apply for it. It doesn't matter what the number is, but I have to tell you, my experience is, and because I represented the NDP as a lawyer in this, I've studied all the previous cases, the vote changes are actually really small. Unfortunately for me, I represented the NDP in Glace Bay after the 1999 election. We went in up 3 votes and came out down 5. So
maybe you don't want to do that.
It can flip on a recount, but it's only a handful of votes. So once you get into 20, 30, 50 votes, it's not going to change on a recount. But it's a fascinating process. You open the boxes and look at the ballots one by one, and you see all the crazy things people write on their ballots. You wouldn't believe some of the things that people write on their ballots. You know, the spoiled ballots, it's only in a recount that we get to see them. But yeah, the recount process is a very interesting one. Automatic for fewer than 10. But you can expect that if it's, you know, anywhere from 10 to 50, somebody's going to apply for it just to be sure.
I think there'll be some civics lessons coming out of tonight,
which is a good thing. How do we form a government? What's a minority? What's a majority? How do you do recounts? This is great for the kids who are all sleeping by now.
That's right. Hope someone's recording this for them. All right, there you see in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen the shot from the PC headquarters where Jamie Bailey is expected to arrive within a couple of minutes, we're told. That is the hallway leading out of the room where Elizabeth has been reporting from tonight in Spring Hill. So Mr. Bailey will make his way along where that woman is walking right now and make his way into a room and presumably make his way very quickly, we hope, to the microphone. Because you have to think that the crowd there is thinning out a little bit, just as we suspected it was thinning out in Bridgetown tonight. But Paul, what do you think is going through his mind? And,
I think he's got 2 different speeches, and he still doesn't know which one he's going to deliver. I guess what he says tonight is that he welcomes the breakthrough into Metro Halifax. He can claim, and quite correctly, that he increased both his vote and the number of seats, so he will declare victory. But what he's left with tomorrow morning, we're not sure, and neither is he. So it's going to be a laudatory, thank you very much kind of speech. But in terms of the real nuts and bolts, I suppose he'll have to lay out some markers and give Nova Scotians an indications of where he will go in either case.
Yeah, another alternative that's available to him is to give a kind of a holding speech, knowing that we may not know for several hours what the final result is going to be. But the people of Nova Scotia need to hear from him. They want to hear from him. So he'll give a speech now, but perhaps wait until tomorrow morning when the entire picture is clear, then to start, as we say, laying down markers or start talking about how he's going to work with this new shape of government. That's another possibility as well.
You don't see McNeil doing that, though.
Well, I think he could do the same thing. Look where we are. We're at 25 seats for the Liberals, 1 short of a majority. We still have 4 seats where the margin is under 100. You know, the people of Nova Scotia probably want to hear from the leaders tonight, but you know, it could be a long time before we know for sure. And the leaders don't want to be delivering their speeches to an empty hall at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it certainly takes the air out of the room, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If there's nobody left to listen to it, for sure. And we have to say, very different in the Bridgetown Hall tonight compared to 2013.
Oh, for sure.
Stephen McNeil led the Liberals out of the wilderness to majority government. Very different kind of mood, it appears, there tonight.
As we continue to watch that shot at PC headquarters in Spring Hill, and as we say, we were told that he is a minute or two away from making that speech, but obviously not on the scene there just yet. And Elizabeth Chu is standing by, and she will have the images of Mr. Bailey arriving and his comments, and whether he scrums or not, we'll hear from him there as well. But
they seem to be feeling pretty upbeat there tonight. They're taking it as a win.
Well, you have to think they have something to celebrate there, Paul.
Well, when we were hearing from Cameron McKean, things were looking considerably better for the Progressive Conservatives than they are just at this particular point. I mean, with McNeil just sort of lipping up there, if he stays at 25, it's a far different outcome for Jamie Bailey.
I'm wondering if Jamie Bailey is thinking, the way this night is coming, if this continues to be a minority government, he thinks he's in a better position to work with the NDP than the Liberal would be. I mean, the NDP will have to work with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So does he think that, you know, given the tone of his campaign and some of the things he was saying, maybe their platforms aren't that close, but in a tone level at least, that he might be a little closer to the NDP.
Right. On the fundamental question about treating the public sector unions, he is clearly closer to the New Democrats because they actually campaigned on repealing the two pieces of legislation that cut off collective agreements for the public sector unions.
Going back to Aaron O'Toole, was that a trial balloon that he floated out there?
Yeah, Aaron O'Toole is a very experienced politician. He didn't just say that out of thin air. He's throwing it out there. He wants people to start thinking about it and talking about it. Of course, he has no connection to no direct connection to the PC party of Nova Scotia.
But you think that would come with Bailey's blessing, right?
Right. So he can put it out there, and if if people don't like that idea, it's just Aaron O'Toole. But if people like it, that's something that the Jamie Bailey and his party can then start to run with.
We don't want to presuppose anything here, of course, because the Liberals are sitting with those 25 seats leading and elected, and we are still waiting for those 4 critical seats to report.
Paul's glued at the computer.
Yeah, Paul's still looking at the computer there.
I'm sorry.
And he will be for a while, but that's okay. Take your time. If you can figure something out there, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, sorry, we're looking at Guysborough, Eastern Shore, where there has been a slight bit of movement. It would have seemed in favor of the Liberal, Hines, who is now up to 83 votes, with 1 poll to go. If that's
we're getting closer.
Up from 80. Up from 80.
And there's the board there for people to see at home themselves.
Yeah.
A lead of 83.
It was a massive move of 3 votes.
Yeah.
That's big news at this hour.
Exactly, it might be. You wonder how big that 1 poll remaining might be. How many votes might be in play there?
Well, it's the same as in Sydney Whitney Pier, where the advance poll must have come in and that turned it around. Or in the case, for example, of Randy Delory, where it increased his majority by 400 votes as 1 poll came in. So here we go. 142 votes for Derek Mumbercat, who we will recall was the winner of a by-election, was thought to be in trouble, although the safer of the 2 Liberal seats in Industrial Cape Breton. And I see Angie Zink welcoming the crowd, getting them all whipped up.
Yeah, and there is leader Jamie Bailey right there as he makes his way down the hall there with his wife. That's right.
And his 2 daughters.
Waving to a crowd of people with warm wishes there. Let's listen in and see if he has anything to say.
It's been really good. I'm really happy with how things have gone, and I'll have more to say about it in a minute.
You never get much out of
No, you don't. They know what the priority is at this point, and that's to get to the podium and to speak to the supporters in that room. And so he makes his way around the room. The 51-year-old chartered accountant, former CEO of the Credit Union Atlantic, as we say with his wife Sandra there. He's a Truro native, and he survived the whispers of whether or not he was able to lead this party successfully or not. He does improve on his seat count from the last time around, but there'll be still those, Paul, who will question, I'm sure, and whisper in the background. But that's
not tonight.
Not tonight. That's a conversation for later, and so we will listen in to PC leader Jamie Bailey right now as he prepares to speak to his supporters in Spring Hill.
I put on my best tie tonight. I just want to make sure I get this right. How y'all doing? Let me just say, first and foremost, and most importantly, thank you to the people of Cumberland South for re-electing me as your MLA. Thank you so much. It's a great honor. This is a great constituency. We have a great team here. I want to thank our campaign chair, Doug Marshall. I want to thank Troy Henwood. I want to thank everyone in the Cumberland South team. I won't name you all right at this moment, but what a wonderful honor to have a great team and to be reelected in this great constituency. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I know it's been a long night, and the dust hasn't fully settled, but I do want to get right to the points. I think it's appropriate to congratulate Mr. McNeil, who has apparently won the most seats tonight, and I do want to extend my congratulations to him and his team. It does appear that he has won the opportunity to be the one to go to meet the House of Assembly and try to form the first government. And for that, I think he deserves our congratulations. And, you know, I want to congratulate Gary Burrell and the NDP. To Gary for winning his seat in the legislature. I know what an honor that is, and I'm sure he's feeling that tonight. And for the NDP for running a strong campaign that has resulted in the seats that they have won. Congratulations to them as well. And I have to tell you, I am so proud of our progressive conservative team. Look at how far we've come. Look at the gap we closed. Look at what you have done. There was a time not too many months ago where the polls had us 40 points behind, where people were wondering whether we would ever make up the gap. We ran a wonderful campaign. We have the best candidates ever. We are electing MLAs in every region of this province. We are coming in a very strong position, advocating for the things that people wanted us to talk about. We're pushing for better health care. We're pushing for better mental health. We're pushing for jobs in rural areas. You, the members of the Progressive Conservative team here in this room, across this province, you've done a wonderful job. You have a lot to be proud of. It's a great night for our party. And I want to tell you, as the leader of the Progressive Conservatives, as the person that has crisscrossed this province over and over and over again over the last number of years, and certainly in the last 30 days, I am so proud of you. I am so proud of what we've accomplished together, and I want to be clear, I will continue to lead this party into the future. Thank you. Thank you. And my first task, our first task, this new, expanded, great team of MLAs, my first task is to lead this party into a new session of the House of Assembly, which I know will have to happen in the very near future, because as you all know, Mr. McNeil left a budget on the table. That budget has not yet seen the scrutiny it deserves. It has to come back to be passed. The people deserve that. I will lead our new caucus into the House of Assembly when the Liberal government comes before the House and brings that budget in for an examination. And I want to tell you, I deeply believe that the people of Nova Scotia have spoken tonight. They have said they are not happy with the leadership of Mr. McNeil. They are not happy with the way that the Liberals have governed this province. They are brought them down to what appears to be a minority government at this point. They have said that they want the PCs to go up. That's why we have grown. The NDP have grown. The Liberals are the ones that have lost the most tonight. But I say that respecting the fact that they do have the most seats, and they will need to recall the legislature to bring a budget forward. And I think that the people of Nova Scotia are saying they want their political parties to work together, and we get that message. I hope my great friend and my old boss, John Hamm, is still up and watching. It's way past his bedtime. But he showed me how minority government can work. I take great confidence in the lessons I learned from him. There is a budget that has to come forward. I will say this. I am not happy with the budget that came forward before the election. We have spent an entire campaign pushing for more doctors, for more nurses, for better health care for all Nova Scotians. There's going to need to be major changes in any new budget that comes forward before we can ever look at supporting it. And ladies and gentlemen of the PC party, you have pushed so hard for better mental health for the last 2 years. We want to see real mental health care advances. That's what minority government can do. So we have big problems with the old Liberal budget. We respect they have the most seats. They're going to need to bring a new budget forward. We are saying right now there better be a lot new in health care and mental health, because that's what we're all about in the Progressive Conservative Party. Now I stand before you tonight as the leader of this party, as someone who's so thankful and so grateful for the hundreds of volunteers that made tonight's success possible for us. You in this room and the 51 constituency organizations across this province that worked so hard to get us to where we are today, where we're in a position to make major changes to the way healthcare is run in this province. And I am so proud of the team of candidates that we put forward, 51 men and women who reflect today's Nova Scotia, who believe in better health care, who believe in a better economy, who believe that our best days are ahead. I want to say a special thank you to the men and women who put their names on the ballot for our party and for all parties. The PC party made the most gains tonight. We have elected members in HRM, in Rural Mainland, in God-loved Cape Breton Island. I think they're terrific. And we have elected more women candidates than any time in our history, one of the most of any party. That's the Progressive Conservative Party. But I have to say, I'm thankful for all these things, but I could not do this without the love and support of my wife, Sandra, and my 2 daughters, Alex and Hannah, who I am the most thankful for. They are the best. You know, all of us should count our blessings at times like this. And when you do, you'll always come back to that biggest blessing of all, family. And that's how I'm feeling tonight. I am here on this stage because of my family. My mom, my dad, who we lost last year, who would be so proud tonight, my wife Sandra, my girls. That is my family. And you all have your families. And I know that when you go through life, you're most thankful for them. And then we have our progressive conservative family, of which you're all members, and we're all so proud tonight. And even more, we have this great Nova Scotia family. And they spoke up. And they said, we're worried about having a family doctor. We're worried if someone falls into mental illness. We're worried about who will be the caregiver for our grandma or granddad. And they spoke in this election. And that is the most awesome thing. That is the most awesome thing that we have in this country. And so I want to finish tonight by saying a big thank you to the voters of Nova Scotia who have participated in this great exercise. Thank you to those that placed your confidence in us. And thank you to everyone who got up and went out and voted for whoever your candidate of choice was. And I want them to know we get the message. We will work together. We will work on these great issues in health care and mental health and jobs. And I respect that Mr. McNeil has won the most seats, and he will be the first one to attempt to form a government. He has a budget. We'll see where that goes. But if that budget does not go through, then I want to assure all of you, the progressive conservative team and the leader, Jamie Bailey, we are ready to take on the task of leading this province forward to a greater future in the days ahead. So God bless all of you. It's been a long night. It's still not over, but where is that beer that I was promised after I gave this speech? Thank you, everybody, very much.
All right, well, there you have PC leader Jamie Bailey speaking to his supporters in Spring Hill and really saying quite a lot when you think about this. He said that the dust hasn't settled yet. Obviously, we know that much tonight in this election race tonight, but he did acknowledge that the Liberals have the right to take first crack at forming a government. He did also lay out some markers, Paul, as you say, that things that he wants to see done, highlighting the fact that the budget would need to be majorly reworked. Some major changes brought to it, including more money for mental health care, among other things. But he is sort of, as everyone seems to be doing tonight, the NDP the same, putting a price on what it would take to make things work in this province politically.
He said twice that that McNeil had the right to try to form the first government. And then he concluded his speech by saying, should that fail, I am prepared to lead that government, which means he's obviously open to speaking with the New Democrats. That was interesting. He made it clear that he wants the changes that you alluded to in healthcare and mental health care. Also, another thing he said that we've sort of been touching on, which is, I will lead this party. I mean, he was quite definitive about that too. So he was not being neutral at all tonight. That speech is predicated on the Liberals falling short, because if they're in a majority, it's less relevant.
Exactly. But making the case for himself, for his own leadership, pointing out that his is the party with the biggest gains tonight, the most women elected tonight.
5 of 8 seats in Cape Breton.
That's right.
Were you surprised at how bluntly he laid out his case?
And I was a little bit. I was surprised he would address it tonight. Look, let's face it, of all the 3 party leaders, Jamie Bailey is the one who's been facing a whisper campaign. Can he take us into government? Can he take us to the next level? And he addressed it directly tonight. He said, I will lead the party, because, you know, if they had got that result, but with a reasonably clear Liberal majority, there was some question about whether he could survive. He says, I will lead the party. In other words, challengers, back off. We have work to do. Now is not the time to talk about leadership.
And what about his list of demands for the Premier?
Well, he did say, I thought fairly clearly, I will not support the budget in its current form. Those are my words, not his words, but that was the message.
Major changes is what he was demanding.
Yeah, and so already he's saying, look, we need to sit down and talk about what the budget would look like. But, you know, the thing is, the Liberals are on that knife edge. Let's never forget that. I'm looking again at the closest ridings. There's still some upside for the Liberals here. Of the 5 closest races in the province, 4 of them have the Liberals in second. Only 1 of them have the Conservatives in second. So there's not a lot of growth there for the Conservatives. So this speech we heard about negotiating the budget, more money for mental health, which of course is always a good thing, may be academic by the end of the night.
Yeah, it might be just tough talk if things go the Liberals' way here and they get their 26 seats. I show you the Liberal headquarters shot in the bottom. We're going to come to them soon, but look, here come the details we're looking for.
And do you see that check mark underneath the PC?
Yeah, there you go.
That's a major upset
We have
for
clarity.
the Liberals.
That is the final result. Michelle Samson has been defeated in Cape Breton, Richmond. Hold on to your horses, folks.
That is an incredible result.
And that
With just 20 votes. That is quite something.
It certainly is. When this election started, I don't think anyone would have predicted that Alana Pond would be knocking off Michelle Samson. As we said earlier this evening, Michelle Samson has broken a lot of hearts from the Progressive Conservative Party over the last 20 years. Here he is knocked off by the community activist Alana Pond. Wow, what a result
Around
tonight.
since the McClellan government, one of the youngest cabinet ministers ever in the province.
He entered the House as a young man and has stayed there continuously since 1998. And I want to say in tribute to Michelle, he's been a real workhorse for the McNeil government. He had some difficult portfolios, and whenever there was a problem with another minister, they just would load it right onto Michelle, and he'd have a double load, and he did the work. He's a smart guy. He's a hard worker. Now, I had friends up in that area who said, you know, he's at risk. And I said, oh, come on. I mean, he's won continuously since 1998. The Liberals are leading all the polls. Why would he go down this time? And of course, they were right. Not by a lot, but
do you think he will ask for a recount?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
When you get somebody like that, somebody who's that experienced in politics, I think you can take that for granted. I don't think you can flip 20 votes, but then we get into the whole other area of the controverted election. If anything went wrong, if there were any people who cast votes who maybe shouldn't have, maybe his next step is to try to overturn the whole election. He is a lawyer. He is a fighter. I would say that's within the realm of possibility.
Very, very complicated.
Very indeed.
So he won by 2,600 votes in the last election and
Down
was
to 20.
defeated by 20. Healthcare for sure must have been an issue up there. Perhaps concerns with the public sector unions. Also, there was a local issue with the municipal council up there, where their expenses just seemed to go on and on and on forever. There was a connection between Samson's troops and the municipal council up there, which is not a surprise in a place like Richmond.
They are cheering at Liberal headquarters, although that result that we just talked about has got to be sending a chill up their spine in Bridgetown tonight. But here we go. Here comes Mr. McNeil, Premier McNeil, leader of the Liberal Party, making his way into the curling rink there. It is his election headquarters tonight, greeting his followers there. A much smaller crowd than we started with tonight. There's a lot of party workers there and people who are
the energy you'd
able to
expect
hang on
earlier in the
till
day.
this hour. That's right. But there you go. 52-year-old Stephen McNeil, former appliance repairman who will be making his way through this crowd and trying to put the best face on the situation that he faces as we just right now pop up to the 26 seats. Paul, as you look at the scoreboard there, so he may have the second speech that he's taking out of his pocket. This is an interesting development.
This is Chester St. Margaret's, which has just flipped over to the Liberal. It's a final. We are now at a majority. Well, we are majority government territory, but that is a 90-vote lead. Obviously, a late poll has come in.
He is elected there. You're right.
Wow. Denise Peterson-Ravis goes down. Hugh McKay, big win for the Liberals tonight. It was an 800-vote poll, by the way, that just came in and flipped it over.
I don't think you could have written a script this dramatic.
I don't think he could have. That's quite something. Mr. McNeil making his way through the crowd now. And as we say, you know, the speech may very well be different now. He's got to.
He may have to check the results before he opens his mouth.
Good heavens. Very close. 26 seats in poll by poll, vote by vote.
And the man who pulled the Liberals out of the wilderness to an election victory last time around and another victory tonight, and we're still trying to decide exactly what it is, minority or majority. But let's listen in to Stephen McNeil as he addresses the crowd in Bridgetown tonight.
Welcome back.
Oh my God, that's right.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's great to see all of you out here tonight. Graham Steele said you guys are subdued in Bridgetown. Let's even watch it. Wow, wow, what a night. Democracy at its best. We've seen tonight why every vote counts. We've seen tonight why every vote counts. In Nova Scotia, you have spoken. You've also given Jamie and Gary support for their vision. I accept that, and I will work with them to continue to make this province all it can be. I want to acknowledge Andrea, Colleen, and Jeffrey, who are here with me tonight. Many of you know they've campaigned for me, they've supported me, they've put up with me, and I would not be standing here tonight without them. To the constituents of Annapolis, thank you for having the confidence in me as your MLA. I love this community and the people in it, and I am so honored to be your representative in the House of Assembly. To my team here in Annapolis, Floyd and Bill, Pat and Shirley, and all the team, thank you for being here when I couldn't be here myself. Tonight is your night. Pam and Angela, I thank you for the work you've done on behalf of all the constituents of Annapolis. Thank you very much. To my other team on the bus and off, yes, those of you that told me to stop singing over the last 30 days. Thank you, Chris McGinnis, my campaign chair, Lori Graham and Ryan Grant, two senior people in my office, and all of our team. Thank you for your tireless effort behind the scenes, for your dedication and commitment to me and to all of our MLAs. I am grateful for your support and hard work. To Nova Scotians who have supported our vision, thank you. It was a hard-fought campaign, and I've lost some colleagues tonight. I am grateful for their service and their friendship. I will take energy and inspiration from tonight's results. I will work for each and every one of you every day to make this province all it can be. This election was about moving Nova Scotia forward, moving our great province in a direction that is sustainable for today and for future generations. I heard from many of you on the campaign trail. You told me you wanted your children to live here and raise their families here. Grandmothers and grandfathers who told me they wanted to watch their grandchildren grow. And I don't think that's asking too much. I share that vision with you, and I believe Jamie and Gary do as well. That is why we need to build a stronger economy so more of our daughters and sons can live and raise their families here in Nova Scotia. We promise in our platform to expand youth hiring programs that have proven to work, and we will create meaningful, well-paid jobs that encourage our youth to stay here, raise their families, and continue to contribute to the success of this great province. We promise to build an economy that supports new investment, that celebrates innovation and welcomes new Nova Scotians. And we will work with other parties to make sure we continue that momentum. We also promised that we would leave nobody behind. That is why we have a plan to support our aging community, keeping more seniors in their homes by providing financial assistance for caregivers. We will introduce pre-primary for every 4-year-old in Nova Scotia so that every child gets the best starts, regardless of the socioeconomic circumstances you were born into. Every child deserves that start. We covered a lot of territory in this campaign, over 8,000 kilometers, the equivalent of crossing the country 1.25 times. And on the road, I've heard from thousands of you who told me how important it was to have access to quality health care. I want to assure you that I've heard you and I've listened. And we have a plan, as well as the opposition parties have a plan. And we can work together to make it better. We will increase the access to more care, we will recruit more doctors, and expand services at existing and new healthcare facilities. We will address waits for services like hip and knee replacements and hire more specialists. And yes, we know some of those have to be on Cape Breton Island. I also heard about the problems in the system, that not every region feels represented. That's not acceptable, and I'm prepared to tackle that issue. But there will always be issues. But we have proven as a province that when we work together, we are stronger and better, and that's the mandate you have given me tonight. I know that all of you want to play a part, and I can tell you there are tens of thousands of people across this province who want to play a part as well. I look forward to continuing to build on our province with Nova Scotians with a mission of shared purpose and hard work. I want to thank the people of Nova Scotia for once again expressing their confidence in a Liberal vision for growth and fairness and an open exchange of ideas and concerns. And of course, I want to thank all the candidates from all parties and the people who have worked hard on their behalf. An election is about debate and the constructive exchange of different points of view. Jamie and Gary did their parties proud by offering those perspectives and contributing to the valuable discussion about our province's future. But of course, I'm so grateful to you on my behalf and to the men and women who've worked so hard on behalf of the Liberal Party, led by Dr. John Gillis, who is our president. Your support is the foundation of everything we do, and there's not enough time tonight for me to thank and express to you fully how it makes me feel to have your undivided and unconditional support. But now is the time for us to come together to further our conversations as we continue to the next chapter of this wonderful journey, as we continue to work together to build a stronger Nova Scotia together. We need to be united as a province to show the Federation that Nova Scotia is prepared to move forward, to continue to build and provide hope for our citizens that they can do whatever they want in this province. Thank you for your support. Thank you to Nova Scotians who continue to provide confidence in our Liberal Party.
And there you have Premier Stephen McNeil wrapping up his comments to his supporters in Bridgetown with a speech that was much more conciliatory than we certainly heard him make during the election campaign. He makes his way to the reporters there, but he was talking about supporting for the vision of the PC and the NDP, talking about working together for them. Particularly, Paul, he talked about health care as one of the issues we can work together, he said, expand services, and he referenced Cape Breton there as well.
Sure, it's obvious that that health care was an issue. That came through clearly in his speech. He was trying to address it. The remarks about Cape Breton I thought were interesting, that they deserve more specialists. I think that's something that was interesting to hear from him as he begins to do the round of television interviews in the days to come. But he was clearly not explicitly referring to a minority government the way that Burrell was, and certainly Bailey was.
It was at 25 when he was walking up to the stage, but by the time he got to the stage, it was 26. So nothing just decided just yet.
Before we get to Graham on that, let's look at some of those key ridings where we see that number go up to 26. At Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie, Paul, a lead of 83 here. Did that change?
Well, no, it hasn't. With one poll to go, though, if this thing flips, Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracking, and we saw that happen in Sydney Whitney Pier. If that kind of thing happens to Hines, McNeil slips back into a minority government. So You talk about key ridings. Right now, this is the key riding.
Up to 27 now, leading and elected for the Liberals here. So this is interesting. Let's go around to some of the other ridings here, Paul. Waverly Fall River is one we're watching.
And that's what it is. With 2 polls to go, Horn has moved into the lead over the retired Mountie Dan McNaughton for the Progressive Conservatives. This is enhancing the majority government right now. If this does stand,
if it holds,
if it holds, yes. And let's get to Cape Breton, Richmond, Paul, because these are the crucial ones we want to get to. That's the one we saw earlier this evening, the elected PC candidate there.
And that was the heartbreaker for Michelle Samson and the Liberal team. And this was the lead with 1 poll to go. Heavens knows what's going to come out of that one. He's got a 142 vote lead where he was trailing by hundreds. So we'll have to see what happens there.
The Liberals are going in the direction that McNeil will like, at least.
Yes, they certainly are. That's the big gain right there. Hugh McKay taking that just as McNeil was making his way in to make this speech. 27 seats as it stands now. Holman taking that seat for the Progressive Conservatives, a big win for the PCs. That's a seat in downtown Halifax, Dartmouth, a place where they haven't had an MLA in a long time.
That's for sure. All
right, let's talking about teetering on the knife edge. So we've gone 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. It seems like it's all over the place tonight.
Yeah, and the Liberals are now edging into majority territory. They'll be very happy to see that. We've talked earlier about the fact that 26 may technically be a majority, but is not comfortable at all. They'd be very, very happy to end up at 27. It gives them a little bit of room to breathe, but, you know, it's still very close.
Well, especially since a lot of the night has been focused on minorities. So if they manage to eke out a majority over 26, too, it would be quite a relief, I could think.
We have 21 Liberals declared elected tonight, so there's still 6 that are leading still. We believe that it's too close, or there's too many votes still to count to declare them elected. So they have to hold all of those, the 6 leads, in order to stick to that 27 number. It may still drop.
Well, as Paul, as you say, they bring in the votes and it can flip.
Well, that's right. And people, our audience is probably wondering, why is this taking so long? Well, what's happened is all of the thousands of votes that were cast in advance in other ridings, the so-called out-of-district ridings, the continuous polling that went on in the lead-up as Elections Nova Scotia tries to encourage more voting. Well, they were all brought into Elections Nova Scotia, all 51 ridings, and they've got 25 people counting all of those ballots from all of those ridings. That's why it's taken so long tonight. And that's why, you know, when they do report in, we're seeing these huge either incremental, no switch at all, or gain.
But if the trend continues right now, it's looking like they're going to have the majority by the slightest of margins, the skin of their teeth.
So let me say, it's too close to call at the 27 mark there right now.
The Waverly poll that we just saw flip that over had 2,100 votes in it. So these are the kind of big poll results that come in that can switch it over, which, you know, launched Horn to allow him to overtake it at the very end. There it is. Look, just 40 votes. It's not final. 2,100 votes coming in, though, enough to flip him into a lead with 40 votes, a landslide at this stage in this riding, with 2 polls to report. This is another one where we still have to watch it. The Liberals could be safely home right now into a majority government, as Graham says, much better 27 than 26, or they could fade back, depending on what happens in Guysborough, where there's, one more poll to come there.
Let's talk about the McNeil speech again for a moment, because, I mean, the speech he was giving was as if he was thinking more likely perhaps a minority government, because he was very conciliatory, as opposed to, if this number holds true here, the 27 for the Liberals.
Yeah, you were right. As you mentioned before, he was making some concessions that things needed to change. Cape Breton needed more specialists, some language praising the other 2 leaders, but he didn't come quite out and say, you know, let's cut a deal here.
Look, that was a speech of a very skilled politician. I just want to say on air, I'm really sorry I said the room was subdued, because, you know,
he was watching us.
He's a hometown boy and from a very large family. Everybody knows him down there. He's won again, if not the largest, one of the largest majorities in the entire province. Stephen McNeil is very popular down in Bridgetown tonight. And to me, what mattered was the tone. The tone was the tone of a winner who knows that he has to cross some bridges that he didn't have to cross before when he had a relatively comfortable majority. So he's reaching out, but you know the numbers right now from look good. He has a majority, but he's not only talking to the other party leaders, who we mentioned, notice by their first names, already more conciliatory.
We're all pals now.
But yeah, that's right. But also talking on different issues in different regions of the province. This is a premier who's trying to say to people, I heard you.
I get it.
I heard you. I hear the message. You can expect to see things being done a little bit differently. But at the same time, he also mentioned a series of issues like early child care. He says, we're going to do this. This is going to happen. So he's laying down his own markers tonight as well.
Building a strong economy so the generations will stay here. So that's another common refrain that we've heard from him.
Exactly. That was the speech of a very skilled politician.
He didn't say he was going to change his budget, though, did he? And that was the explicit demand of both of those other two folks. If you look at those numbers now, we are watching just the two ridings. If those two ridings hold the way that they are, Stephen McNeil has his majority government after all. It took him until about quarter to one on election night. He's not there yet. We're not making that declaration. Let's be clear, because we've seen so much happen.
Well,
but should that hold?
Let's have a chat with.
Majority, is that what?
Yeah, that's right. Let's have a chat with the man himself. Premier Stephen McNeil joins us now from Bridgetown. Mr. McNeil, are you able to hear me there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Quite a roar behind you there, sir. Thanks for taking a few moments tonight. And first of all, congratulations and celebrating your victory tonight in a not so subdued room after all.
Yeah, thanks very much. This community has been tremendous to me. Not only my political career, it's the place where my mother raised us. And this community has always given us the support and love that our family required, and I'm grateful to them again tonight.
Mr. McNeil, what are the voters telling you tonight?
Well, as you know, as we go through this campaign, we knew there was a path to a majority. We knew it was a tight one. We knew there'd be tight races across the province. Certain things had to happen and fall our way. Some did, some didn't. We'll wait for the final results, and I'm looking forward to those in the coming hours. But you know, I'm looking forward to calling the House back, tabling our budget, and try to begin to move this province forward.
You were criticized while you were in power and also during the election campaign for your approach to dealing with, among other things, the public sector unions. Does tonight's result change your approach in that regard at all?
What I've said all along is that this province, in order for this province to be all it can be, all of us are going to have to share in how we get it back on its feet, and all of us then will be able to share in its successes. And I still believe that. It's part of who I am. I'm looking forward to working with members of the House. Doesn't matter really what the number, if it's 27, 26, 25, or 4. We need to find a way to make that House work for Nova Scotians. Prepared to do that, but we have to do it in a way that reflects that all of us are going to be part of this journey, not just a certain percentage of us.
Does that mean that, for example, legislating contracts might still be an option?
Listen, I am very grateful for the work that our team has done over the last couple of days. We laid out a very positive plan and platform. I'm looking forward to implementing that. But I'm going to tell you, I've said this all along, all of us have to be part of this journey. All of us have to share in how we get it back on its feet so that we can all share in its success.
Mr. Bailey tonight said that he would not support the budget that you currently have. What is your plans for that budget? Are you now looking at retooling that budget? Will you make changes, or will you try and get it passed as it is?
Listen, I'm looking forward to recalling the House. I'm very proud of the budget we laid out. It's very reflective of the province. We had investments for people with disabilities, more money for home care, pre-primary for every 4-year-old across the province to be implemented. Those are innovative things that Nova Scotians are looking for. I'm looking forward to working with Jamie and Gary as we go forward. But our plan that we have in front of the people of Nova Scotia, that budget, is really reflective of the hard work of Nova Scotians. And if members of the House choose to vote against it, that'll be something they'll have to determine.
So are you're drawing a line that you will not alter that budget at this point?
Well, listen, we have lots of ground to cover between now and then. I'm looking forward to covering that ground. But there's lots of things in that platform and in that budget that the Conservatives actually support it. You know, I think I might have heard you a few times talking about the very fact their platform looked very much like ours. So there's lots of things there that I believe they can support, and I'm looking forward to working with them and the New Democratic Party to continue to move this province forward.
Gary Burrell, the NDP leader tonight, talked about sounding like he wants to spend a lot of money on people in this province. Are you okay with deficits?
Listen, I believe it's important for our province to live within its means. Very frank. I've not, I think it's important that we don't pass on to the next generation our challenges. You have to face them head on. We do it personally every year. We don't leave those for our children. We do it ourselves individually, and I think the province has to do that. I also believe there are ways, though, that we can work with Gary. I've told you in this platform, and one of the things that we've been doing is working with people with disabilities, trying to retool the income assistance program so there's incentives for people to go to work, not a disincentive. I think those are things that Gary wants. I support many of the things that he believes in, but the reality is I also have to grow an economy to make that happen. And that's where we need Gary to come and be partners with us. He has to come, if he wants to come and meet us halfway, and how we grow the economy, we can move forward.
Mr. McNeil, before I let you go, healthcare was a pretty big issue during the latter part of the campaign. The other parties really tried to take a whack at the Liberals on that. In your estimation tonight, did you underestimate the healthcare issue as an issue in this campaign?
No, I think healthcare is always an issue. I've been running in elections since 1999. I've yet to have a single campaign that wasn't the #1 issue in every campaign. There's no question we did a lot of restructuring when it came to health care in the last 3.5 years. We put a lot of effort into that. There are communities, though, who felt they've lost their voice, particularly in Cape Breton Island, but I've heard it in other parts of the communities. Tonight, I acknowledge that. I've listened to them. I've heard what they've said. We'll work to make sure their voice is heard. But we need to continue to make sure that we evolve in delivering healthcare system so it meets the needs of the patients, meets the needs of the healthcare providers today, and how they want to deliver that care.
Mr. McNeil, we congratulate you once again on your victory tonight. We're still not able to declare here at the CBC whether it's a minority or majority government, but you will be going back to Province House with the government. Good of you to talk to us tonight. Thank you.
Well, tell Don Connolly I'll wake up tomorrow to have him give me the news, which it is.
He's looking forward to that conversation. All right, Mr. McNeil,
take care.
Thank you very much. Premier Stephen McNeil in Bridgetown tonight, and obviously feeling pretty good about the way things went. And what did you make of that?
Well, I thought it was interesting. He was sounding accommodating, but not really breaking, was he? He was bending. Now, this thing still isn't over, as you referred to, and as McNeil referred to. Let's take a look at it. We now have a final.
There we go.
We have the final in Sydney Whitney Pier, where incumbent Derek Mummerket is re-elected after all. Let's go to our next one, which is Bill Horn. So here are the two ridings that determine whether or not Stephen McNeil is a majority or a minority government premier at this stage. Bill Horn with 2 polls to go with a 40-vote lead. Win that, you're good. The next one, Lloyd Hines with 1 poll to go. If the Liberals hold those 2 seats, McNeil's got his majority government. If they flip back, he's in a minority government situation. That's where it's come down to at 10-1.
All right, let's get to our breaking news reporter, Brett Ruskin, who is in the newsroom, who can tell us a little more about what Elections Nova Scotia is saying about what's transpiring here tonight. Brett.
That's right, Tom. Well, Paul was close in terms of talking about the incremental changes to the voting results. And so I'll try to break down and explain a little bit, because I just got off the phone with Elections Nova Scotia. And so what we knew as of a short time ago, we knew that there were 22 boxes as of around 10:30 overnight, a day ago, on the other side of midnight. And so as of right now, we know that there are, at that time, there were 25 teams that were counting. So what has happened since, a number of the scrutineers, who are the people who kind of oversee the 2 other people who are counting the ballots, actually have had to go home. They had to leave. And so now there are 20 teams counting around 20 boxes. So that's what's happening right now. I was told that it might be 19 or 18 boxes, because they are working obviously as quickly as they can. Now, getting back to that, again, that's what I'm saying. The teams need to be broken up, so we're down to around 20 teams counting. So again, back to that incremental nature of the numbers coming in, they started with the heaviest, largest boxes. So that is why we had the biggest swings in the votes early on. And so now these boxes, the ones that are remaining, the 18, 19, or 20 or so boxes, have the fewest number of ballots in them. And so that is why we're seeing such frequent and such small changes in these vote tallies. And so that's information just coming recently from Elections Nova Scotia, basically explaining where we're at right now, where we're going, however, not when we might get there. Tom.
Well, we appreciate the explanation on the logistics of how this all works. Brett, thank you very much. Brett Ruskin, live in our newsroom tonight. He is our breaking news reporter with the latest from Elections Nova Scotia.
So did they not see it coming?
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? That's the question for maybe tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We are now approaching the hour where we're preparing to end our CBC Nova Scotia election special here. But before we do that, we want to check in one last time with the reporters around the horn here. Let's go first with Jean LaRoche. He is in Bridgetown. Jean.
Well, the interesting thing, Tom, is this is the most animated this crowd has been all night, and that's because we're showing 27 seats leading or elected for the Liberals. They see a majority win. Obviously, it's going to take some recounts and some working things out. But again, every time the count changes, you get cheers. So they're going to party for a little bit, and then the reality of what this all means will sink in tomorrow. Tom.
All right, Jean, thank you very much. As the noise grows there in the room, must be some good news that they are receiving there. Jean LaRoche in Bridgetown tonight with the Liberals. Paul, before we go, some final thoughts from you.
Well, he is the premier. He has won. A win, as I said, is a win. It is a message that Nova Scotians sent him. But it was not a conclusive defeat in any way. He is the premier. That's why he's talking the way that he is, that he's going to carry through with the budget that he brought in. He might be open to listening. The bottom line, though, is that bottom number in the bottom left-hand corner. If he wakes up tomorrow morning and it's still 27 seats, we know where we're heading.
Indeed, we do. On what has been a night when we didn't know where we're heading for much of the night,
trying
really.
to follow the puck everywhere. It's been a wild night. It's for people who love politics, for people who only have a passing interest in politics. This has been something to see, and it's really going to be a different day tomorrow, but we just don't know what it's going to look like.
Yeah, well, let's recognize...
Or maybe that's today, I guess. Is
Let's recognize the accomplishment. If that number stays at 27, Stephen McNeil has done something that no premier has done since 1988. He has led his party to a re-election as a majority government. That is a big accomplishment. What he's done tonight is he has identified his audience very precisely. He knew that there were people who wouldn't like his government's program. He's identified his audience with laser focus, and he's gotten just enough votes to be re-elected in a majority. That's a sign of a very skilled politician who knows who he needs to win over, and then he gets them to the polls.
Can an election be over and all three parties are happy?
That's what seems to be happening tonight. That's a really, look, the Conservatives have gone up, not as much as they would have liked, but enough for Jamie Bailey to be safe for the time being. The NDP's happy, Gary Burrell's elected, and their seat count goes up. The Liberals go back with a majority government for the first time since 1988, or at least that's the way it looks.
Seems.
And so, yeah, I think you put your finger right on it. All three parties walking away with something they can be happy with.
For me, the interesting thing as we cross over the threshold into tomorrow now, we're now past the midnight hour here, of course, were the speeches that we heard tonight, because you see the jostling for position and the prices that people are willing to put on agreements, or how this thing might unfold in the days, weeks, and months to come, which is, you know, really, as a journalist, going to really make covering politics very interesting in this province going forward.
Well, certainly, but that is...
If it's a minority.
If it's a minority government. If it's a majority government, McNeil has to be very careful as he goes into the legislature, but he does not have to necessarily acquiesce to every ask or demand of the New Democrats.
I don't think I've ever seen some speeches that just baldly laid out what they wanted. There was no sort of subtleties about it. It was like, we want this, we want this, we want this.
Yeah, but is it not the case that Gary Burrell and Jamie Bailey gave their speeches tonight when the numbers were showing a minority?
Yeah. Right, they had a lot more power in their hands.
Stephen McNeil was the only one who took the stage with the numbers going his way in majority territory. Very interesting contrast in the content of their speeches in that respect. If they had to give their speech right now, where it looks like the Liberals might end up with a majority, the content might be different. They might have pulled the speech out of the other pocket in that case.
Well, what do they say in Nova Scotia? If you don't like the weather, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't like the result of your election, just wait a minute. It may
sort
change.
of like that tonight. Look at that share of the vote there. You look at the Liberals, 39.6 tonight. We started the night talking, and there you go. Guys from Eastern Shore and elect.
There you go. At the very last minute, Lloyd Hines hangs on, delivering. Certainly, the majority is now safe for Stephen McNeil. That's the outcome of the election that he needed. He had the 8 seats to lose with with Lloyd Hines in, it certainly looks as if he's got a majority government if Bill Horan
All right,
hangs on.
Paul, we'll see if the CBC decision desk agrees with you. They're about to make a projection. And there you have it. A Liberal majority government. Stephen McNeil has pulled it through here tonight. Back-to-back majority governments in this province, the first time since 1988.
That
in the
is
John
quite
Buchanan
a feat,
days. It is quite an accomplishment.
In a night like tonight.
He did it with a lot of drama tonight, let's say. That is quite something.
And it is quite an accomplishment, as Graham pointed out. You know, there have been other premiers that might have been cannier. There might have been other premiers who had more ambitious ideas, but only he has managed to pull off this feat of winning that back-to-back majority. He is a politician, as Graham says, of some skill, and his agenda goes on. When I mentioned that we know what's ahead, we do know what's ahead. The brakes are going to be put on provincial government spending. They're going to spend the money that they save on the public sector unions where they want to spend it, not on contracts for the public sector unions.
I think the wish lists from the Tories and the NDP may have dissolved a bit.
I think so. But look at that share of the vote. We talked about tonight how it was John Hamm's government at 39.2% that did it. If that holds, if that share of the vote, and we know some of the ballots are still being counted, Paul.
That's as close as
that's about as close as you get to that number.
Yeah, when you're getting into the decimal points, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty for sure.
Yeah, that's quite the interesting result tonight, and so Mr. McNeil is not going to have to wait until morning to find out about
we
that
can
number
tell
27.
him now. Don will give you the rest of the details in the morning, but we can give the verdict tonight. It is a Liberal majority government after much counting of ballots.
Indeed. Paul, quick sum up.
4 hours after the polls close, or 5 hours, after the polls close, we finally can safely say that McNeil has got his majority government. Wow, what a night.
Yeah, it's been quite a night indeed. I do not remember a night like this in Nova Scotia politics in my time. You folks have been around longer than that. This has been quite the one. So thank you very much for staying with us throughout the marathon session tonight. We really do appreciate it. Of course, this story coverage will continue on cbc.ca/ns through the night tonight. And then will, of course, be picked up again tomorrow morning with Information Morning with Don Connolly and with Louise Renault. They'll have lots of questions, of course, to ask about how all of this happened. And then, of course, an analysis of how the night came and went, and where we might go from here in terms of future governing of this province. But Steve McNeil has his majority government as decided by the CBC. And of course, we will be back tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, Amy and I, to talk about just that and a whole lot more in politics in Nova Scotia. So our thanks to you tonight, and so long from Halifax.
Good night.